And if you're listening on YouTube, make sure to subscribe to the show, like this episode, so I can keep putting these out directly on YouTube, because we're trying something new out. Please subscribe and like the show right now as you're right before you get ready to drift off. And that'll make it possible for us to keep putting the shows out in this new style we're trying. Friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for the podcaster who's severely lacking in pop culture references that are relevant, because I just haven't been listening to any not just pop music. It's summertime for me. When you're hearing this, it may not be summertime, some summertime, or So, yeah, I'm just here. You see, man, this is confusing. I thought this was a sleep podcast. Yeah, this is a podcast that's here to keep you company and put you to sleep. I'm glad you're here. It's a little bit different, but you're the most important thing about the show. So, if you're new, glad you're here. If you're a regular listener, what up, my regular listeners? It's time for Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. And thanks for making it possible, patrons. Hey, are you up all night tossing, turning, mind racing, trouble getting to sleep, trouble staying asleep? Well, welcome. This is Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. We do it a bedtime story. All you need to do is get in bed, turn out the lights and press play. I'm going to do the rest. What I'm going to attempt to do is create a safe place where you could set aside whatever's keeping you awake. It could be thoughts you're thinking about on your mind. So thoughts, anything about the past, the present, the future. It could be feelings, anything coming up for you emotionally, related to those thoughts, or just feelings that are there. Physical sensations, anything you're dealing with physically, changes in time, temperature, or routine. Whatever it is that's keeping you awake, I'm here to help, and the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to keep you company and take your mind off stuff so you could fall asleep. Also, repetition, accidental repetition. So what I propose to do is I have this safe place. I'm going to smooth it. I'm going to pat it. I'm going to rub it down. I'm going to do the old magic hands, or like some sort of hands that say, poof, a safe place. And then I'll walk away and you could check it out on your own. Or I could smooth it, pat it, and rub it down. Oh, I already said, I did say pat it. I always think about patting safe places to say, okay, it's ready to go now. How come, here's an idea, hotel barons. I guess there's not hotel barons anymore, but there probably are. They just, they're whatever, behind the scenes. But you want to really fancify your hotel, have an official patter, bed patter, and they could have gloves or whatever. You got to service your clientele. But you say all our beds are smooth, padded, and rubbed down. Not only do we have a turn down, we have a turn down service and a rub it down, and say, smooth. We have a turn down, smooth it, pat it, rub it down, turn it down service at our hotel, and then we pat it again. And you can actually, here's the thing, maybe it's more comfortable to witness that. I don't know. Maybe not, though. You say, not in my room. So here's what you do then. It gets even better. You say every 15 minutes or so in the lobby, in the evening, when people are coming in and out from dinner or their conference ended, you have your smoothing, you pat it, you rub it down. A bed, you have a raised bed, just like in the rooms. It could be a little piece of performance art. I don't think you could hire me because I got to work on the podcast. But we could work out a video or something. I mean, like I can't do it. I'm not good at any of that stuff, but you could pay, it could be done. And maybe put it in your ads. You say, oh boy, I might like that. I might like that bed if it's smooth and rubbed down. But if you're there's only certain hotels I'll stay at. So just not that I have to stay at fancy hotels. I just I have had personal. Anyway, not important. Let's just move on. There was like one of my favorite hotels. They have like a parrot that's lived in the hotel for years and years and years. And that's just a regular, it's not a super fancy one, but it has a lobby. You need a lobby to do this. So, just lobby-based hotels, but probably one of the super fancy ones. Cause I don't know if I've stayed at a place with turn down. I've been turned down before, but not, I've been turned down plenty of times. And a turn down offer a turn down service for my dog, or, like a nesting service. Oh, I'm supposed to introduce a podcast. Oh boy, went off topic early there. Oh, what a delight. All right, so if you're new, what I'm going to do as I smooth and pat, after I smooth and pat and rub down that safe place, and when I say rub down, I just mean that's just another version of padding, padding the padding, you know, I'm padding the batting. I put the padding in the batting. That's also padding, but I'm padding like, and smoothing, if you catch my drift. There's no drift to catch. That's actually what I would be doing. Smoothing, padding, and I guess I wouldn't be rubbing it down, but I would be just because that's from a song I like. And then I'll send my voice across the deep, dark night. I'm going to use lulling, soothing, creaky, dulcet tones, which is my voice, imperfect, but ideally distracting, a bit distracting and a bit comforting. Pointless meanders and superfluous tangents. I think I did a few of those in there. Like I was trying to make a point and then I got way too into my smoothing and padding. Then I made a proposal. Then I retracted my proposal because I said I was getting carried away. Because I said, actually, I don't know if just send me money, but only certain companies could send me money. Probably better off to just imagine it, right? Then it would be free. The hotels would love that. They'd say, okay, wait a second. So your idea costs us nothing. When people walk in, we hand them a card and we say, close your eyes and imagine us smooth. So they say, we'll take it. This cost is zero, right? And I'd say, sure. I mean, if that helps your guests, I guess I would be fine with it. If you're not charging for it, imagine your bed. Imagine that fact. This is what the hotel, so they'd say, at some point today, your bed was smoothed, padded, and rubbed down. We can't confirm that, but nor can we deny it. So picture that as you go, as you head up to your room. In the elevator, you could do it. The elevator could say that. So that's a point. Those are pointless meanders and superfluous tangents. And all this is to keep you company so you could fall asleep. So if you're new, this show is very, very different. It's not your average podcast. It's not above average either. And it's not below average. It's to the side of average. You say, so your podcast is neither below or above nor average. And I say, no, it's it's a deviation from the standard deviation. If I knew what that meant, I could make a joke about it, but I'd say, no, we're outside of the average. But you say, well, how, so we didn't factor you in on the average? No, yeah, because I was so deviated from the standards, it broke your equipment. I just told you not to conclude me because it would break your equipment. If I've ever been accused of anything, it's of breaking beakers and Bunsen burner. I wasn't allowed to touch it. At some point in high school, they said, don't touch the Bunsen burner. So that's all I could think about for any science-based class. I do say one day I'm going to touch that Bunsen, not even the Bunsen burner. This is actually true. I would just stare at those nozzles. And I was enthralled with those nozzles. The gas came through for the Bunsen burners. I would smooth those and pat them and rub them down. This is like what do we call it? Harlequin science class. I had a longing touch, where my hands lingered on the handles and the shiny stem of the nozzles that I fantasized would deliver gas to a Bunsen burner. Imagine, Bunsen burner that would warm my heart. There you go. It's true, though. That's a total point, another pointless meander, but I would stare at those things so long in fantasy. I was really enthralled. And luckily they would have them shut off, but I would always test it to see, because it had a longing touch. I think, was there remember Chris Isaac? I think that was in the 90s or the 80s. I think that was one of the songs that wasn't a hit. I don't know, or maybe it was who was Sylvia too? The boy who loved a nozzle. How did we get here? Okay, so, I was going to take, pointless meanders. I was still explaining what those are. So I'm here to keep you company. The show's very different. It goes off topic. I get mixed up. Then I backtrack. All that stuff just to keep you company so you can fall asleep. So this is one thing as strange as it's a podcast you don't really listen to. You just kind of barely listen to it. I think that's pretty clear, right? Because if you're new, you may be wondering, is he serious? And I'd say as serious as, I'm serious about I'm serious about all that stuff. That all happened. It's all true. Except for the parts like the public, but is it true that I think that's a good business idea? Smoothing and patting, rubbing down beds. Yes. Have I run my hands across, a Bunsen burner nozzle or whatever the heck it's called, gas outlet? I don't even know. Yes. Stared at it all day long throughout class. Well, the rest of my classmates were probably staring at one another. I was too afraid. I said, well, at least this is the thing. I said, at least I know you're shut off. No, I would said, well, it turns out you can be rejected by a nozzle. Just an authority figure has to intervene and say, can you get your hands off the nozzle and pay attention, please? And I'd say, well, can you stop me from staring at it? I don't think you can. You could ask me to. Okay. My soul is always revealed in this podcast in the most interesting ways. But I think there's a lot of people out there that can connect with that. Whether you say, I wouldn't mind somebody smoothing. That's what the great staff that works really hard at these hotels does anyway. That doesn't get enough credit or, tips, throw those tips down. But, and I'm sure there's a large percentage of our listeners that have stared longingly at had Bunsen burner-based fantasies that are purely, not anything that would be in a Harlequin book. It would just be, I guess it would be a metaphor, but for me it would be true. It's not a metaphor. I've fantasized about having my own operating Bunsen burner, or the teacher just saying, go ahead, light it up, except for Andrew. That's what the teacher would say. You could just hold on, So anyway, where was I? This is a podcast you don't really listen to. I think that qualification is clear. You just I'm background noise or a friendly voice that you say, I feel, it's not pity I feel for you. It's a relatable empathy. I say, okay, yeah, a little compassion. And I can relate to, I can't relate to that, but, Scoots, but, I can feel for you. And that puts me at ease. I know I'm human too in a different way. And so I can relax, and listen and just barely listen to me. So you don't really listen to me, or you kind of listen unless you need to, because I'll be here all night to keep you company, to make the deep dark night less lonely, if you need to, but ideally you just fall asleep. So I don't really put you to sleep so much as keep you company. Be your boar friend, your boar bae, your boar sib, your boar bestie. I'll be the Bunsen to your burner. I don't even know, was Bunsen the person that invented it? I know there's honeydew Bunsen, but, I'll be I guess there's too many, we can't go there because it's too metaphorical, if we get any closer. Just like the teacher said, Andrew, why don't you stand on that side of the room and watch us use the Bunsen burners? So where are we here? Don't really listen to me. Don't pay attention. Why do I make the show? I make the show because I've had trouble sleeping my whole life, and I know how it feels in the deep, dark night. That's why I call it the deep, dark night. But I also believe your sleep is important, so if I can help with that, that's really what I'm here for, because if you're getting the rest you need and you deserve, You deserve a good night's sleep. You deserve a manageable life when you feel rested. And if I can provide that, that would be my honor. And if I can't, check out sleepwithmepodcast.com/no thank you. There's tons of other sleep podcasts out there that are all a little bit different style than this one. This is the strange one. So, that's what, but it also takes 2 or 3 tries. Hundreds of thousands, if not 1 million people have said, it took 2 or 3 tries for me to get used to this show. Or, also 1 million people more than that have said, I strongly dislike you, in so many words. So instead of doing that, just check out another sleep podcast at sleepwithmepodcast.com/no thank you. Then you can get your needs met and keep sampling things. But if you're part way in the room here, where you say, well, there's something about that, I'm not sure, just give it a couple tries. Eventually, for the people it works for, they realize, oh, okay, this is something I consume in a loose, out of focus way. The other thing that could throw new people off is the structure of the show, so I'll go through that really fast if I can, is the show starts off with, it's structured in a very specific way, so it can come out free twice a week for anybody that wants to listen. So the show starts off with a greeting, friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Then there's support. So again, that's what keeps the show going, is people that support the show directly or support our sponsors. Then there's support for listeners, support for the communities around the show. Then there's an intro, which we're almost done with now. So it's too late for me to explain it in time for the people that moved on. But the reason the intro goes on and on and on isn't because it's part of the support. It's because it's a show within a show, in a sense, to help ease you into bedtime, to give you some twilight between getting ready for bed and falling asleep. And it's this middle zone. And a lot of people listen as they get ready for bed and then they're unwinding. A couple percentage of people skip the intro and a couple percentage of people might fall asleep during it. But for the most part, it's meant to ease you into bedtime. And, that's that. Then there's support again. So the show comes out twice a week for free. Believe it or not, there's a lot of work that goes into the show. But it's also just important for me that you can listen to it wherever you want. Over 450 archive episodes for people that sleep all night, want to listen all night or kind of sample what works best for them. So then there'll be a story. Originally thought it was going to be one thing, but I guess tonight we got to keep exploring this Bunsen burner thing. Because while I was recording, I could see Freud and Jung. And I'm pretty sure they were crying laughing, but they may have just been crying. It was just some sort of, I don't know why this came in my head, a vestigial image, but for me, it's a vestigial image because it happens every day. I say, what is that? Freud? Is those the spirits of Freud and Jung laughing at me again? Or, in joy. So I say, well, it makes me feel good if they're laughing with joy and they're rolfing or whatever. I got to feel good about being human. Can't do any better. Who else has that on the resume? Cracked up the spirits of Freud and, probably a lot of people. No, they're probably watching everybody. But particularly my love affair with Bunsen burners, my strong feelings about it probably. So that's, so we'll have an episode. I don't know what it'll be about now. Bunsen burners or something. Love. Exciting, not exciting and not new. Pretty mundane love. Probably won't be. I don't know. We'll see where it goes. And then there's thank yous at the end of the show. So that's how the podcast works. That's why I make the show. I'm really glad you're here. I work really hard at Yearning and Strive, and I really hope I can help you fall asleep. Thanks again for coming by. And here's a couple ways we're able to keep this podcast coming out twice a week for free. Everybody, this is, I don't know how this is going to go. This is I was thinking about Bunsen burner love in my odes to Bunsen burners that I was, that I may have talked about in the intro. But then I said Bunsen burner love reminds me of when I was like, well, what would that be? Could I talk about Bunsen burners for 50 minutes? And, without just going about Bunsen, honeydew, and beaker. And then I said, well, I don't know. And then I said, but then I thought about something that I don't think I've ever talked about on the show. And that's the song Radar Love, which I'm already embarrassed because I did pause it for a split second to look up. So this is going to be interesting because I didn't even open. Here's the thing. I had amends to make, apologies to give before I even finished opening my mouth. So up until literally this point in my life, like today I learned, and I'm not kidding, this is not done for the podcast. My whole life, so there's a song called Radar Love, which I thought of Bunsen burner love. Let's actually do the syllables. Radar Love. That's 3 syllables. Bunsen burner love. Bunsen, that's 2. Unfortunately, that's 2 syllables. Bunsen burner love. Radar Love. Bunsen burner love. Too many syllables, so I can't. But that's a song I thought of when I thought of Bunsen burner love. And up until literally this point in my life, I thought that song was sung by the band Bad Company. And I'll get into a little bit of that now. But it turns out it's not. I've been living yet another delusion that I've been living in a fraught delusion. That's why I want to talk about it. So I do feel some relief. Now, those of you that are younger than me, you didn't have to experience any of this in your life, so you're very lucky. And, once I turned my will of listening to music over to Carole King, like you hear on the podcast, I didn't have to worry about it much either, too. But, so where am I? So there's a song called Radar Love. We'll talk about that in a minute. But there's a band called Bad Company. And I'm pretty sure the lead singer of Bad Company is named Paul Rogers. And so once upon a time when I was young, we couldn't, you had to buy music. That's a whole thing. There's probably going to be, or it's probably documentaries about it. It's post-vinyl era. But, so you could buy music on CD or cassette, or they want it, so you whatever, that was just, but you also listen to the radio. And I was born at a time, where there was still college radio, which was independent radio. But other than that, even back when I was a kid, there was, most of the radio stations were owned by a few different companies, and obviously they had to pay the bills, so I'm not sitting in total judgment, but there wasn't a lot of variety on the radio. Now, there was more when I was a lad than there is now, but there still wasn't a variety. And there was one station called, there was wherever you went, there was usually, I think there was something called Adult Contemporary. I don't know what that is. And then there's pop. I don't know if Chris Cross, Yacht Rock is adult contemporary. I'm not kidding. I don't know what that is, but that was popular. Well, let's go through the dial of a kid when I was growing up in Syracuse. So it'd be 2 pop stations, and they moved around the dial, but, one was Z89. I don't know their call sign. Some of these I might be getting mixed up with other places I've lived, but there was Z89. That was a pop station. So even, I don't know if it's still a pop station, but pop would mean Weekend, Taylor Swift, Doja Cat, Bieber, boy bands, mix, of popular songs, the top, maybe they called it top 40 back then, instead of a pop station. I don't know. But so that was, and I think 93, Y90, there was Y94 FM. I think that was adult contemporary. And then there was 93.7. I think that was also a pop station, probably Y94 FM. That was adult contemporary. I just said that. I don't know what 93 whatever was, because I can't think of it, but that was the other, I think, pop station. And then eventually you get pop and hip hop, and R&B. Anyway, I'm getting way too mixed up. But so there was one type of station, and I think in Syracuse it was, I don't know what it was called. I should know, but I think it was 95.7, but that could be in the Bay Area. But I think the Bay Area, like The Bone was their classic rock station, 107.7 The Bone. 95X, turn it up. Yeah, that's what they would say, because it was like they'd say it like, there's that Freedom Rock, that turn it up. But 95.7, what did I say? ZX9? 95.7. I had it, but whatever. And then at some point, then they started changing stations to like the Eagle. Like instead of being the call signs were cool, they became uncool. And that, I think that was about the time satellite radio appeared, where again, this is not history. This is just my misremembering of it. But there'd be, like, 95.7 KQR, I don't know. Now I have all these numbers in my head. Why did I, like, is that Freedom Rock? No, is that 95.7? Turn it up, man. I forgot what it was called, but that station was called Classic Rock. Now, in the 90s, what was classic rock? Classic rock was anything from the Beatles. I think then after that, it was whatever. But like, for the most part, it was limited, unfortunately, to about, I don't know if it was 100 songs, 50 songs, or 200 songs. Oh, it'd be good to do that research. But it was not a lot of songs in repetition. And there's like people, like usually like radio stations, in order to stay in business, they have a pretty heavy ad load, you say. So it's like, if there's an hour or for 30 minutes of radio, I think even then the ad load was pretty heavy, like, where it was like 40% ads or whatever, understandably, because you're listening for free in your car. And so you'd like change the dial, but, so whatever, I listened to the Classic Rock was one of the radio stations I listened to. And because, you know, there was some classic rock, but I developed, okay, and let me place another picture here for you. A lot of jobs I had, you know, you weren't allowed to wear, like you weren't allowed to have a personal device for listening to audio because it would be considered inappropriate. So you weren't allowed to like have headphones on at a lot of my jobs. So, and even if you did, we'll get into that. But I did have like when I was a cleaner, like cleaning apartments and doing landscaping and mopping, cleaning bathrooms. Like when we were cleaning the apartments, like someone would move out of an apartment and we would have to clean it to get it ready for the next person to move into it or for them to lease it. We would be able to listen to music or radio if we didn't make it too loud, and we would split up the apartments. So normally, here's how it would work. Like 2 people would be assigned to clean one apartment. And I think, I don't know if you had to do 2, like on the days you were trying to turn over apartments, you already had like your morning work until our morning meeting. I think I've talked about this. This was my summer and winter job when I wasn't in school at university or college or whatever you want to call it. Like, so what you would do, walk you through this. Who would have known? Talk about bad, my middle name's Bad Company. But so you would show up to work and you'd have, I think we had to get to work at 7:30. I think we worked 7:30 to 4, 9 to 5. Because we didn't get paid for, I think we got a 30-minute break, so 8 to 4, or there was unpaid 30 minutes. I don't know. Yeah, 30 minutes paid break and 30 minutes of unpaid break. So you had to be at work for 8.5 hours. So I think we got to work at 7:30, and you'd have your morning assignment, right? So you would go, my morning assignment, I worked in the lobby. With, I'm sure I've told this story before, but maybe it's just in my personal life. But so I'd clean the lobby bathrooms, and we would vacuum and mop the lobby and clean anything else that needed to be done. I worked with this guy, Jim. He was the main lobby guy. So I'd be Jim's assistant. Then we would have a morning meeting, everybody that worked there. And our supervisors, superintendent and assistant superintendent, they would say, like, they'd go, there'd be like, there was a board with all the apartments, like where they were, like if they needed to be cleaned or painted. I don't know if you cleaned or painted first. Probably had to clean it and then paint it. I don't remember. Now painting they had a painter. So like, because that's like a skill. So Paul was the painter. And they also had like people that were skilled maintenance people. So again, we didn't do any fixing anything. Like I was just a cleaner. I think that was my technical job, cleaner. Or summer help or something. I don't know. But so there'd be a list of apartments or there'd be other jobs like that had to be done. But so you'd have to turn over these apartments. So you usually get assigned an apartment with somebody else. And probably a set time. And again, I don't know how, I mean, you wouldn't want to be in an apartment for even for the full 6 hours. Don't think you probably had maybe 4 hours or less in an apartment. Again, there's a lot of other work to be done. So I guess I don't quite remember how long. And there was different apartments, like there's studios, which I think they called efficiencies, and 1 bedrooms. And maybe 2 bedrooms. I don't know if there was very many 2 bedrooms. So this was this was only for adults. It wasn't a retirement building because it was just apartments. But it was for adults over a certain age. I don't know if it was 55 or 65 or 60. But but none of that's important. So you'd clean the apartment. And you would be assigned there. I just wanted to, like, set the mood. In the apartments, I don't think there was any carpet normally. Linoleum floors or tile, like some sort of, not linoleum, tile. That would be the last thing you would do is to clean, wax, and polish the floors. And again, the waxing, and you take the wax off. Like all those were skills that I eventually learned, but I don't think I ever got the waxing of the floor down because it was a permanent, it was a temporary permanent wax. So you'd strip the floors. I think you strip the floors first before you clean it. Yeah, maybe, but you don't wax it until that's like the last thing you do after everything else is done because then it has to dry. So probably would go painting, then cleaning, then waxing. Okay, but we're focused on the cleaning. So normally if you had a partner, the first thing you would do is you decide, like like you'd think, oh, the bathroom's going to be the worst, but the bathroom wasn't the worst job. So it was the kitchen, and normally you would divvy up the kitchen for two or three jobs. So I think you'd either get the appliances or the cabinets, because this was a generation of people that, I think at the time you could still smoke cigarettes in your place. And there was a lot of kitchen cabinets. And so cleaning the kitchen cabinets was like, you'd either have to clean the kitchen cabinets or the refrigerator and the stove, the oven. And so you'd decide who was going to do each one of those, or you'd switch it off, or somebody got into the apartment earlier and saw the fridge. And like, so sometimes you'd decide before you went in there, and you'd get really unlucky, because, anything could be cleaned. I mean, if it got to a certain point, they'd replace it, and eventually we would replace all the stoves and ovens. That was like when I was working there in both buildings. These are 2 apartment towers. So you decide, okay, who's going to clean the oven and the stove, and who's going to clean the cabinets. And you would also have to clean, well, the baseboards. I'm trying to think what else in the apartment. All the fixtures, anything. So what else do you have to clean? All the plates, the switches and stuff, all the light fixtures, and the bathroom. So I think after the kitchen, you divvied up, like one person would do the bathroom and one person would probably do everything else. I don't know. I'll think of it eventually. And yeah, so I'm guessing if it was a 1 bedroom, you're talking, the windows, so you'd have to clean the windows. So I guess, yeah, if you were the other person, you'd have to clean the windows and the, everything in the apartment except for the bathroom. And I don't find myself doing the bathroom too often. Like, I think some people preferred the bathroom. and some people didn't, but whatever. And so, but one of the key benefits of that is that someone would have a radio. So you'd set up a radio in the room. And now, most of the time, you would listen to classic rock, because, there wasn't many options. I mean, maybe you'd listen to pop, but then, you might get, I don't know, it might be like classic rock was like the one point most people could tolerate and agree on. And you couldn't, definitely wouldn't be listening to anything like talking. I'm surprised we don't listen to more sports talk, but probably wouldn't have been too enjoyable either. But so you listen to the classic rock most of the time, and that would at least help you. You'd think it became an exercise in futility, to be honest with you. And this is probably why I love podcasting and making podcasts and all that stuff, is there's so much variety. And I mean, and then how lucky those of you that have just grown up in the streaming era, how lucky you are. Now, the one thing that's missing that companies are still, and I've tried to tell these companies to do it, is that, even though there's like streaming and stuff, it's like people still enjoy having somebody that's like an expert or a DJ sometimes, in my opinion. So yeah, because you listen to the radio, but it was barely tolerable because it was really, I'm not kidding, the same 200, if on best case scenario, maybe 300 songs over the week. And you would hear some songs and you just became, and this is just me, it's not a judgment on the musical quality of this band, but one of the bands that had my ire was Bad Company. And I'm not sure why, there was other bands, even at the time, there's like Led Zeppelin, you can mostly tell, is mostly good. I mean, even though they wouldn't play very deep into the Led Zeppelin catalog, or the Beatles, and Rush even. Sometimes they played Tom Sawyer too much, but you still be like, okay, there's something timeless about those bands most of the time. I mean, even in overexposure, you might have preferred not to listen to the same songs over and over again, or whatever. Rolling Stones, there's a lot. The Who, those are the classic rock stalwarts. But Bad Company, if you were listening to a classic rock station in the 90s for 3 hours, you were going to hear a Bad Company song. And I was not a Bad Company fan. I mean, at some point. But let's read about them from Wikipedia. They're an English rock supergroup formed in 1973. Paul Rodgers is the lead singer. And then they've had different lineups. Let's see how many years. They were active from 73 to 82, 86 to 99, 2001 to 2002, and 2008 to present. They had great success in the 70s, so that would have been 20 years. The 90s, that's what makes, I guess, 20 years is classic rock. Their singles were Bad Company. Oh, Feel Like Making Love. That's one of the songs. So maybe we could, maybe that, I don't know if we should associate that. Can't Get Enough. Good Lovin' Gone Bad. Rock and Roll Fantasy. That's not bad. Shooting Star. Ready for Love. Oh, yeah. Ugh. Feel Like Making Love I like because it's like a great punchline, for everything. But I just say it. History. So there's a Paul Rodgers era. I saw Paul Rodgers perform once. I was very under the influence, and I have no idea what point in my life it was or where it was because I was already too far gone. But I remember he was a very hairy man. And I don't think he had a shirt on, or if he did, it was open to his belly. And he performed mostly Bad Company songs. Let's see. So, contrary to speculation, they named the band after a Jeff Bridges film. Roger stated that came from a book of Victorian morals that showed a child looking up at an unsavory character against the lamppost and said, "Beware of bad company." There was 4 seasons of musicians from a couple different bands. Their debut album came out in 74. Reached number 1 on the 200 chart in the U.S. and number 3 in the U.K. Certified 5 times platinum. Can't Get Enough and Moving On. 75, their second album, Straight Shooter, came out. Number 3 in the UK and US, but went platinum in the US. Good Lovin' Gone Bad and Feel Like Making Love. Third album, Run With the Pack, reached number 4. That was 76. Then Burning Sky in 77. So they put out an album a year. Smart business. Then they, had it on and off. Brian Howe, they took over 85. Looks like they replaced, Rogers already had a new supergroup called The Firm. I definitely didn't see them in maybe the late 90s or aughts. Let's see. But yeah, they formed a new supergroup, and they had other albums and stuff. And this is no offense to, my issue with Bad Company is just overexposure to those same songs, familiar, whatever they call it. Whoa. Return of Paul Rogers, 98 to 2008. So maybe that is when I saw him. I don't know. I have to ask around at my friends because it's like, when did I see Bad Company and where? Or Paul Rogers? I mean, it could have been at a music festival. I remember he was very enthusiastic, very sweaty, very hairy, but gave it his all. And we probably had fun. I don't know. So that's about Bad Company. I don't know why. So, okay. But up until, I guess it took me 20 minutes or something to explain that. Up until today in my life, I assumed the song Radar Love, which I guess I can see because they have different love songs. I really like, so there's a song called Radar Love, which we'll talk about in the Bunsen burner. I don't know how we'll relate it to Bunsen burners, but we will. But it turns out Radar Love is, I just learned this by the Dutch rock band Golden Earring. And I really like Radar Love. And the only thing I had against it, well, one, it was a slightly overexposure, but it has a couple different, it's one of those songs that has a couple different acts in it, or feels like it changes. And it has a couple different feels to it. There's a part where you're driving and they're talking about driving and then the rock comes in and then it comes back out. And there's not a quiet desperation, but a desperation that I like about it. So we'll talk about it and maybe think about how Bunsen burners relate. But it was news to me that it wasn't by Bad Company. And that was other than slight overexposure on classic rock radio. That's my only other beef was I love Radar Love, but I loathe Bad Company. Only, again, nothing against Bad Company. It's my issue only. Nothing against Bad Company, just my feelings about them. So let's find out about Radar Love and maybe Golden Earring before we get into the lyrics. Let's see, this is mostly technical stuff, so we might just have to get into cover versions. It's been covered by Tribe 8, Ministry, U2, REM, Ian Stewart Donaldson, Blue Man Group, Def Leppard, and a lot of other bands. Holy cow. Ghost Dance. I'm going to have to look up some of these covers and listen to them. It was in Guitar Hero. It was featured in a Simpsons episode twice, 2 different ones. And in a movie Baby Driver and George Clooney's film that just came out, The Tender Bar. So I guess I'm not the only person that likes this song. Let's see. It hit the charts. It came out in 74. 13 in the U.S. Billboard. UK single 7. Number 1 in Spain. Number 1 in the Netherlands. But I mean, it must have been some sort of super platinum or whatever. I think Golden Earring maybe had another, I don't know if, let's see, Golden Earring. Whoops, that's the wrong button. They're a Dutch rock band founded all the way back in 61 in The Hague as the Golden Earrings. Radar Love. They had a song Twilight Zone and When the Lady Smiles. 30 top 10 singles on the Dutch charts, 25 albums. And I can hear someone saying their name, so maybe that's like a factoid. People tried to say that song's not by Bad Company, it's by Golden Earring. And I said, thanks for, do you know that I loathe Bad Company? But that's only my own bad feelings. So, okay. So let's think about this here. So now we've gotten that out of the way, let me look up the lyrics. Radar Love lyrics, and then oh boy, wrong way. And then we'll look up Feel Like Making Love lyrics. Feel Like Making Bunsen Burner lyrics to you. I don't know. I always like punctuating, like feel like make, like, not like when I mean it. Okay, let's start out with Bunsen Burner. So this goes out, so picture me again back towards the intro as a boy in a class. So once upon a time we had these science classrooms in high school. And one of my great, I think I'd seen the movie E.T. and I've watched enough movies to know that this is where rom-coms, like the first sparks of romance happen, mostly, or one of the places that happen, other than, random collisions, is across the tables in a, I guess it would be chemistry lab and not a, well, that's right. Because it'd be a lab you'd use for biology or chemistry. I think we had two different labs, and now I'm thinking about it. We did it at my high school. We had a bio lab and a chemistry lab because I can remember the teacher's desk was in different places because I'm picturing my chemistry. My chemistry teacher was also our economics teacher, Mr. P. And I talked about that one other time, I think, about the economic stuff. And Mark was my partner in chemistry. I guess that was economics. I wonder if he was also, maybe we had economics and chemistry together. That wouldn't make a lot of sense, but it would, But anyway, chemistry labs and science labs anywhere. Now they call it, I don't know if they have a STEM lab, but this is where, for me, no romance ever happened there except for the ones I saw on the big screen. But I always hoped it would happen. I can remember forlorn feelings, both of my classmates, but also thinking about that's very Freudian, I guess. There's nozzles and connectors and heat and warmth and sparks, chemicals, I don't know if they're binding, they're mixing and intermingling. Heady stuff for a high school student, But also for a person like me, who I guess maybe we should run through my history with. I think I've talked about chemistry sets before. Once upon a time, that was like what you would ask for when they said you're too old. At any point, if you watched enough television and movies like I did, you asked for a chemistry set. And this is prepubescence, where you would hope a chemistry set would unlock the powers of the universe. Now, for some people it did because they actually took the time to read the instructions and stuff like that. And I was already running my own experiments before that, based on nothing more than what, So, I think more than once I got one. And I would proceed to kind of do stuff to be like, well, let's see if we could take it, adjust our house's foundation, or, this makes things smell not good, or, whatever, stuff, let's see what this happens with this stuff. And it was a different era. I'm sure that they were like, yeah, whatever, give it to the kids. They'll figure it out. Put a label. This might have been pre-label area. A lot of the tests, I was the kid but so I did get a chemistry set, at least one or some, and then probably other of my siblings did. And I remember one that was nicely organized and it had it was slot for everything. And back then, yeah, it was like it was the day I was like, okay, if I can just get this right, once again, I guess then it projected into the lab, everything else is going to fall into place. If I could just mix these, right elements, then I'll feel fine. That didn't happen. But, I tried. And then that, I guess, projected into these labs where I would sit there and I had already had that sense that it was this one day sense, right? That one day. And then I had, I think then I was like, one day I'm going to get into one of those labs, like in the movies where there's nozzles and I'm going to, do some Bunsen burning. I'm going to get a beaker. I'm going to get one of those other things, those bubblers and those tubes with the swirl. I'm going to do some swirly stuff. I'm going to do some, I don't know what distillation is, or, I'm going to unlock chemical bonds, man. I'm going to do some chemical bonding, and then it's going to be okay. And I remember sitting in that class, like I said in the intro, and just like touching, because they were this special kind of silver, really well made. You had, at least our labs, so the archetypal biochem labs for me had these thick black tabletops. Couldn't even write in them, but, they were made to, absorb whatever. And, you sat up, I think you sat on stools because you were up high. And then there was those nozzles. And like I said, that most of the time the teacher had them turned off or they weren't connected to anything. But I can feel it in my hands right now, that hard, cold metal that would get warmer and warmer under my touch. And just wondering if I turned the thing, if the gas was on, if I'd get in trouble because it would make a noise or a smell, and everybody knew that I was the one stroking and that's what I was doing. Like, it's a substitute, I guess, for other things. Like I'd running my hands softly over touching those nozzles, and thinking about plugging that tube in there, and then that attaches to the Bunsen one day. And they probably were like, you're going to need 5 permission slips when we do actually use the Bunsen burner. Maybe your parents should actually be here with you because, but yeah, it's like, oh, Bunsen. So when I think about you, do I think about love? Bunsen burners. I don't want to live like I couldn't wait to hold you in my hand, to connect you together in your love that you would bring me somehow. Wasn't sure how. Like those golden dreams I had. I wasn't dreaming of my yesterday. Yesterday I was dreaming of my future. To wrap you, the heavenly rapture of connection, to forever, forever, forever. Oh boy, on the way. Because I felt like, making Bunsen burner love. Oh, did I feel like making Bunsen? Did I feel like making Bunsen? Feel like making Bunsen burning with you, oh Bunsen burner. Yeah, because Bo Bunsen, if I think about you, I think about like not just love, but the underlying feelings that lead to love, the spark, a big bang within me, right below my stomach, up, shooting up right now. I can still feel it. I feel titillated, and I'm not afraid to say it. Without you, Bunsen burner, I couldn't make without the connector, the valves, and that slotted thing in the tube. I couldn't make a Bunsen burn anyway. And now, I don't ask for much. I don't need the sun. I don't need the moon. I don't need the sun to shine on me. I just want to get connected, that rubber tube, and then turn that valve, and maybe use that sparky thing that looks like a cup, and you push it together, and hear it, and then hear that sweet, sweet thing that sounds like a fan at night that helps me sleep, so satisfying. Because my whole life I felt like Bunsen burning. Oh, felt like making a Bunsen burn. Oh, feel like making a Bunsen burn. Feel like making a Bunsen burn with you. Like I said, these are the golden dreams I had as a lad. Not a lot of lyrics here. I could bring me to another place. Take me away, Bunsen burner. It could be reborn just by watching you, by hearing your power. Oh, I'm on the way. I'm going somewhere. I'm going to be somebody. Because I feel like Bunsen, I feel like Bunsen burning. I feel like Bunsen burning. I feel like Bunsen burning. I feel like Bunsen burning with you, Bunsen burner. Yeah, no, well, I do. I feel like a Bunsen burning. I do feel like burning my Bunsen. I do feel like burning my Bunsen with you. Yeah, that's repetitive though. So that's like I feel like Bunsen burning. But I've been sitting in science class in the lab, my hands sweating on the valve. There's a voice in my head that drives the heel of my palm. It's this sweet, sweet voice calling from deep within me. It feels so good. It feels like what I imagine love and two-way attraction feels like. It's saying, need you to turn me. And it's like halfway through class, and I'm turning you, valve, shifting you a little bit. But when that valve gets lonely, it's longing. Oh, am I longing too for that connection? It's too much. That valve needs a tube, coming in from a Bunsen. Don't need nothing at all. Because I got a thing, it's called Bunsen burner love. I got a wave of my palm to turn that knob. It's Bunsen love. There's a song playing in my head. It doesn't even have a tune. It just has that feel. Not even a forgotten song. And I can feel the need to turn that valve and connect it and let it flow. Let that gas flow. This knob, this Bunsen burner's got me hypnotized, and I'm ready to start the Bunsen burning surprise. Because I got a thing. It's called Bunsen burner love. I've got a lot of love for the Bunsen burner love, man. Yeah, I don't need to speed. I can take my time. But I gotta play it cool because the teacher's looking my way. Gotta take care. If only I could be alone with you, Bunsen burner, and nozzles. It's coming on strong, and I have feeling to turn you, to connect you, to light your fire, baby. And I can hear it on. They'll probably be talking about it. Bunsen. But they could call me Bunsen boy. They could call me nozzle boy. See, are you stroking the nozzle there? And I say, yeah, I got Bunsen burner love. When I get lonely, and I'm sure I've had enough, that Bunsen burning touch comes in. It's almost like it comes in from above. I don't need nothing else at all but my hand on that nozzle and the attachment of the hose, because I got a thing, it's called Bunsen love. I got a fire from my belly to the sky. I got a thing, it's called Bunsen burner love. I got a thing, it's called Bunsen love, man. So yeah, that's my ode to you, Bunsen burner. But I think about that. Some people might say we'll just spend a few more minutes dissecting this, because you're right. What is it about this? Freud. What would Jung and Freud are watching now, and all the greats. Rolfing on me, Rolfing at my expense. But yeah, they know it's the truth because wherever they are, the big farm in the sky, all those people have known me. They saw me there. So let's think about it. The truth is, right? I was yearning for a fiery connection. I was yearning for, I'm trying to think about this. Well, let's just talk about it metaphorically and truthfully. So there was the cold metal, but this unfamiliarity, right? This newness. It was tactile. There's two knobs and two nozzles normally for each side of the desk. There's something shiny about it, right? I hadn't really been exposed to it. There's also something concrete. There was a weight to it. Even though you didn't have to hold it up, you could sense the mass in your hand. That this was well made. Even when I tapped on it multiple times and held the handle. This wasn't a handle for water, like a normal handle I had experience with. You know who'd like this is Chuck Tingle. I'm feeling like this is a bit of a tingler, but indirect tingler in my hand. And I could move it, and I had some control, even though the authority figure may have turned off the control to the actual gas. At this point, it was just like a dream, like a fantasy. I guess that's like a rock and roll fantasy. Instead, I had a Bunsen burner fantasy, and it really was that simple. Like, let's play it out that the gas is on. And then there's the nozzle, and there's something about those nozzles too. The weight, the mass, the strength, but the different notches on there. No, that really got me, man. You got me. Holy cow, do you? There's something, again, tactile. I could put my finger on it and bump it down each notch. And then again, go, and each notch, I could tap the tip of my finger against that little circle that the gas came out, right? Maybe you even make a sound if the classroom was quiet enough and people were probably taking a test or whatever I was supposed to be paying attention for. Hey, you had my full attention. Every inch of you, holy moly. And again, I'm not even doing this to be funny. This is just capturing this truthful moment that I had over and over again. And yeah, it has like other things in there, but this is also a real moment I had. I shared moments with a Bunsen burner, whatever whatever the heck the term for the thingamajig is. Bunsen wouldn't burn without it, right? And that's how I spent most of my time, was just with that nozzle and the handle and the metal apparatus. But then there was a time, and I believe the Bunsen burners had a red hose. Sometimes the hose had been trimmed. It was well worn, I went to a school that probably didn't get Bunsen burners, but maybe the Bunsen burners had been there the whole time. But it had that hose, so I could feel the rubbery hose in my hand and the light somewhere between faded red and maroon. And finally, I would get to connect it to the connector and make sure it was snug, right? The no gas. But then you say, okay, is it snug? I don't want to over snug it, and then the teacher's telling us what to do. And then down that hose, it ran to the actual Bunsen burner, which was a little bit like a metal candle. Nothing. And then you say, this is what all it is. It's just a tube with a base. And then it has this thing, and that's it. That's where the magic happens. And then normally it would either be attached to the thing you would put the, not the beaker, but whatever the heck the thing is that you'd hold stuff in. And again, the teacher would probably go over making sure you use something that's Pyrex and, all the rules. Maybe that's as far as we were allowed to get, but usually there was a stand. There was also a different kind of metal, but still, a heavy, strong metal that maybe you could attach to the base of the Bunsen burner, or maybe just slid the Bunsen burner underneath there. Not sure about that because I wasn't really interested in that or the beaker or the chemical reaction. Like, I was interested, I guess, in the, I'd already got most of my interest in that long tube. And for me, that was really what it's about. It's like, wait a second, so I get to turn this, and maybe there was some anxiety that first time, that second time, that third time, that 10th time. Did I get the tube on? Again, I'm not trying to be funny. This is really what it was like for me, and not even speaking in a metaphor. I'm not speaking in a metaphor. Yeah, though the people in heaven are laughing like it is a metaphor. And they say, no, this was just, this is what I had. Then it's like, okay, now I got to make sure. And then maybe if your lab partner was there, maybe you were discussing, were you working as a team or as an individual? Or they were like, the teacher said, Andy, you cannot be involved in this at all other than as an observer and a setter-upper. So maybe that's why I had so much investment on just those parts. But yeah, you'd have the thingamajig that made the spark. You would turn the gas on. And then they had to be like a blue, yellowy, orangey, golden flame. And that sound, I can't do it on a sleep podcast because there's more water in it and more tongue. And it would make that sound. And again, I knew that's where I had to maintain control. Up until then, I had been totally lost in you. I knew that that's where I had to behave appropriately. Because then, like I said, well, if you mess with it once it's on, you probably got to go to the principals. Like for me, once a Bunsen burn, I didn't want to lose the rest of it, the process I'd just been through, the connection. Maybe that's what I was really like looking for there. Not the metaphor you're all thinking of and giggling about, which is fine. I know that's what it was like, the connection that something flows through. It's connecting and opening the valve. And yeah, maybe for me, it didn't always result in a flame, a burning flame. But it was like loving that. That's what I was looking for. Connection and flow. Some would say that's release. I said, no. That's your metaphor, not mine. So I don't know. I guess I didn't realize this is where it would go. I'm not like, but that's where it came from the intro. It's like I couldn't stop thinking about it. I always had Bunsen burner on my mind, always on my mind. So thank you to Golden Earring and Bad Company and Paul Rogers and Classic Rock for leading me here. I didn't think this is where we'd end up. But yeah, eventually turn the valve off and let stuff cool down. And then you take it apart. I don't know if they used a timer for that or how they did that. Probably we had gloves and goggles and smocks on. Almost positive about that part, but I didn't think about that because all my focus was drawn in on that handle and that tube and that metal. And that's my experience. I'm sure other people had a different experience. But sure, people were watching me being like, that poor kid. But I'm grateful to be able to rest my hand on something and let it slowly warm up under my touch so that it can relax and expand and unwind. Good night. Friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for the podcaster who wants you to know you deserve a good night's sleep. That's one of the reasons I make the show is you deserve a bedtime you could look forward to, a bedtime you don't dread. Another reason I make the show and tons of other people listening right now, we know what it feels like in the deep dark night. We might not know exactly what you're going through, but we can relate. And this podcast, it doesn't work for everybody. It doesn't barely work for anybody on the first try. Give it a few tries, see how it goes. But it's time for the podcast that's recorded on an SD card. And I would hope SD stands for Sleepy Delight. But I think it stands, I don't even know what it stands for. Holy cow. First time Today I learned I have no idea what SD card stands for. Small disk. Soon one of you will be letting me know, and I appreciate it, because it's time for Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. And thanks for making it possible, my patron peeps. Hey, are you up all night tossing, turning, mind racing, trouble getting to sleep, trouble staying asleep? Well, welcome. This is Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. We do it with a bedtime story. All you need to do is get in bed, turn out the lights, and press play. We're going to do the rest. What we're going to attempt to do is create a safe place where you could set aside whatever's keeping you awake. It could be thoughts that you're thinking about, things on your mind. So thoughts, thinking thoughts, I don't know, confused thoughts, thoughts about the past, present, future. I don't know, I hate the word fantasy gets misused so much, but so many of my thoughts are of a future that is unreal, like of painting a picture, not always. I say, how come I can't paint a picture like that during the day, but I lie my head down and it's painting a picture? Oh boy. And sometimes that picture's unrealistically good, and sometimes it's the other end. Pictures of unreality. Stuff that seems real. That's, I don't know. But that's something that's, so thoughts, it could be feelings, anything coming up for you emotionally about those thoughts or that are just there. And I'll be honest, just keeping rolling with that. When I do take the time to be kind of like a loving presence, I say, like I said from Ruth King, I see you, dear one. Don't be afraid. I'm here to help. Tell me, or where are the thoughts coming from or whatever. I do see them a lot of times. They come from feelings or senses, like a sense of lack, as I talk about sometimes in other places or on the podcast. And they say, okay. And I can actually have some compassion and empathy. I don't know if that's super useful, because at bedtime, that's during the day that happens. Bedtime's a little bit tougher. That's why I'm here. So it could be thoughts, feelings, physical sensations, changes in time, temperature, routine, somebody visiting, you're going somewhere, you got something coming up, you got something going on. Whatever it is, I'm here to help to keep you company. And that's kind of the thing when when you're tired. Like during the day, I can kind of be more empathetic and compassionate sometimes and see that choice. But, they say when you're hungry, irritated, what is it? I don't know. Like, tired is the last one. But whatever it is, like, I don't know what this, there's like another one. But whatever, like if you're tired, it's a little bit harder to resist those thoughts, and they can feel irresistible at bedtime and loop us in. So that's what I'm here to do, is to keep you company and take your mind off of stuff, so that you can fall asleep, because your sleep is important. You deserve a good night's sleep. You deserve a place you can rest. And I hope I can be a part of that for you, and I'll talk more about that. But what I'll do is I'll send my voice across the deep, dark night here. I'm going to use lulling, soothing, creaky, dulcet tones. Oh, so creaky are my tones, like a door opening to a sleepy room, but you say that's an older door. I know it'll be good for dampening sound later. That's great once it's closed. So creaky dulcet tones, pointless meanders, superfluous tangents. Those, you've already seen a few of those. That's where I go off topic. I get mixed up. I backtrack. Then I say, wait a second. And then I say, wait, I forgot what I was going to say. That kind of stuff. Those are pointless meanders. Superfluous tangents when I say, let's go on and on and on about that. So those are a couple ways I do it. Now, if you're new, a few things to know, very important stuff. Most people arrive at this podcast doubtful, skeptical, ambivalent, or just even more. You say, what is this? Somebody told me about this. It's not going how I expected. I'm tired. And I've tried a bunch of stuff, and that's how most listeners get here, because of course you're tired. Of course you're skeptical if you've tried a lot of different stuff. And of course you're even more skeptical because, what do you mean you care about me and my sleep? Or what is this? And I said, don't worry, I'm going to try to explain it to you. because I'm here to earn your trust, to be your boyfriend, so you can, lie down and get comfortable and drift off or listen to me barely. So if you're feeling any of those feelings, those are normal ways to get here. The show does take 2 or 3 tries to get used to. And when I say get used to it, it's like going from a relationship where you're unsure to being like, okay, yeah, I'm comfortable just being myself. After 2 or 3 tries, you say, oh, I don't need to listen to this podcast. I just barely pay attention. Oh, listening's kind of passive. So just see how it goes. If you already know the show is not for you, I got a ton of great stuff, other sleep podcasts, other sleepy stuff listed at sleepwithmepodcast.com/no thank you that you could always check out. That's like tons of cool podcasts and stuff like that you could fall asleep to. Because like I said, your sleep's important. You're important. That's why I make the show, because the world will be a better place if your world's a better place, if it's more manageable. And I also know how it feels in the deep, dark night. That's why I make the show. Trouble getting to sleep. I have all that stuff. What else do you need to know? Oh, this is a podcast you don't really listen to. I kind of talked about that. You just kind of barely pay attention. It's like a TV on in the other room or a party going on down the street, but far enough down the street that you don't mind. You can just barely hear it. And it's a party you don't want to be at. So you're like, sounds like a nice party, just far enough off. And that doesn't really very, very often happen. But when it's happened, you remember it, right? You say, okay. So there's that. So you don't really listen to me. I also am not here to put you to sleep. I'm here to keep you company and take your mind off of stuff while you drift off. If you can't sleep, I'm going to be here to the very end for you to keep you company. That is my job, whether you're awake or asleep. Listening to the show is optional, but when you need to listen, you can, because I'll be here just barely making sense. So tonight we're going to do not a spelling bee, but a sleep with me version of a spelling bee, I guess, where we just spell words. And I guess I pontificate. I don't know how to spell that either. So that's so yeah, you don't really listen to me. I'm not really here to put you to sleep. Yeah, I'm here to be your boyfriend, your boy-bae, your boy-sib, your boy-cuz, your boy-bestie, your boy-burr, your neighbor, your boyfriend in the deep, dark night to keep you company or whatever you're comfortable with. I could be across town even calling you, or, I could be across the world sending something like across the short waves. I mean, because I'm short a few waves, a couple of my waves are too long and a couple of them are too short. Though I do find waving to be a powerful technique for introverts. So just kind of see how it goes. I'm here to keep you company, take your mind off stuff. The other thing that throws people off is the structure of the show. The show is designed in a very deliberate way. And as you become a regular listener, you can repurpose or kind of, redesign the show to suit your needs. But let me explain to you why we make the show the way we do. It starts off with a greeting. That's kind of the most important part. Friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Then I say something silly. So hopefully you feel seen and welcomed in. Because when I talk about that lack, that's one of the things I feel. I say, that's the opposite of that. So I really want to try to do that, even though it's this digital thing, to say, okay, I could go over there and check that out maybe. And that person's a little bit silly, so it's not going to be too serious. So that's the greeting. Then there's support for the show because kind of similar to the greeting, I would like the show to come out for free twice a week on any podcast platform, and that everybody works on the show gets compensated. So that's what the sponsors and the listener support do for the show. Make it sustainable to come out for free. So that's important to me. And so that's the sponsors and the support stuff. Then there's support for listeners who are having a tough time right now and support for communities around the show. Again, that's what makes the show sustainable, is staying engaged with everybody involved. So that's that part. Then there's an intro. Now, if some people like that don't like the support stuff, they project it onto the intro or assume that the whole intro is about supporting the show. No, the intro is a show within a show, lasts about 12 to 20 minutes, comes after the sports stuff, which is what we're in now. And the whole goal of the intro is it's a familiar friend. So if you're a regular listener, you go, oh, Scoots is back. Who knows what he's going to talk about? Will it make any sense? Who knows? So there's that. And then there's, so that's for a regular listener. But for a new listener, it's introducing the podcast to you in an inefficient way, of course, because that's kind of the style of the show. But for everyone, the intro is a chance to get ready for bed or to start your wind down routine. My wind down routine's about an hour. So I don't know if the intro is going to be a start of your wind down routine or in the middle or at the end. But all the stuff I've ever read about sleep and practice that has worked is having a wind down routine, having a buffer between your day, your evening, and falling asleep. I've rarely ever been able to just fall asleep. And when I do that, it's like, in the middle of a presentation or something, or I'm supposed to be listening and it's a warm room or whatever. Those are the only times I just fall asleep. Otherwise, I need a wind down routine. I need a landing strip. And ideally, that's what the intro can do for you. Some listeners are in bed. Some listeners are asleep. We're so happy for them. 2% of listeners start the show at 20 or 30 minutes. A few thousand people pay to just listen to story-only episodes. So those are a couple different ways you use it. But at first, you just listen because the intro, I don't know, there's more people that listen to only intros than listen to story-only episodes. It's pretty close. So kind of just see how it goes and what's going to work for you. But that's the intro. Then there's support again between the intro and the show. Again, because so the podcast can be sustainable and come out for free versus only being on one platform or something like that, or being a part of a company like a premium only. I want the show to come out twice a week for free. Then there'll be our story. Tonight it'll be some sort of, don't worry if you have spelling, if you don't like spelling, don't worry because it'll be, yeah, don't worry. So there'll be spelling, it'll be talking about words. That's what we'll be doing. And then there's thank yous at the end. So this is the structure of the show. That's why I make the show. I'm really glad you're here. I really appreciate your time. I couldn't do it without all of you. And, yeah, I'm glad you're here. And I really hope I can help you fall asleep. Thanks again for coming by. And here's a couple of ways I'm able to do this for you for free twice a week. All righty, buddy. It's Scoots here. And, this is, interesting. I can't believe we've never done an episode about this, but I can't remember ever doing an episode about this. And so this will be a little bit of a setup here, but, so I just took Koa for a walk, well, about 45 minutes ago. And I was listening to the intro for what's scheduled to be episode 1071, Spice Friends 10. Will it be episode 1071? I don't know. But I do know that I was listening and it came up. I was talking about the word bouillabaisse. And I was listening to myself expound on pointless meanders around bouillabaisse and how hard it, like how that's not a sight, that's a sight word for me. No chance of me spelling it. Maybe you don't know this and maybe I can normalize it for some people, but I have like dyslexia. And it wasn't like it was something I always talked about. Like I never was tested for it as a child or even a young adult. And it wasn't until like adulthood that someone was practicing giving out tests as part of their education or their graduate education. And they gave me a test. And then I said, see, I knew I was a dyslexic. And like, not a big deal, but it just means, I don't know what it means. I thought I'd just share that for you in case you've ever felt that way. And you could feel that way about something else. You say, well, a lot of times, yeah, like it's, but for me, the dyslexia is just one of those things where it's like, oh, well, why can't you just like memorize how to spell it or something? I say, well, my brain just doesn't quite work that way. But what I do want to do is look, so the idea for the episode. So the idea for the episode was that, I said, I've never done a episode based on the archetypal concept of a spelling test. Now, don't worry if you're like me. I mean, because I'm sure that, there's all sorts of people having experience with spelling tests, right? And I totally understand that. So I'm going to make this sleepy as possible, and it won't really be about spelling. It'll be about pointless meanders and superfluous tangents. So what I'm going to do is grab my research, and then I'll be right back. So without further ado, I want to welcome you to the Scoots Scriptless Spelling Bee, where I'll be the only contestant, and I'll be, there'll be silent people, so it'll be structurally a bit like the Spelling Bees of Fame, but oh boy, and I probably will also have to go on a tangent about where I'm getting my lists of words from, because that'll make it fun as well, hopefully. But this first word comes from the intro from Spice Friends 10, I think, bouillabaisse. Bouillabaisse. I'm looking at the word so I know the correct spelling, and I actually have the definition. It's a provincial fish stew from France. And bouillabaisse is spelled Bouill. Bouilla. So that bouille. Is it bouillabaisse or bouillabaisse? Babaisse. Beautiful word. Beautiful spelling. I know, I don't eat I'm allergic to crustaceans, so I don't have a lot of bouillabaisse, but I love saying bouillabaisse. And bouillabaisse has broth, broth-based bouillabaisse. If I created my own subgenre of EDM, it would be called bouillabaisse, broth, something like that. So now let's hop over to some of these words that are hard to spell. This is from dictionary.com. 33 hard words to spell. This was January 19th, 2022. And it's necessary. I start with the word necessary because it's spelled necessary, Necessary. And it's a double consonant, does not change how the word is pronounced. That's what makes it hard to spell. The two S's. This is where actually I'm at an advantage sometimes with necessary, because I know the length of the word because it's a sight word for me. So if it was missing the S, I might add two C's, but I could add two S's because I know it's necessary to be a longer word when it's a sight word, which just means I see the word as a picture, or what you would call a picture. That is the how it's spelled. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't even know if it's correct. This is just my experience in trying to translate something that's almost untranslatable in my mind. But I'm pretty sure when I see necessary, I just see the whole word, and it's the sum of its parts, but I don't necessarily see the parts, I guess. So when they have to break it into its component parts, that's when it gets interesting. And, a lot of people say, you're taking a whole episode to make it about you. And I say, oh boy, that's my middle name, is making it about me. I know, and it's a bit narcissistic, right? NARCISSISTIC, narcissistic, which is similar to necessary. I guess it's got that double S. And CNS is narcissistic. And I guess it comes from Greek. But yeah, narcissistic, I'm familiar with Narcissus, which they just add the tick in there. And, there's rarely an occasion where I don't, I mean, it's just part of who I am. I guess I have the maybe the shadow side of narcissism, where I tend to make it more about me negatively a lot of times. But it's about what, like I've learned from the podcast, it's like about the occasions that we could relate to with one another, like the occasions we find ourselves strolling in the deep, dark night trying to spell occasion, OCCASION. This features a C and an S. They're not making the same S sound, but it's a hard C, like a K that can make it hard with a double C. So that's occasion. You know what I finally learned is that, but I never did it at one of my jobs, was to ask to be accommodated, or I say, hey, can you accommodate me with what I'm going on? Because as my job changed, my last day job, I was supposed to make some presentations and some reports, but I was always de-accommodating me because I didn't want to ask, for help. That's ACCOMM, ODATE, ODATE. So that uses a double C and a double M, but it's the vowels, according to this, that are tough. Accommodate sounds like it could be spelled with 3 O's. Accommodate. Or maybe a U, but there's no U's in the first letter's an A. Now, this is a word I would get this, like a consonant and the vowel mixed up on. But it's also something one of my siblings, I consider it his hobby, is a vacuum, a VACUUM. I think I would probably be tempted to do VACCUM. But its vacuum, instead of a double C, it's got a rare double U. Other words, continuum and mumu. M-U-U-M-U-U. Oh, yeah, mumu. Okay. Continuum also is C-O-N-T-I-N-U-U-M. U-U-M. I love saying, there's something we already found we could love, very sleepy. U-U-M. U-U-M. That could be a character somewhere. Old U-U-M. It could be E-U-E-U. Not E-U-E-U. I mean, like, well, isn't there an emu? An emu named E-U. Or an emu named U-U. U-U-M. I'm an emu. And from Inu, named U-U-M. And that word comes from vacus, which means empty, which also is a W in Latin. And you know what I like to do? If I was going to vacuum and enjoy it, maybe I'd not only use the accessory on the vacuum, but maybe wear a few accessories. Because accessory is another word that's supposedly hard to spell. A-C-C-E-S-S-O-R-Y. Now, that one I might have a dyslexic advantage because there's double consonants, which is a kind of that has, the accessory has a certain length and it's almost like when you see one of those pictures and they're like, what's different in this picture and the other picture? And I say, okay, like accessory's missing something. And unlike accommodate, where the double C makes a single K sound, accessory, the first C makes a K sound and the second C makes an S sound. Accessory. Accessory. So it's accessory. I'm learning stuff, throwing a double S, and it's a real challenge. Now, there's a lot of, when it comes to UK-based espionage, there's a lot of broccoli. But you know who loves broccoli in this house? My dog, Koa. If you're new to the show, or you just want a cute reminder, Koa, my dog, loves broccoli. She loves it like, I've never done a test because I don't think it would be nice for her to choose between a dog biscuit or a dog treat and broccoli. Just because she loves broccoli so much, does she get broccoli every day? No. That's one of those things that's been on my to-do list for 20 or 30 years, is to have broccoli every day. Never hit that, but, twice a week is pretty good. Inko also likes broccoli stems. She's big into cruciferous vegetables. I don't know how much cauliflower I've given her. But, if you're breaking kale down, she'll eat the kale stems or she'll have kale. I think broccoli's her preferred thing. Cooked broccoli, a little bit easier to consume, a little bit less, gasserific or something. I don't know if that's going to be on the spelling word. Oh, but broccoli, how do you spell it? For the love of Barbara Broccoli. It's Broccoli. And it's from the Italian. It features a double C to make a K sound, and might want a Y or an EE to make that Lee sound, but it's just an LI. And that one's not quite as hard for me, I guess, but I don't know, I haven't spelled it in a while. Speaking of vegetables and foods, zucchini's up next, Zucchini. And here's something I learned the hard way. I like zucchini. This was before the podcast, but I cooked, I burned my daughter out of zucchini. Because especially like now in the East Coast, like zucchini, summer squashes, you could get bigger and you cut them up and you can grill them or fry them or bake them. In the West Coast, I found, especially in the supermarket, you get more like hot dog size zucchini, but you can cut them into medallions and fry them. They don't have, when you fry them, like a little flash fry, they tend to have a little bit of a tannic, bitter flavor that I don't necessarily associate with my childhood, which was that clean, watery flavor of a zucchini. And I think that was what did it for my daughter, is like that bitterness, which I could still overcome because if you get the right al dente zucchini cook, it has a wonderful mouthfeel that it is its own reward. Because you say, how could this be so watery? It's like a watermelon almost. And it's also a word that apparently is from Italian and hard to spell. It's got an I to make an EE sound, a double C to make a K sound. In UK, which comes from France, courgette. Thank you for writing that out for me. See, that's spelled like cougar, though. Courgette. Courgette. Never knew how to pronounce that till today. I'm not even sure. How about spaghetti? While we're talking about stuff, I think I should be able to reliably spell that one again as a sight word. S-P-A-G. Maybe not, though. That S-P-A-G. H-E-T-T-I I can probably get. That's an Italian origins. Letter I at the end of a word in Italian indicates that's plural. Single of spaghetti is spaghetto. Silent H could throw you off. Yeah. I'm more worried about the spag, I guess, because I don't say spaghetti. Because that's another way to pronounce A, apparently, that I probably should have learned in second grade. Someone laughed not that long ago when I told them I actually do throw spaghetti against the wall to see if it's done. But I don't eat a lot of pasta. And I mean, nowadays, most of the pasta I'm eating is like a whole grain or quinoa or brown rice pasta, which I should probably eat some more of because my daughter likes it too. Embarrass. Now, this one, I guess at first glance would be easy, but it's not. E-M-B-A-R-R-A-S-S. I didn't realize there was I'm not probably knew it, but that there's an ass instead of embarrass. It's like, for me, you could say anytime I go anywhere, I'm embarking on being asinine. So I do put, what comes first? Embarking. I'm at home, but then when I leave home, I'm embarrassing myself. Embarrassing myself. What's that? Embarrassing myself. I don't know what that accent is. It just popped up in my brain. But it's E-M-B-A-R-R-A-S-S. Did I already say that? I may have embarrassed myself again. One thing that might help you is the ending. It sounds like us, but it's spelled, ass. The double R and the double S. Yes, bar. Ass. It's adopted from the Portuguese. Embarcar. Embaracar. Yeah. Via French, embarrasser. Bourbon I know how to spell that, even though it wasn't my thing. But now when I see it, I mean, there's a lot of fake, like, imitation bourbon or whatever, and like, or bourbon flavoring now and stuff, like ice cream and stuff. Bourbon, bourbon. That's a French word. Speaking of French, charcuterie, right? Charcuterie. That's a charcuterie, or cut Erie, if you're big, if you've been in Lake Erie or the Erie Canal, that's what I'm familiar with. Charcuterie. The French have a different system of spelling, which can make it confusing. In French, the letters char are pronounced shahir. I don't know what that means. Charcuterie. I think I just got it right. Charcuterie. Cooked process, this is like cheese and like the charcuterie, charcuterie would be the meats on a meat plate, I think. Meat and cheese plate. I accidentally got one of those one time when I was ordering lunch somewhere, and they gave me they gave me that thing, and I said, I didn't order this, and they said, yeah, you did, and I said, but I didn't pay for it, and they said, it's on your order. Not like, I don't know, maybe that never happens to me, but it didn't happen to me on this case, but I think that'd be pretty sly, especially for someone sober like me, if I was like to, send a cheese plate to someone. What if but they're like, I don't eat dairy. That's what would happen to me. I don't eat meat or dairy. Thank you. And I said, well, I was going to send you a drink, but I know we both don't drink. So, you see, yeah, but I also don't eat dairy or meat or cheese or, also then you see, even if it went well, they'd say your breath smells like salami and, but like whatever, charcuterie breath is not romantic. There's a piece of wisdom. That's probably the biggest piece of wisdom you'll ever get. Charcuterie is not, I think I went on a date. This was before I got sober too. And, I think it was the second date when I was like, okay, where is this going? And like, I hadn't even, like, I was like, the person that let me know, she was like, oh, let's go on another date. Cause I was like, I don't know how that went. Wonderful person. But it was like, I was like, I don't know how that went. And then they said, hey, are we going to go out again? And I said, yeah. Oh yeah. Like, it was someone I found. It was one of those times where you're like, if somebody's cool and you're attracted to them, but there wasn't a connection, probably because I was still out there exploring my, I was not boyfriend material, we'll say. But this is probably another example of that. Is like, this was we stopped at some place to get just a drink because we were hiking or something. And after the hike, I got a kombucha, another word hard to spell probably. Yeah, let's look that up because I have no idea how to spell it. And there's another beverage never, like, the only thing worse would be if you had a kombucha with charcuterie and a cheese plate, and then and then you had hot dogs or something. If I could get this stuff imprinted in my brain to remember, kombucha is KOMBUCHA, stuff never to drink or eat on dates, or you're married when, but probably don't have those when you're like you can have those when you're married. But not on date night or like anything within 3 hours of when you think there's going to be love in the air. I mean, my advice from somebody that his advice is, well, I'm an expert at making these mistakes just so you don't have to make them. Some people would say I'm an entrepreneur in bad decision making, and that's ENTREPRENEUR. I knew this was French because of the entrepreneur. It starts with an A sound. You may think it includes an A, but that's not the case. That one I definitely can't spell because it's just I think the EUR at the end, entre, pre, newer. I'd have I can't separate that out for some reason. Like I can do it while I'm looking at it and we're talking about it, but then when I close my eyes, can't do it. Liaison. I need a spelling liaison. Liaison. Owan. This is fun. I didn't realize, I can't believe it took us, 1,000 and it's almost 1,100 episodes to do this. Thank you. Liaison is Liaison, another French word. You may be tempted to spell it phonetically, liaison. But much like the I at the end of Italian words, the I in French can make the EE sound. Remember, liaison has 2 I's. That makes sense. Because if you're having, seriously, that's, dictionary.com, you could hire me for these quips. Probably price you out, but you need 2 I's to have a liaison. In more than, even, or 4 I's, but you need 2 I's in quotes. But 2 I's would help start a liaison, because, oh boy, there's a liaison I'd like to have. Or when I see a spelling, I say, could use a spelling liaison. My 2 I's aren't going to cut it, so I need, then I need another metaphor to spell liaison. But I know I see, or you just say, I see liaison with 2 I's. That's easy. Yeah, so we could just change that to, you need 2 I's to see liaison. Connecticut is on here. Connecticut. I can see that's hard to spell. Connect, I cut, is how it's spelled. It comes from the Mohegan Pequot language and means upon the long river. Connecticut. It goes right into Massachusetts. MASS ACHUSETTS. That's Algonquin. That's from Algonquin at the Large Hill. This one's challenging for everybody, or for a lot of people, and a lot of times people get made fun of because they pronounce this the wrong way. Epitome or epitome, right? And I've said it. I'm sure I've said epitome on the podcast before, because it does. I mean, that's a epitome. And when I say epitome, that's what I feel like inside. Epitome, or please pity me. No, I don't want pity though. I just say I feel like I'm epitome. That's where I feel like I am. Epitome. That's from the Greek. Epitome. I-H. How do you say that? Epitome. One reason is similar to Italian. All the vowels from Greek words are pronounced. No silent E's here. Epitome. 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 Indict. You'll indict my spelling. Indict. I-N-D-I-C-T. I guess because it doesn't have, you don't pronounce the letter C in this word. Really? Oh, dict. I guess it depends on how you pronounce your C's. It's related to dictate, D-I-C. Did I say I-N-D-I-C-T? D-I-C-T-A. D-I-C-T-A-T-E is dictate. Oh boy, we're getting into some good ones here. Gnaw. Gnaw has a G. G-N-A-W. We've seen TH and silent C. Gnaw. I love that word. That sounds, gnaw. Gnaw. It just sounds good to say. And it depends on what you're gnawing. But if it's a metaphorical or figurative word, it's like, yeah, I got a gnaw on that, or, I don't know. Phlegm. Holy, what a gorgeous word. Gorgeous word, in my opinion. P-H-L-E-G-M. Phlegm. Phlegm. It sounds lovely to say, lovely to look at. If I could have an affair with a word, non-figuratively, you say, no meaning. It's going to be a meaningless romance because I don't want the meaning behind you. It would be phlegm. I choose to love phlegm, but not the word phlegm. I'm in love with the word phlegm, I'll tell you. Like, it's a meaningless affair, please, but I'm in love with you, phlegm. Phlegm, I love you, because, I don't know, just looking at you, P-H-L-E-G-M, phlegm. Silent G's do not only appear at the beginning of words, they can show up in the endings as well. Phlegm, F-L-E-M is how it's said. It uses the letters P-H to make a F-F sound and comes from the Greek, phlegm and phone. But yeah, I'm in love. I'm having a meaningless romance with phlegm. Paradigm. I shifted the paradigm. I said, you said, can you do that? I said, in my mind, I can do it. But I mean, don't ask any more questions than that. I just meant, be in love with phlegm and have loving, like a meaningless, I have a longing for phlegm. Let's just say that, but not a meaningless longing for, I have a meaningless longing for phlegm. So I shifted the paradigm, P-A-R-A-D-I-G-M. So don't spell it dime, even though it's said dime, it's D-I-G-M. From the Greek, paradema, maybe D-E-I-G-M-A. Island, this letter S is silent, I-S-L-A-N-D. It's from Isle, I-S-L-E. You know what's going to get you? Is I think it was Gloria Estefan and the Miami Sound Machine, but it could have just been Gloria Estefan, which we should look up right now. Gloria is G-L-O-R-I-A, but Estefan is E-S-T-E-F-A-N. I'm surprised, people, like, that's a pretty cool name to have if you have fans, because you'd say, or you could say, because este is a masculine this, right? And I wonder what famosa, I don't know what fan is, but you could say I'm a fan of, I'm this fan of Gloria Estefan, but is correct pronunciation. But the rhythm would get you tonight is R-H-Y-T-H-M. Is two H's, one is silent, and the other is using a diphthong, T-H. It sounds like it should have a U. Oh, it doesn't have a U. Oh, interesting. Rhythm. But it doesn't. Comes from the Greek rhythmos. But I mean, I think, let's see if we can figure out a way to help us spell this one. Rhythm. It's 6 letters. G-L-O-R-I-A has 7 letters, so that doesn't help us. Estefan has 7 letters. Rhythm, one less letter than the letters in either part. G-L-O-R-I-A. Is that, I don't know. Now, G-L-O-R-I-A. That's 6, dude. Oh, thanks. Sorry, I was counting on my fingers, and I did it wrong. There's 35 minutes. This is like, this could be like one of the loosest episodes we've ever done. So, Gloria and rhythm have the same, I don't know if that'll be helpful. There's a song, Gloria, that I don't know, like, there's also another song about Gloria, because I had a crush on a teacher named Gloria, kind of, when I was a little kid, prepubescence. So, and because she was also just nice to me. Wednesday, this is a tough one. I never get this one. Wednesday, W-E-D-N-E-S day, Wednesday. Okay, because I always think I mix up the E and the N. Wednesday, the Old English. Keeping Woden or Odin in mind is a good way to remember that pesky D. Wednesday. That's how I don't know how I'll remember it. 8 is a homophone of the past participle of eat. 8, E-I-G-H-T. But that's not the only thing confusing. I-G-H-T is normally for bright and tight. But it's got that 8. How about acquiesce? It's another word with some letters. Acquiesce, A-C-Q-U-I-E-S-C-E. Let's see what else. Conscience. I'm trying to get through this list. I thought it only had 20 words, but it seems like it has more. I thought it said 30. Maybe it said 33, but conscience, C-O-N-S-C-I-O-U-S, grateful, G-R-A-T-E, full, grateful. So just, that one's easy. Go back to charcuterie. When I grate my cheese, I'm grateful. I won't be kissing anyone when I'm grating this hard cheese. I'm grateful. Yeah, so there. That's how I could find my gratitude for say I'm grateful. Separate is separate, S-E-P-A-R-A-T-E. The second vowel sound is spelled with an A and not a U or an E, even though it does sound like that sometimes. And then finally, their last word is lightning, L-I-G-H-T-N-I-N-G. L-I-G-H-T-N-I-N-G. The unusual combination of T-N may throw you off. However, adding an E would make it lightening, which is a different word to lighten, Okay, so that's those words there. I got tons of research, so let's see what else we can get through here. Okay, this one is from StaffordHouse.com, Stafford House International blog. Alex Levantis, May 16th, 2020. 10 common English words with weird spellings. This is a tough one. This is a good one. Thorough. T-H-R, or through. Oh, no, that's through, maybe. I don't know. Through. Yeah, T-H-R, T-H rough, T-H-R-O-U-G-H. Can be an adjective. The hallway ran through the room, or preposition. The printer is through the blue door. But when you look at the phonetics, through or through, it could be, but it's through. In the U.S., some people spell it T-H-R-U. And I mispronounce it thorough. But I say if you know who the new kids on the block are, you'd say the rough. I don't know why I thought of New Kids on the Block, because it's the right stuff, baby. They sing. Why do you think of thorough? Oh, rough. I think they say something. Maybe it's just the right stuff. So I have no idea what I've totally. Well, it's funny. Okay, these are good ones. Q. That's a hard one. Like you might think it's K-E-W, which is an area in London. But how do you say it, like spelled? Q-U-E-U-E. I mean, that's important for theme parks because you got to get in line. They call it a queue. You're queuing up or you're in a queue. Q-U-E-U-E. Q. Occurred. O-C-C-U-R-R-E-D. Mortgage, M-O-R-T, gauge. That's a sight word, I think. I see it so many times. Mortgage. So just think of someone named Mort gauging your interest rate. Mortgage. Jeopardy. These again are sight words in the U.S., I guess. G-E-O-P-A-R-D-Y. I lost, I just think of Weird Al. I lost on Jeopardy, baby. Colonel. C-O-L-O-N-E-L. I guess, again, in the U.S., we see that like on advertisements, but kernel definitely doesn't sound like Kernel. Need is a tricky one. Knead is a homophone as with need, Need. Like C and C, P and P, night and night, sure and shore, shore and shore, depending on pronunciation. Indict, did we do that one? INDICT, yeah, we did. Handkerchief, that's a good one. Or handkerchief, wow, this is a tough one. Handkerchief, so I guess that one you have to think of, if your sneeze is a kerchief, then you say, I'm going to hand you a kerchief for your sneeze. HANDKERCHIEF, handkerchief. Silent D, handkerchief, handkerchief. So they say, who's got that sound? So that's from Stafford House. That's good. Okay, this one is from readersdigest.com, rd.com, Megan Jones, January 20th, 2022. Dilate, there's a good one. Only 6 letters, DILATE. People dilate, I don't know. Dilate, oh, here's a beautiful, this is a word, not quite as gorgeous as that other word I fell in love with, which is whose name I forgot. It was a word that stood for something you wouldn't want to be, like gaseous, but it wasn't gaseous. This is liquefy. Not quite as gorgeous as that other word that I had yearned for so much, so mindlessly, that liquefy, LIQUEFY, liquefy. Last 3 letters throw people off, EFY, because it sounds like pacify, clarify, specify, rectify. But no, it's LIQUEFY, meaning to become liquid. Wednesday, we get sherbert. Here's another one we haven't gotten yet. Sherbert, HSA. Sorry, I already mispronounced it or misspelled it. SHERBET. Sherbet, sherbet, sometimes I say. Sherbet. So that's hard to say because it's an Americanization of sorbet. Sherbet. Let's see, both come from the Turkish word serbet, SERBET. And you can read a lot more, but sherbet is how people pronounce it in different regions of the U.S. Sherbets. Yeah, sherbets is how they said it in Syracuse. Sherbets. Sherbet. Bologna. You know what they say about me a lot of times? It's bologna. BOLOGNA. I think that for like 20 or 30 years in the U.S., people would spell out that word. So in the U.S., but it's from Bologna, right? Bologna is how you say the place in Italy. I don't think I've had any, like that was one of the things I never ate, though I know it's popular. It's like that's very similar to some other things where I could taste other ingredients in there or something. Playwrights on here. Used to go to this bar called the Playwright to drink when I was, not all the time, but especially if I was meeting people from out of town. I think it closed, too. It's called The Playwright. Playwright is PLAYWRIGHT. Playwright. It's in the 1660s, people who produced plays were workers who wrought plays. WROUGHT. That's a nice word, wrought. Holy cow. Rather than the people that wrote them. So if you wrought something, you were considered a write. This is beautiful stuff. This is why I love this. So if you wrought something, WROUGHT, you were considered a write, WRIGHT. What if you wrought like, that thing that's not Casper, but there's another word for it, white, and I think that's a GH. Like, what if you wrought, you wrought a right, so you're a white right, that's that's a character in D&D. And also right, W-R-I-G-H-T, is another homophone for right, W-R-I-T-E. Fuchsia. Oh, boy. Holy mackerel. That's a good-looking word. Fuchsia. F-U-C-H-S-I-A. Man, that's beautiful. This is beautiful. That's a beautiful color, beautiful word. Fuchsia. Just lovely to say, too. Fuchsia. What was the word, though, that I was in love with? I can't believe it was like 10 minutes ago. Was it polyglot? P-O-L-Y-G-L-O-T. No, I guess not. But I guess I've gone polyglot on my word romances. I really wish, I'll look it up. Minuscule. Wow. Did I spell fuchsia? F-U-C-H-S-I-A. Minuscule. There's another. Man, I'm not trying to be too, like, but minuscule is nice too. M-I-N-U-S-C-U-L-E. It comes from Latin minus, or minus, meaning less, but it bears no linguistic relation to mini or miniature. Minuscule. It's not minuscule, no matter how much logic would suggest. Oh, they have the actual F-U-C-H. Huh. Oh, they have the misspelling and the correct minuscule. Oh, there's a U where people would put an I. Okay. Okay, ingenious. It has an O, so ingenious, but add an O. Because if you're around a genius, you're probably saying, oh, you're a genius, eh? There you go. I-N-G-E-N-I-O-U-S. It's so similar in sound and meaning that people, and I guess it is hard if you're looking at it and you're dyslexic, you say ingenious, but I think maybe that's sacrilegious. My spelling has been considered sacrilegious. No chance in planet Earth I'd ever spell this word right. I wouldn't even get the incorrect spelling, but it's S-A-C-R-I-L-E-G-I-O-U-S. Because people would put sacrilegious, which totally makes sense. But it comes from sacrilege, not religious. Oh, beautiful, beautiful writing, Reader's Digest. I like this. It came from Latin of sacred and legere, accommodate. Put extra C up in there. AC, because, extra comfort, accommodate. Extra comfort, A-C-C-O-M-M, O-date, accommodate. We did that one already, though. Oh, boy, here's another good one. Orangutan. Orangutan. O-R-A-N-G-U-T-A-N. Beautiful. That's another one. Bornean primates. It's from Malay, O-R-A-N-G, or for man or forest, but it has been anglicized, orangutan. Oh, hutan for forest, orang for man and hutan for forest. I just want to thank all you for allowing me to be so mischievous and keep you company. Mischievous. So this one, no chance of me smelling this one either. M-I-S-C-H-I-E-V-O-U-S. Makes me think of sous vide for some reason. Have you pronounced this word mischievous a whole bit? Even maybe you pronounce it that way. It's incorrect. It's mischievous, chivos, or something. I don't know. Mischief, but that's our gubernatorial. So people usually do it with governor, but I say goober anyway. So gubernator, I can't even say it. Gubernatorin. Nope, that's not correct. Gube, I was reading it off the thing, miscorrect, like Gubernatorial. So the word governor, but no UB or T in it. So where do we get this wacky thing? It's closer to governor than the origin of the word. Both words come from the Latin gubernator or governor. Acquiesce. I think we did acquiesce. Let's spell it one more time. Is that like I'd acquiesce? ACQUIESCE. I wish I was more conscientious about the words I fall in love with. CONSCIENTIOUS. Maybe I could even put it together, some paraphernalia to give as a gift. PARAPHERNALIA. Paraphernalia. Sounds like the end of it, like a come on line for words. Paraphernalia. Sorry, it's onomatopoeia. 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 It's a technique where a word mimics a sound, like in a comic book, or when Antonio Banderas is on the show and he says, swoosh, I think, between 8 vowels and the fact you only need half the letters to make the pia sound, I'm going to onomatopoeia. So let me just, that's everything. I do want to apologize. I guess I got to make an apology to one word, which I've embarrassed myself as an entrepreneur. Charcuterie? And that's not who I was in love with, though, was it? Wasn't epitome. It's gnawing at me. Oh, phlegm. I'm sorry, phlegm. It was gnawing at me, though, phlegm, that I couldn't remember you. But it's because just your meaning is so contradictory to your, like, the way you sound and look. So I'm sorry I forgot you, phlegm. I'm sure I won't. I'm sure I'll be paid back with extra phlegm soon. But thanks so much, everybody. Thanks for letting me make an experimental episode. I think this went pretty well. So maybe we'll do more spelling soon. Thanks and good night. Friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, trees and multiforms. You might be saying, what in the name of the face of Bo? No, because it's not the face of Bo, isn't it? Or it's the face of Bo. What in the name of the face of Bo? Because you say, well, wait a second, is the name the face of Bo? Or is the name Bo and the face is of Bo? If you're confused, you're probably in the right place. Even though I already may know the answer or be able to speculate on the answer to whom is Bo, I couldn't answer it on the, if this was, you say, is this, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to explain. And that means you're in the right place because it's time for Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. Thanks for making it possible, patrons. And thanks to these sponsors is how we're able to be here for you for free twice a week. Hey, are you up all night tossing, turning, mind racing, trouble getting to sleep, trouble staying asleep? Well, welcome. This is Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. We do it with a bedtime story. All you need to do is get in bed, turn out the lights, and press play. I'm going to do the rest. What I'm going to attempt to do is create a safe place where you could set aside whatever's keeping you awake. It could be thoughts on your mind, things you're thinking about, thoughts about the past, the present, the future. So thoughts, it could be feelings, anything coming up for you emotionally related to those thoughts. My thoughts give me feelings, my feelings give me thoughts. It's, they work together. I would say they conspire together. I don't like to use that word, conspire together, but my thoughts and my feelings, I don't know what, I do know So thoughts, feelings conspiring to keep me awake, they try to draw me into it, too. They say it's not a conspiracy. We're just working together. They say, no, it seems like my thoughts and my feelings, but it could also be physical sensations. It could be changes in time, temperature, routine. You could be traveling. Your schedule could have changed. You could have guests. You could be a guest. You could be putting the magic to the test. You could have had too much gray stuff, even though if you tried it, it's delicious. I don't know why well, as soon as I thought of being my guest, you could have watched too much Angela Lansbury, whether it's movies or her show, one of her many shows. Here's a question that's never come up, I don't think, on the podcast before. And please reach out to me. Do people, how many people have cosplayed as a character Angela Lansbury has played? I would bet some people. I don't know if the Venn diagram, it's somewhat niche. And I'm not talking about Halloween, but you could do it as Halloween. Here's the other thing. Is there an Angela Lansbury convention? I hope to goodness there is. If there's not, and you're listening to this, please message me. And after I start the Rom-Com Con convention, or restart it and get a booth, because I think that one already exists, I'm willing to do, I'm willing to do it in my imagination, so you're welcome to come. Landsbury Con. I guess this could be an episode idea. That's where, we'll do it. That's, I guess, what tonight's episode will be about. And what we'll figure it out. Why not? Lean in. Maybe, Sheryl Sandberg, have you ever cosplayed would you consider cosplaying at, is Cabot Cove the place, or is that a cheese or a wine? No answer. My brain doesn't have an answer for that. We'll have Cabot cheese at Cadbury. No. Landsbury Con, not Cadbury Con. That's different. Sponsor Landsbury Con, sponsored by Cadbury. Just because they sound similar and all in Scoots' brain. So we didn't have a problem. How'd you get all those corporate sponsors, Scoots? Oh, they're imaginary sponsors of an imaginary event, so not a problem. Okay, so where were we? If you're new, you may be confused. Totally makes sense if you are. But so if you're confused and you're new, I'm glad you're here. Whatever's keeping you, I'd like to take your mind off of that. The way I'm going to do it is getting distracted. But I'm going to send my voice across the deep, dark night. I'm going to use lulling, soothing, creaky, dulcet tones, pointless meanders, superfluous tangents. I get to introduce, I'm not someone that would actually, I just wanted to point this out and level the playing field. Even though I'm supposed to be introducing a sleep podcast, I'm not an Angela Lansbury fan, but I've never seen her show, an episode of that show she's really famous for. Don't worry if you're young, I'll explain who Angela Lansbury is, because I know she was in either Chitty Chitty Bang Bang or Incredible Mr. Limpet, or she was Mrs. Potts, and is that what is Mrs. Teapot or something in Beauty and the Beast, the animated one? But she was, I don't know, she was in, she's been in movies with Dick Van Dyke. She may have been in Mary Poppins. I'm not positive about any of this. But Angela Lansbury was a beloved actress. And she's succeeded in so many different worlds in performance. And so I think I'm assuming there already is a conference, but if there isn't, we'll give it its due. And the good thing is I'll learn more about who Angela Lansbury is. I'm not promising to watch any of those shows because they don't really go along with she was on a famous procedural show called Writing Mysteries. Writing Mysteries, she wrote. Mysteries she wrote. So, okay, so I'll explain more. So if you say, who's Angela? It sounds nice, though, don't you think? That sounds like somebody you'd be nice. You'd be like, oh, have you met my mother's friend, Angela Lansbury? You say, do you introduce all your mother's friends by their full names? I do when it sounds so lovely. When I can say Angela Lansbury. You say, okay, this will be, I'm not trying to, like, I do have, because some of my brain said, Scoots, who's your favorite Angela? And I'd say probably Angela Bassett. I mean, because I just don't know as much about Angela Lansbury, but I would cosplay as Angela, like, I will do an episode about Angela Lansbury. Also, Angela was a twin of the sister who I gave a pencil sharpener to, who briefly, I thought was my girlfriend in 4th or 5th grade, but wasn't, or maybe was, because Angela was dating my best friend. And so my best friend, who was my best friend at the time, said, well, why doesn't your sister go out with my friend Andy? And it didn't work out. Like, I've talked about it on the show before. Beaver Lake Nature Center. Got a pencil sharpener for her. Oh, we also went and bought earrings at Kmart. I think I bought her telephone, earrings that looked like a telephone or something. Or maybe that's what Bo was buying. Yeah, I think I bought her, no, you're right, my brain, I bought her some dangling earrings. Bo was buying Angela telephone earrings. And I said, maybe I should buy her sister earrings too. Didn't work out, but I mean, that's why you make a sleep podcast. Oh, but you should start your sleep podcast. You're right. Some of my voice across the deep dark night use lulling, soothing tones, creaky dulcet tones, which means my voice is not perfect. Pointless meanders and superfluous tangents. You've already heard a couple of those, which means I'm going to go off topic and get mixed up and, just do my thing. But all to keep you company while you fall asleep. So if you're new, a few things to know. The most important thing is you deserve a good night's sleep. I'm glad you're here. And I hope I can help you fall asleep, because when I've been there, tossing, turning, mind racing, trouble getting to sleep, trouble staying asleep, I got all of those. So I know how it feels. That's why I call it the deep dark night. I know it can feel lonely, frustrating. It can make sleep something you're not looking forward to, that you're dreading. So if I can help you, that would be my honor. But also, I really believe you deserve a good night's sleep. If you get the rest you need, your life's going to be more manageable, and your world and our world will be a better place. That's important to me, because it's true. You do deserve a place you can get some rest. There are a couple things with the show. One, the first thing is it's very different, sounds different, it never gets started. It's always going. Mike, I was supposed to introduce the podcast. Then I invented a new, humble brag. I invented a new convention, maybe. First imaginary convention I've invented today, or came up with. I don't know. I thought I was going to talk about my brain, my feelings, and my thoughts conspiring against me, but clearly I got past that. I came up with a ridiculous meander. But so this podcast does take some getting used to. Most listeners report, this is like, I'm not kidding, I think I've heard this a million times. Took 2 or 3 tries for me to get used to the show. So give it a few tries. There's really nothing to lose. And I only gain if you become a regular listener. If the podcast works for you, then it works for both of us. If it doesn't work for you, you can check out sleepwithmepodcast.com/no thank you. That has other sleep podcasts and stuff on there and sleep audio. But give it a few tries just because it's so different. And what's different about it, one, it's a podcast you don't really listen to. Just like something that's a little bit out of focus. You say, okay, I kind of barely understand what he's talking about. And also, you just kind of barely listen. And what was the other thing? I don't even remember anymore. This is a podcast. Oh, I don't put you to sleep. I'm here to keep you company while you fall asleep. I'm here to be your boar friend, your boar bae, your boar sib, your boar cuz, your boar bestie, your boar burr, your neighbor. And so I'm here to help you fall asleep. That's really what I'm here to do, is keep you company, take your mind off stuff, and then you fall asleep. So I guess I'm not here to help you fall asleep. I'm here to keep you company. The other things that throw people off is the structure of the show, which is very specific, but it is adjustable as you become a regular listener. Though I found more and more people coming back to the traditional structure of the show or using Patreon to use the show differently. But here's the structure of the show. Starts off with a greeting. Friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So you feel seen, you feel welcome. Then I say something silly. So you say, okay, the tone of the show about something serious is a little bit silly. And then there's an intro. Or no, then there's support for the show. So the show can come out for free twice a week on every podcast app. That's important to me. And the only thing that makes it possible is the sponsors and the people that support the show. And support all the work that we all put into this show, which I appreciate. Then there's support for the community around the show, for listeners. And then there's an intro, which we're like 10 or 12 minutes into. 14 according to the clock, but some of this will be edited out, believe it or not. And the intro is really a show within a show. Some people, especially when they first listen or they just don't like me in the show, which is understandable, they clump the support for the show and the intro together. But the intro is really like where I'm trying to explain what the podcast is. I'm not succeeding. But it's also just supposed to serve as a wind down, as part of, like, listeners are getting ready for bed. They may be doing something else relaxing. They're getting comfortable. And so that's like part of the wind down is to ease you into bedtime, to give you a landing strip, because it just doesn't work for me to just get in bed and fall asleep. I have a wind down routine I take. So some listeners are getting ready for bed. Some people are doing a chill activity. Some people are in bed getting comfortable. There are people that are already asleep. We're happy for all of you. Though we do have a little bit of like whatever sleepy FOMO is. There's like 2% of people that skip ahead to 20 or 30 minutes and start the show there. And then there's an equal amount of patrons, people that support the show online, that either just listen to the intros or just listen to the story portion. So that's kind of interesting that for the people that are the most engaged with the podcast, half of them listen to intros and half of them listen to story only. That's not of all the supporters. There's most people listen to the episode straight through. I mean, not in one sitting. There's no wrong way to use the show, even though now I'm explaining different use cases. But so you could kind of see as you become a regular listener what's going to work. But the intro is a part of it because it eases you into bedtime. That's what I was trying to say. Then there's support for the show again between the intro and the story. Again, so the show can come out free twice a week. Even though the show sounds free and easy, there's a lot of work that goes into it. And then there'll be our bedtime story, which apparently will be something about Angela Lansbury. I'm excited to find out more. Maybe I'll even I'll just do a quick Angela Lansbury search and watch something later. And then there's the thank yous at the end. So that's the structure of the show. That's why I make the show. I'm really glad you're here. Or I'm really appreciative that you're back if you're a regular listener, or that you checked the show out on someone's recommendation, or you're searching for something to help. Please give it a few tries. I really hope it can help you. I work really hard. I yearn and I strive. I really hope I can help you fall asleep. And here's a couple of ways I'm able to do it for you for free twice a week. Everybody, this is Scoots here, and I don't know what past Scoots, I know past Scoots was talking about Angela Lansbury, but sometimes he doesn't write everything down. And I know he was talking to Angela Lansbury's famous roles. And I was like, okay, well, my knowledge of Angela Lansbury's pretty limited, Scooter. I don't know if you know that, but when you decided to make an entire, but here's the thing I know. Angela Lansbury is pretty wonderful. So I said, let's learn more and let's just be open-minded and see where it goes from there. So I looked up on Wikipedia, of course, where you say, Scoots, where do you learn more? What's the definitive reference on Angela Lansbury? And I say, the definitive one? I don't know. I'll probably hear about it when this episode comes out. But the reference I have easy access to get a basic overview, thank you, is Angela's Wikipedia. And here's the first thing. This is how not clear I was. Angela Lansbury is an Irish-British actress who's played, I knew she was in film, theater, musicals too, television roles. She is DBE, so she's royalty at this point. That made me think of the Marple character, Ms. Marple or whatever, but then I said, I think we are pushing our luck with that one. Because I don't even remember how I was trying to skirt around it. Oh, was it Miss Marble? I don't know. But so 80 years of career at this point. She's an Academy Award nominee. She's was a star in the golden age of Hollywood, according to Wikipedia. Grew up in London. Moved to the United States in 1940, started studying acting, then moved to Hollywood in 42. She signed to MGM, and she was in the picture Dorian Gray in a movie called Gaslight. In picture Dorian Gray, she got 2 Oscar nominations and a Golden Globe. She was in 11 more MGM films, and then her contract ended in 1952. She did supplemental work with theatrical appearances. I don't know what that means. But she then appeared in 1962 in The Manchurian Candidate, which was met with widespread acclaim and is considered one of her finer performances. That doesn't have a citation, though, but I'm assuming it is, though. Then moved into musical theater on Broadway. She was in Mame. Holy cow. Okay, so that's where we can go next. This could be all facts about Angela Lansbury and where it leads. And she got a Tony Award. Then she moved from California to County Cork in Ireland in 1970, but still continued with theatrical and cinematic performances. She was in leading roles in the musicals Gypsy, Sweeney Todd, The King and I, then Bedknobs and Broomsticks. And we'll cover that one. I thought I was going to rewatch that, but I don't remember. I think we started it. Or maybe it was Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I don't know if that's a good question. I don't know if she was in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I don't see it listed here yet. Moving into television in 1984, this was 1984 when she was on the show Mystery Writer of Mysteries. And that ran for 12 seasons and one of the longest running and most popular detective drama series in TV history. Lansbury actually assumed ownership of the series and was its executive producer for the final 4 seasons. Then she moved into voice work. That probably came up that's maybe where it came from, is Beauty and the Beast, and also in Don Bluth's Anastasia. And she toured in a variety of international productions and continued to make film appearances. Nancy McPhee, Mary Poppins Returns, has received an Academy Award, BAFTA, Tony Awards, Golden Globes, Olivier Award, and then nominated for other things. Best Supporting Actress on 3 occasions, Primetime Emmy Awards on 18 occasions, and a Grammy Award. And, in 2014, she was made Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire by Queen Elizabeth II. She's also had 3 biographies written about her. So let's go to a little bit deeper into her career. Tonight at 8:30, and then was joined, let's see. I don't know. I don't understand this because I don't have the context. So I'm trying to think. Having gained the job by claiming to be 19 when she was 16. She was working at a nightclub in Montreal, earning $60 a week, then returned to New York City in 1942. Then Hollywood. She was following her mother, who was trying to resurrect her cinematic career. Lived in a bungalow in Laurel Canyon. That sounds nice. Lansbury and her mother obtained jobs. They worked at Bullock's Wilshire department store. And she was actually, Lansbury maintained her job, $28 a week, supported the rest of her family. Then was in Gaslight, which was a mystery thriller set in London. Starred Ingrid Bergman as the star, lead role of Paula Alquist. Angela Lansbury played the role of Nancy Oliver or Olivier. And then got an agent, then signed a 7-year contract with Metro Goldwyn Mayer. That's $500 a week, using her real name as her professional name. Got casting attention in Variety magazine. And then Gaslight, although Lansbury's role was widely praised, that was the one she got Best Supporting Actress for. Then National Velvet as the older sister of Velvet Brown. And maintained a lifelong friendship with Elizabeth Taylor. No, let's open that one just in case. Then was in The Picture of Dorian Gray, a cinematic adaptation of Oscar Wilde's novel. Set again in Victorian London. She played Sybil Vane, a working-class music hall singer who falls in love with Dorian Gray. I have not read that novel. I'm reading something now, but that might go on my list. The film was not a financial success, but Lansbury's performance once more drew praise, got a Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actress in a Motion Picture. And that was a nomination, but lost to Anne Revere, her co-star in National Velvet. Let's see. Then, let's see what else we got here. Established career 1950 to 1960. 11 further films till the contract ended, as we talked about. Keeping up with B-list stars, MGM used her less than the similar-aged actresses. Biographers, these were mediocre films anyway. Some people claim she was miscast repeatedly by MGM, playing different roles. And the company then had a slump. In 1948, started cutting their budgets. Lansbury played her first American character as E.M., a honky-tonk saloon singer with Judy Garland in the Wild West musical, The Harvey Girls. Then she was in The Hoodlum Saint, Till the Clouds Roll By, If Winter Comes, 10th Avenue Angel, The Three Musketeers, State of the Union, Red Danube. Then was in a UA film, The Private Affairs of Bellamy, Paramount on Samson and Delilah. Then in Kind Lady in 1951 and Mutiny in 1952. Then was in a few different radio plays, including Pride and Prejudice, and then started on television. Robert Montgomery Presents The Citadel. That was an episode of that. But not happy with those roles, did not instructed her manager not to terminate her contract, and then joined East Coast Touring Productions. This is so cool because this is like someone taking charge of instead of just, I don't know, this is like changing it up and staying a professional performer. But yeah, it was in Affair Remains to Be Seen in Affairs of the State. Those are two former Broadway plays. But not happy at this time either. So again, I'm projecting, of course, then, let's see. They mix a lot of personal stuff in here, even though it's supposed to be about career. Returned to cinema as a freelance actress, and still did not enjoy, was being miscast. And She had some roles on different films. Are these films or, it says Hollywood. She played Princess Gwendolyn in the comedy film The Court Jester, Steak, Street, Purple were three other movies. And then another movie, Long Summer, Reluctant Debutante. And then those are the last few movies, the summer movie and the debutante movie really boosted her career again. Throughout this period, she kept going on television in recurring roles or recurring appearances on Revlon Mirror Theater, Ford Theater, the George Gobel Show, and a regular on the game show Pantomime Quiz. Then finally got a sympathetic role in the Dark at the Top of the Stairs, which was critically acclaimed. But then, of course, it had the other side and All Fall Down, and then The Manchurian Candidate, which was she was cast in after Frankenheimer saw a performance in All Fall Down. And let's see what else. She'd agreed to appear in the film after reading the novel, one of the most exciting books I ever read. She got her third Best Supporting Actress Academy Award nomination for the film, but she lost to Patty Duke for The Miracle Worker in 1962. Then was in the Cool of the Day, World of Henry, Dear Heart. A lot of her titles are not. She turned down some roles, including Nurse Ratched in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. She was in Something for Everyone in 1970. In that same year, she was in Bedknobs and Broomsticks in 1971. That was her first lead in a screen musical. And she did a lot of publicizing of it, including on the David Frost Show. And that secured an enormous audience for me. So then she spent most of the 1970s on stage rather than screen. Big Farm on the Nile, the Vanishing Something, based on, that was a remake. I don't know if this is a film. A Mirror One based on Agatha Christie novel. This time is Holy Small World as Miss Marple. So we can't say Miss Marple's an Agatha Christie thing. Lady Marple, that's who I was thinking of. Not Miss Marple. That was a character I was wondering about. So then A Sleuth in 1950s Kent. She hoped to get away from the depiction of the role. Instead returning to Christie, that someone else had played. She kind of based on Agatha Christie's description of the character, which kind of was a precursor to Jessica Fletcher on Mystery I Wrote. She was signed on to appear in 2 sequels as Miss Marple that were never made, and then was in the animated film The Last Unicorn. Let's see. Okay, so then 1990 to 2000, doesn't say any, but this is when Mystery She Wrote is running. I think did this come up because of the, if you live in L.A. or you visit L.A. and you go on Universal Tour, you get to see part of Cabot Cove, or once what was, it's considered Amity and Cabot Cove, I think, or is my memory serving me. But Lansbury continued on television, miniseries, and cinema. Did the New York Philharmonic's tribute to the centenary of Statue of Liberty with Kirk Douglas. Was in something called Angels with a Frowny Face. Was in a couple other TV movies, I think. Shell Seekers, The Love She Sought, Miss Eris Goes to Paris. There's a rhyme. And that was an adaptation of a novel. That was her highest profile. Oh, no, her highest profile cinematic role was as Mrs. Potts in Beauty and the Beast, which she considered a gift to her 3 grandchildren. And the title song to the film won the Academy Award for Best Original Song, Golden Globe for Best Original Song, Grammy Award for Best Song Written for Motion Picture, Television, or Other Visual Media. And also made a surprise appearance in 2021, inspiring Walt Disney, the animation of French decorative arts at the Metropolitan Museums of Art's first ever exhibition about Walt Disney Studios. Was also in films in Nancy McPhee in 2005. And that really was a positive experience for her. Then in Mr. Popper's Penguins with Jim Carrey. Was set to be in Grand Budapest Hotel. Holy mackerel. But had scheduling conflicts with the Australian production of Driving Miss Daisy, which she co-starred in with James Earl Jones. Then got an honorary Academy Award presented to her by Robert Osborne. Emma Thompson and Jeffrey Rush also were offered tributes. Then was in Miss Poppins Returns, the sequel. And what else we got? Was invited to the AFI. Spoke about some of her other experiences. Okay, now we get into theater, which is, so it's kept separate. So I guess we'll go theater, Broadway. But, yeah, so theater from Breakthrough was in Hotel Paradiso in 1957 on Broadway at the Henry Miller Theater. It only ran for 15 weeks, but she got good reviews. Then was in A Taste of Honey at the Lyceum Theater. And let's see what else we got. We got a great deal of satisfaction from that role. And developed a friendship with Laurence Olivier and Joan Plowright. Lived on East 97th Street. Was in The Summer of the 17th Doll. A Breath of a Scandal, Blue Hawaii, with Elvis Presley playing. That's a play? I don't know. It was in Anyone Can Whistle, which was short-lived, but it was written by, like, Stephen Sondheim was involved. She appeared in a second season episode of The Man from U.N.C.L.E., The Greatest Story Ever Told, which is a biop. Moll Flanders, Harlow, Mr. Budwig. These are films, though, so this is jumping around. This is like Wikipedia made for Sleep With Me. She was in musical cinema, including The Pirates of Penzance. I saw that movie a few times. I didn't get it, but like on repeat or something as a kid. She was in a gothic fantasy film, The Company of Wolves in 1984, Little Gloria, Happy at Last, The Gift of Love, A Christmas Story, A Talent for Mystery, 1984, as a mystery writer, which she's considered a rush job, but Laurence Olivier was in it. She was in Lace in the First Olympics in 1984. And then she played Mame Dennis in Mame, which is Jerry Herman's musical adaptation of Auntie Mame, which my dad was in the community theater, which I think has come up in a couple of episodes, including a repeat not that long ago. She actively sought the role in hopes that it would mark a change in her career. Theater critics were surprised. They thought it would go to a better-known actress, and it was her first starring role. And I was trying to explain to my daughter, actually, the character of Mame. She's a glamorous character, 20 costume changes in the Broadway play, 10 songs, dance routines, First appeared in Philadelphia, then Boston, and then at the Winter Garden Theater in 1966 in Broadway. And really gained Angela Lansbury a big following, overwhelmingly positive, and made her a superstar, according to some of her biographers. Everyone loves you. Everyone loves the success, enjoys it as much as you do. And that led her to be on Perry Cuomo's Thanksgiving special in 1966. She also used it as a jumping off point to raise money for organizations. She was invited to star in the 1968 Academy Awards and in a musical performance, and co-host that year's Tony Awards. Harvard University's Hasty Pudding Club elected her Woman of the Year. When the film adaptation of Mame was put in production, she was offered the part, but it went to Lucille Ball. Oh, she hoped to be offered the part, but Lucille Ball was a more established box office. Lansbury considers this a big disappointment. She followed her success of Mame as in Dear World, a musical adaptation of something else, but did not enjoy the experience. The reviews were positive, and she secured her second Tony Award of her performances, but the reviews of the show were not great. Then she was in Pretty Belle. Then 1970, a lot of stuff going on. In 1972, returned to London's West End to perform in the Royal Shakespeare Company's performance of Albee's All Over. And then she had a reluctant involvement. This was following her reluctant involvement in a revival of Mame, touring the United States. Then played Rose in Gypsy on the West End. She initially turned down the role, didn't want to be in the shadow of Ethel Merman, who played the Broadway version, and got rave reviews, standing ovation in May 1973. And she was soon in demand among London society, having dinners held in her honor. And then Gypsy went on tour in the U.S. and Chicago. Oh, and in Chicago was awarded the Sarah Siddons Award for her performance. Eventually got back to Broadway, where it was a critical success, third Tony Award. And then toured the country again in 1975. Then she needed a break from musicals, and she was Gertrude in Hamlet. Let's see what else. Was in two one-act plays by Edward Albee, Counting the Ways and Listening. Then another revival tour of Gypsy. Then 24 performances of The King and I, taking over somebody who's on break. Then on Sleeping on the Nile, which is an Agatha Christie adaptation. And Betty Davis, and I think Betty Davis was in that too. Then was in Sweeney Todd in 1979, which, let's see. She jumped on the role, being a Sondheim project, and loved the wit and intelligence of the lyrics. Remained in that role for 14 months. And got fourth Tony. Then kind of went on a little family business. What else here? Then she was inducted into the American Theater Hall of Fame. Then appeared in another Mame revival at the Gershwin. But the show it wasn't commercially successful. It's more of a period piece, not a show of today, Lansbury noted. 2001, returned after a mystery she wrote. She returned to Broadway in the musical The Visit. And she thought she was going to take a break from her role. Had a bunch of family things going on, but returned in a play by Terrence McNally, The Deuce, not The Deuce, just Deuce, and received a Tony nomination for that one. She was in Blythe Spirit in 2009. Got a Tony Award for Best Featured Actress in a Play, her 5th Tony. Then was in something, let's see, 2009. She was in something with Catherine Zeta-Jones, a revival of A Little Night Music. 7th Tony nomination. And then she got a doctoral degree from the Manhattan School of Music, then returned to the West End in Gore Vidal's The Best Man. Then that's when she did the Australian tour of Driving Miss Daisy in 2013 with James Earl Jones. Then she returned to 2014 to Blythe Spirit, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It was even in the tour across North America. Got the Olivier Award in 2015 at 89. And in 2016 was announced it would return to Broadway in The Chalk Garden. But then Lansbury decided, I don't know, I'm going to keep taking a break, hang with my family. In 2019, Lansbury returned to Broadway portraying Lady Bracknell from The Importance of Being Earnest for Roundabout Theater. And then television. So this is totally, So Sleep With Me. So in television, let's see, Lansbury was offered in 1983 a Norman Lear sitcom with Charles Durning, and then a detective series. And unable to do both, she decided to do the detective series, despite the fact her agents told her to do the sitcom. The series Mystery she wrote, she played Jessica Fletcher. We'll look that up. We'll learn more about that. Who was a mystery novelist, solving mysteries, she was writing mysteries and solving mysteries, an American Miss Marple. And the team that made it had made Columbo. First, the role was offered to Gene Stapleton, who declined the role, as did Doris Day. And his premiere, which had to do with Sherlock Holmes, came out in 1984. It was on Sundays from 8 to 9 p.m., and it was highly popular. Critical reviews were mixed. It got a Nielsen rating of 18.9, top rated in its time slot. Inoffensive family viewing. Despite the topic, the show was very mild and followed a whodunit format. And nothing to keep you up at night, so kind of Sleep With Me. Lansbury was protective of Jessica Fletcher and had creative input over her costumes, makeup, hair, and would not, submit to pressure from network executives that wanted her to be in a relationship. She wanted to be a strong single female. And she believed that a scriptwriter had made things, if she would disagree, with the script and ask for it to be changed if it was not within the character. And she said it was a role model for older female viewers. And it was even called a television landmark, maybe even paved the way for the Golden Girls. And it gradually gained a younger audience. It says by 1991, 1/3 of the audience was under 50 years old. It outdid many things in the same time slot, even Steven Spielberg's Amazing Stories. There was even a spinoff in 1987. It looks like she was in Mame with B. Arthur. We'll find out. And then, as it continued, she took over in 1989, co-producing the show. But she did kind of, it was long hours, and thought by 1991 the show would be ending. But then she became an executive producer in 92, 93. And the show's setting moved to New York City in the 8th season, where Jessica had taken a job at Manhattan University teaching. And that was an attempt to get more younger viewers. It became, it was a Sunday night institution. And the show's ratings improved during the early 90s, but CBS executives moved it to Thursdays at 8 p.m. There's not a good move. Opposite Friends, Lansbury was not happy. And the show finally ended in 1996. Angela Lansbury voicing a goodbye from Jessica message at the end. And it was it kind of like everybody was focused on youth and the youth demographic at the time. But the role was very prominent. Let's see. What else? There was Mrs. Santa Claus, in which Lansbury played Santa Claus's wife, which was a hit. Lansbury was in different TV commercials, and even spinoffs of, things related to her success. Was guests on other TV shows that where Legal Order, those shows. BBC miniseries she produced. She played Aunt March on Little Women. And I think that's everything of her thing. So let's go to Mame next, because this is like a musical that I saw 3 or 4 times when my dad was in it. And I had no reference, but I was telling my daughter, it was kind of like a plot device back then. So it was originally titled My Best Girl. It's based on a 1955 novel. Written by Patrick Dennis in a 1956 play. It's set in New York City, spans the Great Depression, WW2. Eccentric bohemian Mame Dennis, whose motto is "Life is a banquet." And most people don't eat their fill. She lives a fabulous life with wealthy friends, which is interrupted when the young son of her brother comes to live with her, Patrick. And they cope with the depression in a series of adventures. It was also a film, but it opened on Broadway in 1966 with Angela Lansbury and B. Arthur. Oh, yeah, because she has a best friend, I think, that she plays off of. It was 58, it was a film, and 74. The Lucille Ball role was in 1974. Okay, the musical was inspired by the success of the play. And the Broadway was at the Winter Garden Theater. There was national tours. I don't know if this covers the plot. Adaptation. Here's the synopsis. So Dane, Madam Dane, Mame Dennis, I don't know where my brain is. She's in a clique. 10-year-old Patrick is entrusted to her care. And so when I saw it was a community theater at a retirement community where my dad lives. So my dad was playing a boy. He was playing the teen, so there was a little kid who played the little Patrick, like an actual 10-year-old. But for the rest of the play, it was played by my dad, who played like the high school, college, and adult Patrick. She introduces a boy to her freewheeling lifestyle. Agnes Gooch is, I don't know if that's her best friend. That says Mame's personal secretary and nanny-in-law. Vera Charles, that's her bosom buddy and a partier. And Dwight Babcock, who's the one who has control of her brother's estates. So, yeah, and it's like a kind of like a pretty basic advice, like a fish out of, like a fish out of water for both of them. Patrick's just a kid, goes to live with Mame. Mame's like is living a single party life, kind of like with plenty of money. Then they lose everything in 1929. And Mame tries to get jobs, but she always has good humor and irrepressible sense of style, according to Wikipedia. Mame. Oh, so Mame gets married to a Southern aristocrat. For some reason, I thought Patrick gets married at some point, though, too, I think. Patrick goes to boarding school. St. Boniface in Massachusetts, an imaginary school. Mame and Beau travel the world on an endless honeymoon. Then Beau visits a big farm during the honeymoon, but Mame's a wealthy widow. But Patrick is engaged. He's become a snob, I guess. He's engaged to a debutante, Gloria Upson. Her family's not open-minded at all, pretty close-minded. And Mame kind of gets Patrick's mind open. Then he meets another woman who becomes his wife. And in the end, Mame is hanging out with Patrick's son, Peter, with her usual flair. Let's kind of go through the songs. Overture, then St. Bridget with Patrick and Agnes. Then It's Today, which is Mame, Vera, and Company. Then Open a New Window. This must be when Patrick comes. Mame, Young Patrick, and Company. Then the Moon Song, The Man in the Moon, Vera, Mame, and Company. Then My Best Girl, Young Patrick and Mame. Then We Need a Little Christmas. I don't know if that's that song, We Need a Little Christmas right this very moment. Let's look that up next. That's Young Patrick, Agnes, Ito, and Beauregard, and Mame. Fox Hunt, Uncle Jeff, Uncle Patrick, Cousin Fan, Mother Burnside. Then Mame, Beauregard, and Company. That must be when he falls for Mame. Final Act 1, My Best Girl and Mame, and Young Patrick and Company. Intra-act before Act 2, then opening Act 2, The Letter, Young Patrick and Older Patrick. Then a reprise of My Best Girl with Older Patrick, would have been my dad. Bosom Buddies with Mame and Vera. Gooch's Song with Agnes Gooch. That's How Young I Feel, Mame, Junior and Company. If You Walked Into My Life, Mame. It's Today, reprise, Mame and Company. My Best Girl, reprise with Older Patrick. Final Act 2, Open a New Window, all. Then Curtain Calls, It's Today, We Need a Little Christmas, and Mame. Yeah, it's a popular Christmas tune. We Need a Little Christmas, which makes sense because it was written during, 1929. Now, Bedknobs and Broomsticks. I get this movie and Chitty Chitty Bang Bang mixed up, along with one of those Christmas movies, Santa Claus Is Coming to Town. And I guess I saw this on repeat or something. It came out before my time, but I definitely saw this when I was a kid. It's a animation and, what do they call it? Well, they'll tell us. 1971, Walt Disney. It was loosely based on books Magic Bedknob or How to Become a Witch in 10 Easy Lessons and Bonfires and Broomsticks by Mary Norton. During the night, it was entered development, during the negotiations for Mary Poppins, when those were placed on hold. And then it was shelved because it was too similar to Mary Poppins. It was originally 139 minutes long. Then it was edited to under 2 hours before its premiere. The Sherman Brothers composed the songs. It was released in 1971 to mixed reviews. They liked the live-action animated sequence. 5 Academy Awards, Best Special Visual Effects. It won. It was the last film released prior to Roy O. Disney visiting his brother at the Big Farm. Let's see. It was restored. In 1996, it was restored with most of its deleted material put back in. There was a stage adaptation. So it takes place in 1940 with Charlie, Carrie, and Paul. They leave London. Oh, yeah, I remember starting this out because I just read a book about London in 1940 and watched a documentary. So children, they want to go back to London, but they're supposed to be living out there. They see this lady flying on a broomstick. They change her mind. She reveals she's going to a correspondence school. Yes, there's a lot of funny stuff. And she wants to help the British defeat the people that are up to no good. She even has a transportation spell. She'll teach them to keep silence so that she figures out on the bed knob. Only Paul can work the spell. Then their school's closed. She does, so she can't learn the final spell. She turns the bed into something. They go to London to find the professor. And, I guess, I remember meeting the professor. And they go to a magical land. The bed goes underwater. And so, I don't know. Eventually they teach the kids a bunch of stuff. Let's just close out with Mystery She Wrote, a little bit about it. I wonder if it has, not the facts, though. Let's see the premise. So we talked about the ending, the cast, regular cast. I want to learn about Cabot Cove, though, is what my thing is. Is that really where it was set? I'm almost positive. If there's a Wikipedia article on Cabot Cove, I don't know if there is. So I'm searching for Cabot Cove. Let's see. It's mostly produced in the Universal Studios, Universal City, California. Exterior shots, some of them in Mendocino, which also stood in for the main town of Cabot Cove. So they did some exterior shots on location. But that's all about Cabot Cove. That's there. That's unfortunate. Tom Bosley was in it for the first 4 seasons. That's interesting. Tom Bosley from 1984 to 1988. So Tom Bosley was in Happy Days, which I was watching with my parents on, what is that thing called? It's like an app. You can watch free TV from, it's kind of like Nick at Night in the app version. Plasma or something? Pluto TV. And I said I had to leave the room because it was like bringing up too many, I couldn't remember. Whenever Happy Days was airing, I must have been a child, so. But Tom Bosley was on that show, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Yeah, he was on Happy Days, the sitcom Happy Days, which was like a 1950 sitcom that was out in the 70s, maybe. Let's see. Happy Days is, American sitcom. Was on TV from 74 to 84, 255 half-hour episodes, 11 seasons, Gary Marshall. It was an idealized vision of life in the 50s and 60s in Midwest U.S. Ron Howard, Henry Winkler, Tom Bosley, Marion Ross, Anson Williams. It was an unsold pilot originally. Howard, Ross, and Anson Williams loving the television set and then loving the Happy Days. And then George Lucas cast Howard in American Graffiti, which ABC took a second look at the pilot. And then they focused it on the dilemmas of innocent teenager Richie Cunningham. Who would have thought we got from Angela Lansbury to Happy Days? Oh, and that leads to Laverne and Shirley and Mork and Mindy, which were spinoffs from that. Laverne and Shirley, I highly recommend. I wonder if there's a Laverne and Shirley. That went from 1976 to 1983. You got so many great people in that. Penny Marshall, Cindy Williams, Michael McKean, David Lander, and a couple other people played other recurring roles. It was a physical comedy. In its 3rd season, it was the most watched American television program, 6 Golden Globes, 1 Emmy. It was a spinoff of Happy Days. Its 2 lead characters were introduced as acquaintances of Fonzie, Henry Winkler. Let's see, set in the roughly the same period, 1958 to 1967, made for Paramount by Gary Marshall. along with Lola Gantz and Mark Rothman and Michael Eisner. According to Michael Eisner, Cindy Williams had refused to do Laverne and Shirley spinoff, but her role was cast with Liberty Williams, no relation. They did a screen test, but they said no way. And they eventually got her to be co-star with Penny Marshall, co-star of the series. And the Shamil Shamakel Hoffenpuffer Incorporated, which is a Yiddish-American hopscotch chant, which leads the series theme song, Making Our Dreams Come True. Shamil Shamazel, Hoffenpuffer Incorporated. Probably saying it wrong. The hopscotch chant is from Penny Marshall's childhood. It was set in Milwaukee for the first 5 seasons. They worked as bottle cappers at the Schatz Brewery. And I think that's a nice place to close out. Angela Lansbury, all the way to Penny Marshall. Those are two amazing. So thanks, Angela Lansbury. We didn't get any fan fiction of yours. We just got, I don't know, this was interesting to take a little journey through Angela Lansbury's career and led us to a couple other little meanders. So thanks and good night. Friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for the podcaster who's wearing a watch. But I don't need, you know what time it is? It's time for me to go off topic, get mixed up. It's time for me to keep you company, because that's kind of what I do. That's, I was trying to think of more witty things to say about not having a watch. You're here just in time for me to go off topic and get mixed up. And if you say, I don't know what you're talking about, I thought this was a sleep podcast meant to keep you company. So you're not alone in the deep, dark night, to take your mind off stuff so you could fall asleep. You're the most important part of the show. But this podcast is very different, not for everybody. Give it a few tries, see how it goes. The structure of the show is I'm going to do some support for the podcast. Then there'll be an intro to help you ease you into bedtime. And there'll be an episodically modular bedtime story you could listen to in any order. And it's time for Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. And thanks for making it possible, patrons. Hey, are you up all night tossing, turning, mind racing, trouble getting to sleep, trouble staying asleep? Well, welcome. This is Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. We do it with a bedtime story. All you need to do is get in bed, turn out the lights, and press play. I'm going to do the rest. What I'm going to attempt to do is create a safe place where you could set aside whatever's keeping you awake, whether it's thoughts, things on your mind, like things you're thinking about the past, present, future. That comes up for me. Thoughts, they come up. They're thoughts. Always... You've heard me say it. If you heard me say it once, you heard me say it 1,000 times. Yeah, I'll be thinking about what I just said for 1,000 more. It doesn't even make it as thoughts, feelings, anything coming up for you emotionally related to the thoughts or that are just there. Whatever it is, feelings about thoughts or feelings about feelings. It could be physical sensations. It could be changes in time, temperature, routine, whatever's keeping awake. It could be a lot of different stuff. And by the way, I'm so glad you're here. I wish you weren't going through whatever you were going through that is keeping you up, but I'm glad you're here. And there's a lot of other listeners that are glad you're here or glad you found the show. And hopefully it'll work for you and help you out because you deserve a good night's sleep. That's why I make the show. And while whatever is keeping you up or whatever you're going through, or whether it's just temporary or situational or it's something that's been kind of ongoing for a while, I might not have experienced it, but for a lot of people that listen to the show, including me, I kind of might, there's a good chance I know how it feels. And that's why I'm here to help where I can. And that's why I say there's hundreds of thousands of people listening too that are like, I'm glad you're here. I really hope this podcast helps you. And that's why, like, so many people recommend the show when it's helped them. And I appreciate that so much. So thank you for checking the podcast out, and thank you for recommending the podcast, or thanks for just trying it. And I do hope it helps you. Now, the one thing to know is this podcast just doesn't work for everybody. So kind of give it a few tries, and I'm going to try to explain everything to you of what to expect and why the show's so different. That may even put you to sleep, believe it or not, for a percentage of people that are already dozing off. And we're happy for them, really. No, we really are. We're just slightly jealous at the same time. So how does this show work? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is try to create a safe place, as I said, where you could set aside whatever's keeping you awake. I'm going to smooth it. I'm going to pat it. I'm going to rub it down. I'm going to say safe place. Then I'm going to send my voice across to the deep, dark night. I'm going to use lulling, soothing, creaky, dulcet tones, pointless meanders, superfluous tangents. So I'm going to go off topic. I'm going to get mixed up, and all to keep you company and to take your mind off of stuff. And creaky, dulcet tones kind of means that my voice is not traditionally soothing. It's a voice you could just kind of listen to. You say, well, the voice isn't bad. Not great, not bad either. Creaky, not memorable. That sleep podcast. I remember forgetting it. I don't even know what he was talking about. So, yeah, that's the goal of the show. Really, that's hopefully what you say, hey, did you check out that sleep podcast the person told you about? Oh, yeah, I think I slept great. I don't even remember. I barely remember listening to the podcast. It was some dude. He had grapey, something, domes or something. Why was he talking about grapey donut domes or something? He was talking about that on his podcast? I've never even heard of that. It didn't make any sense. It didn't put me right to sleep. At first I kind of smiled. It was like, not pity, but I kind of felt something for him, like, oh, okay. This guy doesn't know where this guy's spinning his wheels like a character in a text-based adventure. Shout out to anybody that's played a text-based adventure and then got the answer. Look, try to pull on the string. You're spinning your wheels doing that. That's what, it'll take too much to explain, but I'm sure you could play a text-based adventure. I'm sure they're available in the App Store. Here's one I haven't really played very much of. Zork was like the first big text-based adventure. I think that like a breakout hit. Zork, yeah. And I may be wrong also. A lot of times I'm wrong when I say stuff, especially when I say stuff definitively like that. And you say, yeah, he was trying to describe what I was talking about at breakfast. Then he managed to not explain what a text-based adventure is. But then he tried a video game without the video that's just text-based. They were around before and after video games. They were maybe even invented at one time. Probably pen pals might have done it, but that would have taken super long, like a pen pal based chess game. And maybe that's where it came. And one of the answers when you're doing something that was not going to work out, or they said instead of saying try something else, this definitely won't work. But you may be close. They'd say you're spinning your wheels looking at that, or you'd say, pull on the string, and it'd say, the string does nothing. Pull on the string twice. Nothing happens. Pull on the string 3 times. It would have to be pretty smart. It would say, you're spinning your wheels doing that. Probably a bad example, too. I'm spinning my wheels, I'm trying to make a metaphor and an analogy about spinning my wheels at that. Also, at the time, I didn't really realize what spinning your wheels meant, but I think what it means now, and actually, I'm not kidding. This may sound like I'm trying to be funny. This is the first time I realized what it meant. I mean, somewhere, some part of my brain knew what it meant, but not the conscious me. I was always like, what does that even mean? Spinning my wheels looking at that. Because you're not in a vehicle, to me, it didn't make any sense. If you were driving, I'd say, oh, okay, makes perfect sense to me. But in most of these text-based adventures, let me just give an example, because I think the first, you know what was the one I played was Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And the first thing you had to do is get out of bed and drink water and take an aspirin because you were hungover. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but that would have been it. You wake up in bed, you have a throbbing headache. The sun is, rise. You look at, you look at the clock. Oh, it's 12:40. There's the sound of a construction equipment. And then you say, okay, grab a water, take some aspirin. You see, well, it'd say, look around the room. There's a sparkling glass of water, a jar of aspirin, your alarm clock, the rest of the room is a normal bedroom as you might imagine it. Now, you may be saying, I thought I was at a sleep podcast and not in a text-based adventure. And I'd say, you're right, but this is more of a meander-based adventure, which could, I don't know if text-based adventures are good for that. Maybe. I don't know. I'm going to have to play one, but I don't know when I'm going to find the time. But this podcast is meant to keep you company and take your mind off stuff so you could fall asleep. As I said at the beginning, it doesn't work for everybody. And, of course, you're going to be skeptical or doubtful. Now, if you already know this isn't going to work for you, you could check out sleepwithmepodcast.com/no thank you. Check that out and see if there's anything else. There's other sleep podcasts and sleepy stuff on there. What else is Sleep With Me podcast? Oh, so this podcast, it doesn't really put you to sleep. It's more here to keep you company while you fall asleep. And if you can't sleep, you should know I'll be here to the very end to keep you company whether you're awake or asleep. So it's kind of weird. This is a podcast you could listen to if you need to, or if you need a break during the day. But you also don't need, I don't expect you to listen. So you could listen to me like background noise, or you could listen to me, because that's really what I'm here. I'm not here to put you to sleep. I'm here to keep you company, even if you barely listen. I'm here to be your boyfriend, your boy bae, your boy sib, your boy cuz, your boy bestie, your boy burr, your neighbor, your boy bud, whatever it is. I'm here to be your friend in the deep dark night that you don't have like that. Yeah, just tell me about text-based adventures. They'd say, well, I think I got to the end of that subject. Look around. You haven't got, or think, you could never say think about it. Like how about the character does some work? I'm doing all this typing here. Think about it. You've thought for a bit, but nothing's changed. That would probably be the answer. So, and here's the thing, like I'm late to it. I think 5 or 6 years ago, text-based adventures were cool again. Now they're probably, now that I'm talking about it, you'd say, well, you might as well that's how I buy my clothes. I buy them for 10 years from now, even though you say Scoots was wearing that 10 years ago, right, when it was out of fashion. Like I just got some waffle short shorts. You see, I don't think you got shorts made out of waffles? No, but that would be, I mean, would that ever go out of style? Yeah, if you were around any birds, it would be out of style pretty fast. You'd be without shorts. Okay, so where was I? Oh, it's a podcast you don't really listen to, doesn't really put you to sleep. Can you give me some more good news? I'm new to this podcast. I was hoping to fall asleep. Well, you will. I'm here to take your mind off of stuff. But the show also has a very different structure that I want to fill you in on, because it's a specific structure that you can adjust as you become a regular listener, but you might want to try the structure out. Try it on for size. Put it on like a waffle material, or, put it on like a, I don't know how you'd make waffle pants, or waffle. You're definitely better off making waffle shorts and then seeing if that worked before you went for the pants. You say, no, first I developed waffle shorts. I called them waffles, but that was only because I mispronounced it. Then I made waffle capris. And now I've moved on to waffle pants. What are you going to do next? I don't know. I may probably have some breakfast. I don't have obviously I sacrificed a lot of breakfasts for this clothing. So structure of the show is very different. Starts off with a greeting. Friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And I say something silly. So you feel seen and welcome in, but you get the tone of the show is good-natured and a little bit fun, not so serious. Then there's support for the show, so it can be free, or paying for it can be optional, so that anybody that wants to listen can listen. There's almost 500 episodes you could listen to for free. Then there's support for listeners who are having a tough time, and then there's support for communities around the show. That's the kind of support part of the start of the show. Then there's the intro, which we're into, which is separate from the support. And the intro is actually a show within a show. And you kind of heard it. It's never gone this way before. Every time it goes different. It follows the same general structure where I try to explain what the podcast is unsuccessfully. And then I go off on a bunch of tangents. And that is fun for regular listeners. I've never talked about making waffles into clothes that I remember, right, regular listeners? Some of them might not even remember, because a few percentage of people, like I said, are already asleep. But a lot of listeners use the intro to wind down as part of their bedtime routine, whether they're getting ready for bed, they're doing some other relaxing activity, or they're in bed getting comfortable. The intro gives you a space between being awake and going to sleep. That's been proven to work over and over again. It's like the one piece of consistent bedtime advice. Have a wind down. Have a little twilight. Have a landing strip. And that's what the intro does. So that's the intro. Because some people say, oh, it's part of the business, or is it self-congratulate? I say, no, this is definitely... Well, I was congratulating myself on imagining I was a waffle clothing designer and that I had iterated. And now I'm probably pretty proud of the fact that I used the word iterated. Probably not correctly. Is it iteration if you're going from short shorts to board shorts to capris to pants? Are those iterations? Or are they just different pieces of clothing? Some part of my brain said, you're an iteration. And I'd say, I said, you're that's funny. That's a real fun, that's a good burn. I'm blushing. My brain just got me so good. You're an iteration. You see, people say that all the time when I'm hey, iteration. It has less syllables, so I think they start out like that. But I don't think they're saying iteration. Iteration. Maybe they're, yeah. Let's not go there, because my brain just thought of more jokes based on iteration. I say, no, let's just skip that. What was my point? I have no idea. I was making imaginary waffle. Oh, so regular listeners get to hear the intro, but they know they don't have to listen. They just kind of listen as they're getting ready for bed, as they're drifting away or winding down. So there's a couple percentage of people that skip the intro, a couple percentage of people that fall asleep during it. But for the most part, people listen to the intro to turn the dial on the day down. Then again, there's more support so the show can be free, sponsor support, and come out twice a week. And then there's our story. Tonight it'll be a tale of the tape, a look at Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. Do I remember it? Here's one piece of gold, I'll tell you right here. There's a pretty strong possibility I already did this, and I don't even remember recording it. So I'm going to record it. So it's like maybe I already did a tale of the tape trying to remember Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, and I forgot. So not only did I forget the plot of the movie, but I forgot if I recorded that episode. So that should be fun. But maybe I didn't. I said, have I done this already? I know I've talked about hobbits and stuff. So we'll do that. Then there's some thank yous at the end. So that's the structure of the show. That's why I make the show. Like I said, give it a few tries. You got nothing to lose. The show's free. It's here to help you. So just see how it goes. I hope it can help you out. I hope it can give you the rest you need and you deserve. I really appreciate you checking the podcast out. I really hope I can help you fall asleep. Thanks again for coming by. And here's a couple of ways I'm able to do it for you for free twice a week. All right, everybody. It's time to do something I haven't recorded in a long time. And we're going to cover the movie Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. And part of the reason I'm doing this, I was like, geez, trying to figure out movies that came out, what I presume is the aughts, but I really don't know. So I probably should look that up. And also, at some point here, maybe before this even comes out, there'll be what I think is a Lord of the Rings TV, like a streaming show or a super extended film. So I'm talking about the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings. And I'm going to try to remember what I can of the first movie. I will say that I've seen the movie, like this will be even more embarrassing because I've seen the extended version in the last 3 years. And I would say I've seen it twice in the last 3 to 5 years. Probably in the last 3 years since I bought the extended version. I probably watched it once alone and then watched it with my daughter. And then watched about half of the Two Towers with my daughter before she said, there's still 3 more hours in this part of the thing. And I said, that sounds like something someone from Rohan would say. And she said, Dad, even in the context of the film, actually that part never happened, but, so I can remember seeing this in the movie theater, Grand Lake Theater in Oakland. And in preparation, I reread the books, though I don't really, like at this point, my mind is, but I remember, and I think it was one of those things where I didn't know if the idea was, like, I can remember where I was when I bought a used mass market paperback version of The Fellowship of the Rings. I was in what is that place called? It's like a used, like a secondhand store. The kind of mass market paperback you buy at a secondhand store. Something town, Thrift Town, I think. I think it was called somewhere in the East Bay, Hayward, San Leandro. And I was looking through the books and, or maybe I was I don't know. I can kind of picture it and I can picture where I was standing and I said, oh yeah, I haven't read these in a while. This is a cool cover. And maybe I was even aware that the movies were being filmed and that's why I bought it. I can't remember my motivation or if I bought it and then I was like, holy cow. But I do remember trying to read the books before the movies came out. I think successfully, and it was before I went to England, I think, because then when I went to Oxford and Cambridge, I was very disappointed not to be able to go to the pub, that I can't think of the name of that either, but whatever, you know, life moves on. So this may be more on the extended version because that's the last thing I saw. And I can't even remember really how it's like. So it starts off in the world. What is that place called? The Shire, where the hobbits live. Hobbiton, I think. And I don't remember exactly how it starts. But we start to get introduced to all the main characters: Bilbo and Frodo Baggins. Bag End is where they live, and Samwise Gamgee. Again, people are going to get, I'm not doing this on purpose. I do pronounce the words differently. What is a sight word to me? Even if I heard it in the movie, it's still going to be a sight word that I imagined how it sounded. But so, I think we get an idea of those two, of Frodo and Bilbo, and Frodo kind of being... You saying, is this all there is? Life in the Shire is pretty good, but what else is going on? And we meet Sam, who's Frodo's best friend, and then we meet Bilbo. I think we get a hint to the ring even early on, and that Bilbo's preparing for a journey and a little bit stressed about something. And then Gandalf arrives, Gandalf the Grey, and I don't know if Gandalf arrives twice. I think Gandalf does come twice. But it's like this big, I think it's like Frodo's birthday, maybe. I don't know, his name day, or whatever they call it there, candle day or cake day. And so there's a big party for Frodo or Bilbo. And we also meet Pippin and Merry. Maybe, I'm not kidding. I'm not trying to do a bit here. But I think those are the two other characters. And we get a sense of the Shire. Pretty nice place to live. Hobbits love life. They like dancing, fireworks, dating, eating, and drinking. And we get the sense of Gandalf and Bilbo's friendship and the looming thing, the ring, and some other something else going on that's stressing everybody out. And that Bilbo is leaving, and I think he's planning on leaving the Shire forever. And then also that Bilbo is either, I can't remember what happens with the ring, if he gives it to Frodo. I know there's like an envelope or something. Then what happens is Gandalf returns. Some stuff happens. I don't even know. So maybe this happens next. I don't think it does. But I don't know why. But because I was having trouble figuring out if this happens in this movie or in another movie. I mean, like within the series of 3. But, yeah, let's hold off on that because I'm not sure when it happens, if it happened right now. But it wouldn't make sense because we're still getting to know Frodo. So, yeah, what I think happens is Gandalf returns, maybe some interstitials, like some other stuff happens. But he says, listen, kid, you got to get that ring. So why would, no, because, yeah, then why did he return? I don't know. Because he rides really fast. I don't know. Maybe he's leaving and comes back. So I don't know if, again, what happened in between here. But basically, these are the ring wraiths, I think. They're looking for, so there's, okay, so just to set it up for you. Okay, oh boy, because in case you don't watch this or you're not familiar. So hobbits are, they're a humanoid. About 3-4 feet high. They don't need shoes because they have like hairy, sturdy feet. They're not like, depending on, like, they're not like a kender or a troll or anything. Typically in Dungeons and Dragons, they are called halflings, I think. But maybe not, because, I mean, I'm thinking of Kenders, because I'm from the Dragonlance world, not the other, like, that's what I read the most fiction from. Anyway, though, so, what was my point? Okay, so that's what hobbits are. They're nice people. Let's just go with that. Just picture in mind, nice, friendly, community-based people, love joy. Gandalf is a human wizard, now, a couple of things about Gandalf. I've talked about this on the show before, and even picturing in my mind. Now, when Gandalf is Gandalf the Grey, great portrayal. It seems like a cool wizard. He's joyful, but also can be have a temper and be a grouch. He also is a bit. He looks like he probably needs a shower at most points in the movie. In the first half of this movie, you see Gandalf could use a shower, at least to wash his hair. So he looks like he would be pungent and probably be like, dude, can you wash that robe? Like, I don't care if you walk around naked. Like, I'm going to wash you and I'm going to wash your robe. Do you have an extra robe? But so that's the situation. Those are the characters. Then there's Sauron. Now it gets really confusing here, but just think of sour balls, Sauron. Don't worry about spelling it, but Sauron in some point they explain the history. Maybe this is in here too in the beginning. There's a lot of, at different points, there's a little bit of elven narration. It's very nice. And I think that's Kate Blanchett does the narration maybe. Like long ago, there was a land with pure joy. And then, like that kind of stuff. Not quite sleepy. But so, meanwhile, so basically the movie starts, hobbits are living their best life, I could say, except for Frodo. Or except for Bilbo, who's an older hobbit, wants to write a book, but it has some stress, has this ring. That's at least the symbol of stress. Hint, though, it's not. It's actually the cause, not a metaphor. That ring, one ring to rule them all, it is a metaphor, but also not a metaphor in the movie. So the ring is stressing him out, and his health's not so great or whatever or something. I don't know. You get the sense of like, okay, this cat's like... looking at it and saying, what am I going to do with the rest of my days? You have his nephew Frodo, lives with him, more or less a father-son style relationship. Frodo's a kid, right at the cusp of adulthood, or like a young adult saying, what the heck is it, what am I going to do with my life? This is kind of boring. I have a sense of adventure, but I love my home. The Shire's the best. Have his best friend, Samwise Gamgee, who is, like working his way up, a scrapper, rough around the edges, a little bit, has a broader emotional range, like he has a bit of an emotional range in a good way. And then you have Merry and Pippin or whatever, who are they're secondary friends, really nice. They'll play a bigger role at different times, and they're a bit of, they got the trickster in them and the adventurer. They're like Winnie the Pooh. Well, sometimes they act like Winnie the Pooh. Sometimes they act like other characters. Getting into trouble. And you have Gandalf the Grey, a leader, part of a council of something, full love, but also has a heroic streak, and involved in the ways of the world, and a leader, but also wandering around. It seems like wandering around, loves to check up on the communities, but also is checking up on them for some reason. Good friends with Frodo. They had some adventures way back. Didn't go so hot. This ring's a part of it. Gandalf's stressed about the ring, too. Okay, then meanwhile, in the world, which may be explained or not, there's Sauron, totally evil being, demigod-type powers, maybe even more. They thought they got rid of them, but, history shows that Sauron way back made these rings to trick people to share the power, but really Sauron was a dictator. This king stood up to him, worked with the elves. They did, a bunch of stuff happened. Sauron was defeated. They thought it was forever. Turns out it's not. Meanwhile, when Sauron was giving out these rings, one ring to rule them all, Sauron wore a ring, the ring of power. They gave out all the rings to the leaders of all the kingdoms, but everybody that put on a ring, they became under Sauron's power. I think. I'm not, don't hold me to this. This is what the tale of the tape in my mind. Now Sauron lives in a volcano, or lives in Mount Doom, I think, and is up to stuff, recruiting people, looking for this ring, sends out these ring wraiths who are like, just like in other movies, fairly powerful, forces of Sauron's main, heavies, I'd say. They ride horses, they wear armor, they're up to no good. They can sense the ring because they're, related to it, and they're sniffing it out. So basic situation is Sauron needs that ring back. And the ring was lost forever, found by Frodo. Also, no, I think the backstory of that, I'll just tell it to you now, but I think one of the elves tells it to us later. It tells Frodo, once upon a time, there was I don't even think this comes in this movie, but basically there's a Smeagol golem, and the ring had been lost because, it was the ring is its own sentience, and it's not a good sentience. It wants to get back to Sauron or corrupt whoever wears it. The rings were corruptive, like all power corrupts type stuff. All of them, but this was the main ring, I believe. So it had fallen out of the world, but the ring wants to find its way back. So it had found this one dude, Smeagol, who found the ring when he was swimming with his cousin or something. He took the ring, ended up going and living like in a grotto, and became obsessed with the ring. The ring became his best friend. And I guess the ring just kind of parked itself with Smeagol for a while, or a golem. Sooner or later, he was totally isolated. Kind of the ring was a higher power type drug for him. And Frodo found it during his adventures. He ran into Smeagol and the ring. Ring makes you invisible, but not in a good way, not like some invisible cloak. And Smeagol swore he would get the ring back, Gollum. So he's been looking for it too. So as the movie starts, Frodo gives Bilbo the ring. No, Bilbo gives Frodo the ring. Gandalf warns him. He comes back, he says, everybody's looking for this ring. You got to get out of the Shire and get yourself to this pub, meet up with this dude Strider. He'll help you out. And Bilbo's like, I'm not sure I want to leave home. Never left home. Sam says, I'll go with you. And because Bilbo just departed, he couldn't handle goodbye or something, but he left the ring. Maybe Gandalf was hungover when all this happened, but whatever. So Frodo has to head out. Sam goes with him. Then Merry and Pippin meet up with them, and they say, hey, we're coming too. Frodo already realizes that this is pretty serious, and they just dodge the ring race at one point when they're on the road. The ring race are looking for them, and Gandalf goes, I got to go take care of some business, so you find Strider. I'm going to take care of this other stuff. So I get to this part here, but plus I forget a ton of stuff. But so then Gandalf goes off. Now this is confusing. There's Sauron, but there's also Sauron. And again, Sauron and Saruman or something. Christopher Lee plays Sauron, who's also a famous wizard, was once one of the great wizards of the world. Gandalf's friend, super powerful, but wears white robes. But this is not the same as Dragonlance. Like your robes don't necessarily in Dragonlance, the wizards wore either black robes, red robes, or white robes, and they kind of showed their alignment. I don't know about this world, but Gandalf wears gray robes. His robes could have been white, though, the way he could, launder stuff. But so he goes to Sauron and says, do you know about the Sauron? He's up to stuff. And he's building an army. He's looking for this ring. What do you think we should do? We got to get everybody, nobody, also apathy and stuff and ambition rule the world now. And Saruman says, yeah, we definitely do, but I think you're overreacting. And he goes, I've been spying on him. I got this globe that, helped me to see him. And then, and Gandalf says, man, I heard about those. It's like a seeing stone or something. He goes, but I heard those were two-way, man. That's not good. And then he goes two-way, and then he realizes too late that Sauron has made a deal with Sauron or been, overpowered by him. And they do a little dance-off, and Sauron wins. And he says, I'm going to lock you up till you tell me where the ring's at. But he already says, don't worry, the ring's already safe. Now, meanwhile, Sauron is starting to build another army for Sauron of, like, combined beings. And so he starts this whole, like, military-industrial complex at his tower. I think that's a lot of that's in the next movie, but just, set it up. So meanwhile, Gandalf is like stuck there on his roof. But then Gandalf calls a moth, talks to a moth and says, go get me a griffin. And the moth says, no problem. And the griffin comes and rescues Gandalf. That happens at some point in the first half of this film. Meanwhile, the hobbits, they go meet up with the Strider at a pub, human pub. Of course, there's trouble. Of course, they said keep a low profile, but once you get a drink in a hobbit, they're dancing on the tables, pouring drinks over their heads. And so the ring race eventually tracked them down at the hotel, I think. And they sneak out of there. Then they try to hide out again. Like somewhere else, like at a castle the next day, because they're on the run and they're sleeping there. And then the ring race show up again. Meanwhile, Strider's like doing his best. He's trying to train the hobbits and stuff. But then Frodo puts on the ring, I think by accident, and he realizes he disappears, but the ring race can see them. And they basically give him like a little, like a spectral touch or something. And he gets a tummy tum-tum. Now they're on the run from the ring race. Frodo has a tummy tum-tum, but they meet up with Strider, who ends up as like this, like royal blood. He's like one of those people that's like can go between the world of the elves. He's loved by elves, loved by some humans. Heir to the throne of Gondor, Aragon, something like that, is his human name. Strider's his elven name. He's a ranger, ranger by day, Harlequin style, like he's got flowing hair, beautiful eyes, and he's dating an elven princess, of course. She shows up. Now, she's also got magic powers, so she helps them escape maybe even twice from the ring race. And they go on the run. She helps Frodo. They split up. Frodo goes to sleep. Next thing you know, do they get away? They do. And Frodo wakes up after resting for a while. Bilbo's there. And Frodo's on the mend, and we're in I don't know where we are. Maybe I'll think of it. So, elven paradise, basically. Now we get a lot of info here. One, we find out that Bilbo's still obsessed with the ring, and so Frodo says, whoa, buddy, boundaries. Then he gives, he'd already given like a mithril chainmail and his sword to Bilbo or Frodo maybe, or maybe he gives them to him now, but whatever. Then we find out, Sam and Merry and Pippin are there. And we find out that, all's not well in the human world. Sean Bean is Boromir. He thinks that his family is ready to take the throne, or maybe even him, and that there'll be leaders of pure heart, that he could even handle the ring, and that we should use the ring for good, but really you're supposed to throw the ring in Mount Doom, and that'll solve it all. The elves are bolting from the world. They're taking boats, and they're leaving. Bilbo's going with them. But we had the last great council to decide what to do, and everybody's represented. So you have elves, dwarves, and different, a couple of humans from different, Boromir from whatever. I don't know if he's from Rohan or, I think he's from Gondor, but he's not an official He's on like the second tier family or something. And he just he's a little needy. So then they say, what are we going to do about this? We got to throw this ring in Mount Doom, but it has power. It corrupts most people. And they say, we need a hero. And then everybody says, I don't know what to do. And they're arguing. And Frodo says, whoa, man. I'll do it because I've been wearing it anyway. It's my responsibility. I got it covered. And then Sam's like, no way you're going without me. And then even Gandalf and Strider, Aragorn, Boromir, Gimli, or the representative of the dwarves, and Legolas, the best athlete in all of the elves, they all say, we'll go with you. We'll form a fellowship of the ring. And we'll help you get to Mount Doom. And they say, okay, sounds good. So they set out, but they're trying to avoid the ring wraiths. Now Sauron's got people going out looking for them. Also, they try to go over this one mountain. So they're encountering all sorts of difficulties, right? Also, Aragorn has to break up with the elven princess because she says, I guess they have this impressive lifespan, but she could give up her lifespan to be with a human. He says, nah, don't waste your time with me. And meanwhile, they're like, you're splitting, like you're basically going into isolation when we could use some elven help with this Sauron. And they say, it's not going to go good. We're getting out of here. So then they try to go over this mountain, but Sauron is like casting he's so powerful he could cast lightning bolts across, change the weather and stuff. So they can't get over this mountain. So then they go back down and they say, what are we going to do? We got to get over these mountains to get to the next round of mountains to get to Mount Doom. And there's even apps that tell you how far it is that Bilbo had to walk. There's one running app. I never use it, but I downloaded it because you could use it to track your running to see how long it would take you to recap Bilbo's or Frodo's journey. But so then they're in a pickle, right? So then they say, okay, well, what are we going to do? And they said, well, you could go through this old dwarven mine and fortress or kingdom built into this one mountain, but we heard nothing good came out of it. And this is where a little bit of the history was confusing to me. And again, because I read so much Dragonlance, so it's just kind of hard for me to separate, but I guess you could fill in the blanks. So now they're cornered, right? They go back down the mountain. They can't go over it. Everybody's looking for them. They're at this magical set of doors. And then they have to figure out the spell and they have to figure out how to say, open it. I think you have to do it at a full moon. Just happens to be a full moon. They finally get the door open with some teamwork brainstorming and arguing. They get the door open. And then, I don't know if you remember, the first Star Wars movie in the trash compactor, the same friggin' thing that was in there is in the water, or pretty close to it, in the water outside of this mine. So they have to ditch that thing, but it messes up the door, jams the door on them. Because it's always trying to press buttons. So now they're locked in, because at first they get in the mine, they go, oh boy, never mind. This place has not got a good feel. But they can't leave. So now they have to go through this mine or kingdom or whatever. And it's totally empty, but there's a weird feel there. And basically, this is when Gandalf is really grouchy. He says, don't make a sound and we'll be fine. But don't do anything dumb, Pippin and Merry, by the way. So meanwhile, they're searching for a while. Then they find this, one room where they decide to take a break, and they find these books. And they say, oh boy, this is the history of the last residents here. And they're reading it, and it's very tense. This was one of the best scenes in all three movies for me, because the tension really builds, and then there's some great action. But so they're reading this book, and it says, oh boy, there's something, we dug too deep, and we found things that should never be found deep. This is all fiction, by the way. They say, don't worry, it'll be fine. But for this part, this is part of the movie where you learn this, gain the skills that you'll learn, use later 2 or 3 movies from now. But they say, oh boy, there's like little people, and then there's some big baddie too, like a big boss level, biggest of the big boss levels in the first movie, but not as big as the final boss, Sauron. Probably have to deal with Sauron too at some point. But for now, and then Merry or Pippin, they knock some stuff into a well, makes a bunch of noise. That wakes up everybody that lives in the mine. They come. And they're not they're like, hey, we want to take your stuff. This is our house. So basically, the Fellowship, they have to get out of there. While they're trying to get out of there, they realize that the big boss is even like this is a boss level. It's not just a level; it's a level with a boss at the end. And this one looks like a boss. Like it's big, it's got hot skin, no shirt on, the whole 9 yards. It's got feet, and it doesn't have feet. It has whatever those things are called, clompers. And apparently I say this wrong. I always call it a bar log, but I guess it's called something else, bar log. I don't know. Bar log is what I call it. That's just but that's like the giant big boss. So they're on the run from everybody that lives there and the big boss. And they're running. They're trying to get away. Couple things in here were, the physics of the effects were a little over the top, but most of them get away. But then this like big boss is still in pursuit, and Gandalf says, I got to stop this, because in the end, Frodo has to get away. That's the most important thing. And so Gandalf stands up, tries to take on the big boss level, kind of does at first. That's when he says, and I misquote this all the time. I always thought he said, you shall not pass or something, but he says something different. But I always used to yell that all the time. But he tries to shut stuff down. Then him and the boss, they leave the movie for a time being. Now, don't worry. Be back. Don't worry at all. Now, so then everybody's heartbroken because Gandalf, while he was he could be a grouch, and he probably was pungent, and he could have used a hair washing. He was their leader, pretty powerful, and a father figure, and kind-hearted when he could be, and considered the brains of the operation. They say, holy cow, what are we going to do now that, without Strider, or without Gandalf, we're toast. And now I'm not sure. I mean, I know. Okay, so then they wander into the Elven Kingdom, and these elves find them. And now they're totally heartbroken. It takes them a while. I think they have to dodge the ring race once or twice. They get into this Elven Kingdom, a different Elven Kingdom. These are the forest elves, and Cate Blanchett is the queen of the forest elves. They find out about Gandalf. They have a whole ceremony where we find out that Aragorn is like she totally can see into everybody's heart. So she's trying to give everybody advice. But she says, this is going to be tough, really, really tough. But she says, you could do it together. You got to get this ring. You can't give up, because they all want to give up, of course. But she says it's not going to happen. So then she says, here's some lembas. I got some, camouflage cloaks for you. We'll rebuild your spirits. Lembas is like traveling bread or rations. And so she gives them some tools that they're going to need. Camouflage coats are always great. And she gives them canoes. They set off again. But meanwhile, now Saruman's army is looking for them. And they're like, can run really fast, and they have a great sense of smell. So it's even worse. So eventually what happens is they try to park their boats. They got to go around these falls. And this is all like taking its toll on Frodo too. And Frodo, like they all get the advice from Kate Blanchett else, but you know how you interpret the advice is up to you. Now, meanwhile, Boromir, the Sean Bean character, he's like still like, wait a second, I've got royal blood. I know what's best, you know. I should just take this ring. We'll bring it back to Gondor, and we'll rule all in place of Sauron. Power, you know, ultimate power does not corrupt. And he almost is like all these foibles prove my point. So at some point he corners Frodo. He says, now the ring, you know, plays tricks. It's got a built-in delusion. So he says, give me the ring or I'll take it, basically. And Frodo says, no, man, that's not how it works. And he says, I'll just take it from you then. And then Frodo wakes him up. But at the same time he wakes up from the delusion, that's when the Sauron's crew comes in. And everybody's separated, so it becomes this whole mess. And Boromir decides to go see the Great Gondor in the sky, fly with the Gondors above Gondor. And everybody's split up for a time, and Frodo says to himself, maybe this is for the best. I'm just going to go by myself. Maybe they re-meet again and they have reconvene for a little while, but then Frodo sneaks out, and even Strider sees him and he says, okay, I get it. And so Frodo tries to head out solo, but Sam says, you're not going with me. And Frodo says, I got to do this alone. I feel like it'll be safer for everybody. I'm small. I can hide. Also, the Elven Queen pointed out to Frodo that they were being followed by Smeagol, and that Smeagol was already following them. So that comes up, I think, in the next movie. And so then Frodo says, no, Sam, you're not coming. Sam says, I'm come with you. Basically, I'm 100% coming with you. He doesn't give him a choice. So they head off together. Meanwhile, I had forgotten that Merry and Pippin, they became guests of Sauron's army, because Sauron's army, they said, just get the halflings. They said, get them all and bring them to Sauron. So Merry and Pippin are stuck with their guests of the army. So then Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas are the last three of the Fellowship left. To their knowledge, Gandalf has gone to the tower in the sky, but even though that's not what happened. And Boromir's, in the Great Gondor. And Sam and Frodo are off. And so they kind of almost needed a distraction. And maybe this Sauron's army's not that smart. So they just said, we got what we came for. We got two of the halflings, right? So they say, our mission now is to rescue Sam and Pippin, or Sam and Merry, or whatever. Merry and Pippin. And so they head off to do that. And I think that's how the movie ends. But let's look it up a little bit. Okay, it came out in 2001. What else do we need to know here? The budget was $900 million. Oh, no, 93 million. Almost did $1 billion in box office. Sauron, One Ring, Frodo Baggins, Middle Earth hangs in the balance. They start off to Mount Doom where they can destroy the ring. Let's see, plot. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, in the Second Age, they were all given these rings of power, but they were They're really under the control of Sauron in Mordor. Isildur of Gondor is the one who gets the ring off of Sauron and defeats Sauron, returns Sauron to spirit form. Isildur actually wore the ring. Then it loses the ring. That's when you get 2,500 years later, Gollum finds it. Then Bilbo finds it with Gollum. Oh, yeah, it was 6 years after that, 111th birthday for Bilbo. Gandalf shows up. He leaves everything to Frodo, including the ring. Gandalf says, wait a second, this is the one true ring. And also learns that Gollum was the one who told them that it was the Shire and Baggins who took the ring. Gandalf says, you got to get out of here. So I guess that all happened in, over 2 nights. Samwise heads off. Gandalf goes to meet with Saruman. And Frodo and Sam are joined by Merry and Pippin. I got that right. They go to Bree to meet with Strider. Oh, it was supposed to meet with Gandalf. But Strider says, I'm there. We're going to Rivendell. Then they go to Weathertop. So this part's right. Frodo gets kissed by a ring wraith. And then Arwen, the elf, and Strider's beloved. And, Strider and Arwen reunite their love for each other. Then they say Lord Elrond decides you can't keep the ring in Rivendell. Got to be destroyed in Mount Doom. Frodo volunteers, and then Gandalf, Sam, Merry, Pippin, Legolas, Gimli, and Boromir, and Strider, who is actually Aragorn, Isildur's heir, and rightful king of Gondor. Frodo gives Sting a chain shirt of Mithril to Frodo. Bilbo gives him those. Okay, so they head out to Gap of Rohan, but Saruman's watching that. Then they go off over the mountains. That's when the storm comes. They have to go through the mines of Moria. And that's when they run into all those Balrog, I guess. Is that how it's spelled? B-A-L, Barlog, but it's Balrog. Gandalf fends that off, but they vanish together. Then they go to Lothlorien, Galadriel. She's the one, she tells Frodo that only he can complete the quest, and that someone's going to try to take the ring. Saruman's got his crew looking for them. Then they go to Parth Galen, and Frodo gets, so I was right, deals with Boromir, tries to take the ring. Then the crew shows up. Merry and Pippin go with them. Aragorn comforts Boromir as he heads to Great Gondor, promises to help the people of Gondor. Frodo heads off alone, but Sam comes, because he promised Gandalf he would look after Frodo as his friend. He's going to need a friend. And, so I guess I was pretty close there. I mean, I guess I've seen it. There was definitely changes. I don't know what'll be on the Amazon product. But, yeah, it'd be interesting. And, I mean, I'm sure it's looking back at this and then preparing for something new. I always like it. As long as the casting's good and the story's good, and the effects are good, and the music's good. But I think the casting will be interesting. I don't know any of the cast, but I'm looking forward to it. So good night, everybody. That's the tale of the tape with Inside My Mind. Friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for the podcaster who is wearing a watch, but I don't need, you know what time it is? It's time for me to go off topic, get mixed up. It's time for me to keep you company, because that's kind of what I do. That's, Also, I was trying to think of more witty things to say about not having a watch. You're here just in time for me to go off topic and get mixed up. And if you say, I don't know what you're talking about, I thought this was a sleep podcast meant to keep you company so you're not alone in the deep, dark night, to take your mind off stuff so you could fall asleep. You're the most important part of the show. But this podcast is very different, not for everybody. Give it a few tries, see how it goes. The structure of the show is I'm going to do some support for the podcast. Then there'll be an intro to help you ease you into bedtime. And there'll be an episodically modular bedtime story you could listen to in any order. And it's time for Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. And thanks for making it possible, patrons. Hey, are you up all night tossing, turning, mind racing, trouble getting to sleep, trouble staying asleep? Well, welcome. This is Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. We do it with a bedtime story. All you need to do is get in bed, turn out the lights, and press play. I'm going to do the rest. What I'm going to attempt to do is create a safe place where you could set aside whatever is keeping you awake, whether it's things on your mind that you're thinking about. So thoughts, things you're thinking about about the past, the present, the future. All those thoughts can come up in my head at bedtime. So it could be thoughts, it could be feelings, anything you're feeling physically that's keeping you awake. It could be feelings, emotions related to thoughts or physical sensations or something else. You could be anticipating something. You could be traveling. You could have guests. Could be those changes in the weather, or it could be something else. Whatever it is that's keeping you awake, I'm here to take your mind off of that and keep you company so that you could fall asleep. And, sometimes we just don't know what it is. I'm going through that right now. Not even during, you say, I got a case of the blahs is an underselling of it, but a case of the blahs, And so whatever it is that's keeping you awake, I'm here to take your mind off it, as I said, and keep you company so that you could fall asleep. The way I do it on the podcast is I send my voice across the deep, dark night. I'm going to use lulling, soothing, creaky, dulcet tones, pointless meanders, and superfluous tangents. So that means my voice is not traditionally soothing, but it's more not bad. You say, well, his voice is okay. It's not great, but I don't really, it's the kind of voice I don't want to I don't mind, but I don't need to pay attention to. So that's a creaky, dulcet tones. Pointless meanders and superfluous tangents mean that I'll go off topic. I'll get mixed up in the middle of talking about one thing. Then I'll remember something else. Then I'll try to remember what I was talking about. Then I won't remember. Then I'll get distracted. Then I'll go on a tangent. And then hopefully I could get back to, the original point, if there was one. At that point, it'll be more like the original nub, which I have on the back of my head. That comes up every once in a while. And then I get to misuse the word vestigial. I have it's not a vestigial nub. I guess the nub ideally would be remnant of something vestigial that's no longer there. But I don't know if that's the right word even. It's a word I use incorrectly many times, and that would be a superfluous tangent. You might say, Scoots, I'm new to the show. Tell me more about this. Before you get to the podcast and everything, what do you mean a nub? That's a great question. It's very small, not noticeable because my hair covers it. Even when I don't have hair, sometimes there'll be a bald spot there when I would go to a barber because they wouldn't even notice the nub till they were buzzing it. And then because the nub it's a raised area made of bone, underneath, you can only feel it. To me, you'd say, what do you like? I've talked about this, but it's been a while. I always imagined as a kid that it was like once I figured out it took me a long time to understand what a ballpoint pen was. I don't know why. And I don't know why I'm someone who thinks about, I guess that's why I make a sleep podcast. So you spent a lot of your childhood thinking about ballpoint pens? No, the ballpoint, that became a selling point at some point during my youth. Here's the thing. I don't like to throw these words out there, but one of the greatest, I guess the only word I can say is SCAM ever pulled in the late 80s and early 90s was the erasable ink. And any left-hander that was school age or professional during that era will tell you that for some reason that one does not get the press it deserves. Maybe now they have erasable ink, but here's the thing they should have called it: ink that doesn't really dry. So it makes a giant mess if you're left-handed or messy, or anybody's going to touch it. By the way, you could erase it, but it's mostly because it's not dry, maybe. I don't know. Or it's just not like, it's ink-like. But there's a tangent within a tangent. So at some point I started to imagine this nub in the back of my head. Oh, where is it? Good question. If you were right in the middle of the back of my head, but towards the bottom, like the top of my neck, the bottom, which is the middle, yeah. Right around, like if you were looking at the back of my head and you had you're doing some sort of measurements, or amateur, if you're an amateur phrenologist, you'd say it's pretty closely aligned with your ear holes or whatever. But, I would say it's probably somewhere where my amygdala meets my cranium, but I'm not, but that's probably incorrect. It's probably why my lizard brain stays extra active. It's, and my mammalian brain, they're in constant flux because my nub, you'd think it would offer extra protection, but it's whatever vestigially had maybe did. And then those parts of my brain are the old brain stem. Oh, what was they saying? I don't know. I had another topic in there. Oh, so I used to fantasize that it was a ball. And I'm not kidding. Not when I was a little kid either. When I was of pen using age, which probably is high school, I guess, and middle school. I don't even know if in middle school you're allowed to use pen. And that's when they tried to push these, they said, why is your paper such a mess? I say, why don't you call one of these, why don't you call Big Ink and why don't you call Big Pen? There's only 2 companies that make these things, and clearly they're up to some. My paper's, it's not my fault my paper's a mess. I was hoping they have the option to erase all my mistakes. Clearly, that's bad. Clearly, as always, that backfires on me. Okay. Oh, so I used to just imagine, I guess this may be one of the more boring tangents I've ever gone on. I just took 6 or 7 minutes to explain a story that said, and then I imagined a nub within my head was a ball like in a ballpoint pen, even though it's not like a ball bearing. And I would rub the back of my head against something hard like a wall or a really high back, any smooth object, always upright. I never did it lying down. Probably too much gravity. And I would imagine that it was a ballpoint pen. I wouldn't imagine I was writing or drawing. Great question you just thought of there. I don't, yeah. This is how you become a sleep podcaster, clearly. Yeah, and I didn't imagine, these are good questions, reasonable questions you're thinking of. Did I imagine I was drawing something or writing something? No. I just imagined that there was just imagining of it's like almost like if I was writing fan fiction about the ball in a ballpoint pen. The ballpoint pen ball. I guess that'll be tonight's episode. Let me write that down. There's a delicious piece of irony. I did that with the ballpoint pen, of course. First, it took me a while to find it. Made by free pen, but made by one of the big pen companies. I don't even know if both of them are still around. There's been more. I think when I was a kid, there was only 2. Now there's more. At least there's more brands. There might only be 1 or 2 companies that own the brands. Okay, so where was I? I was trying to introduce a sleep podcast that has pointless meanders and superfluous tangents. Well, and I have no idea, really why I brought any of that up, other than as an example of stuff that'll take your mind off of stuff and keep you company. And the reason I make the show, that's kind of the most important thing I'll tell you. I make the show because I've been there. Oh, boy. trouble getting to sleep, trouble staying asleep right now, and tossing and turning and mind racing. But whatever it is that's keeping you awake, I'm here to take your mind off of that because you deserve a good night's sleep. You deserve a place you could get some rest and not have to worry about it. So I'm here to help if I can with that. Because the reality is not only do you deserve a good night's sleep, but if you get the rest you need and you deserve, like a bedtime you don't dread, your life's going to be better. Your life's going to be more manageable. That means the world we live, it's important. It's important to me, and it's important to the people around you, and it's important to everybody listening to the show because they can relate. So I'm glad you're here. Now, the thing is, this podcast is very different. You already heard. I mean, you already are like, holy cow, this guy, he's really publicly sharing. And they say, no, this isn't the third or fourth time I've talked about my nub. I think we came up with a couple of songs. Emmett Otter and the Jug Band, they came up with songs about it. Talked about how it's good for, if I had a cap, with the plastic, the caps with the plastic thing, you can hook under my nub or whatever. Other than that, it's good for like the middle stages of a relationship for the other person to laugh at me. It brings levity in that situation. Doesn't bother me. I'm not self-conscious about my nub. Except when it gets buzzed, but I don't get a buzz cut anymore or that kind of barber cut. But that's more because I have to answer the question. They say, you got a little, I say, that's my nub. That's the old nub. That's the nub buzz. What if I rub your nub? I'll get a buzz? No, I don't think so. Okay. So this podcast is very different. Give it a few tries. That's what a million people probably have said. It takes 2 or 3 tries to get used to this show. Because it is something you don't really listen to. You just kind of barely listen. I'm more here to keep you company than to put you to sleep. I'm here to be your bore friend, your bore bae, your bore sib, your bore cuz, your bore bestie, your neighbor, your bore burr, your friend in the deep dark night to keep you company so that you can fall asleep. Whether you're awake or asleep, I'm here. So some people, they can't sleep. They listen to the show because they're not going to sleep. And I'm here to keep you company if you can't sleep. But I'm here to keep you company just as much if you're not listening to me at all or you got me on a mumble, whatever it is. I'm here to take your mind off of stuff and be a presence, even if it's just a mumbling, rambling presence across the room or in another room. My job is to be here for you. And ideally, that gives you enough distraction or comfort so that you can fall asleep or that it takes away some of that feeling in the deep, dark night. Like I said, when you got a case of something stronger than the blahs, as I have going on a little bit. But by the time you hear this, I'll be, I have plenty of resources to deal with my blahs, and I record these episodes months and months before they come out. So thank you for thinking about me. And that being one of the things is that being a service and being a help helps me. So this is a podcast you don't really listen to. It doesn't really put you to sleep. It more keeps you company. It's very different. Not everybody likes it. Some people loathe it. If you already loathe it, sleepwithmepodcast.com/no thank you has plenty of other options there for you to check out other sleep podcasts and other sleepy stuff, because whether you like me or the show or not, it doesn't change the fact you deserve a good night's sleep. So those options are out there. And what else do you need to know? What else can I help you with? I don't know. Not going to put you to sleep. I'm here to take your mind off stuff. Oh, structure the show. That's the last thing I got to tell you about. Show starts off, it's structured in a very specific way. Starts off with a greeting, friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, so you feel seen and welcome. And you say, okay, maybe I could check the show out. And maybe I say something silly or lighthearted. You say, okay, this might be my style. Then there's support for the show. So the podcast is free twice a week for whoever wants to listen, with over 500 episodes in the archives. What makes that possible are the people that directly support the show or support the sponsors. And that's how we're able to put in all the work it takes to be here for you for free twice a week. Then there's support for listeners who are having a tough time and support for communities around the show. Then there's the intro. And the intro, some people associate with the sponsors and the support, but it's a show within a show to give you time to wind down, to give you some transition from wake to sleep. So you can use the intro in different ways. You could use it while you're getting ready for bed, while you're in bed, or while you're doing some other chill activity, or while you're drifting off. But the intro is designed to ease you into bedtime. And it's different every time, so it has a piece of some familiar structure, but some variety. So whatever part of you is keeping you awake, you can adjust and say, oh boy, here comes Scoots again. 1,000 times he's talking, he'll say, nope, now he's going to talk about ballpoint pens, fan fiction or whatever. So that's the intro. There's a couple percentage of people that skip the intro. There's a couple thousand people that pay to listen to story-only episodes, but there's more people that pay to listen to all intro episodes, I think, or maybe it's about the same. So just kind of see how it goes at first. You can set a sleep timer. You can listen all night. But the intro is a part of the show as a part of people's bedtime and wind down routines. Then there's support, again, between the intro and the story, so the show could be free and it's optional to pay for instead of being a part of a paid service or whatever. So that's the intro, then the support, then there'll be a story. Apparently tonight will be the ballpoint ball. I don't know. I'll think of whatever. I don't know. We'll come up with a story for about ballpoint pens or something, or maybe erasable ink. And, and then there's thank yous at the end. So this is the structure of the show. That's why I make the show. I'm glad you're here. I work really hard at your next drive. I really appreciate you coming by. And I really hope I can help you get to sleep. And here's a couple ways I'm able to do it for you for free twice a week. All right, everybody. It's Scoots here. It's tonight's episode. Apparently, according to the message I got from past Scoots, is called the Midnight Ball. Or no, not the Midnight Ball, but it's called the ballpoint pen ball. And, I don't know, I guess like I was thinking, well, what would that episode be about? It's not obvious. And then I realized I haven't done a My Life with a Perm episode in a long time. And, I did talk about erasable ink pens, which happened to coincide with my awareness of my hair as a liability as a child or a young adolescent or pre-adolescent. So, and that was when I was using erasable ink pens. So I'm wondering if there's a way we could build some bridges from the past to the present into another world where, I don't know, things go well. So if you're new, it's been years, I think, since we've done My Life with a Perm episode. So I will set this up. Once upon a time, I was a young lad, and like other young lads, I had, I was born with hair follicles, like a lot of people. Now, my hair is very thin and very fine. And when I say thin, I guess, I don't know, because I only have my head of hair, and I don't think it's really appropriate, even with someone, I've never really looked at a lot of people's scalps before, and studied their hair. So honestly, I don't know what people mean when they say thin hair. Like, I wonder, for me, this is just speculation, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. When I say my hair is thin, I think it's a twofold thing. I think my actual hairs, if you were to measure them, their diameter is thinner than, like other ones. Like, so you have different podcasts, like you have different pasta sizes, right? Like, I think you got your spaghetti. I don't know, is linguine flat or is linguine a circle too? But you have a spaghetti and angel hair would be in fettuccine. There's fettuccine, I think fettuccine's flat, linguine. I don't know. But so you have different types of pasta. There's different shapes. I mean, if you had linguine, like a flat hair follicle, you'd probably be famous. Or, that'd be, I'm sure, I wonder if there is. But so, where was I? So I'm presuming, and this is a presumption, that the diameter of my hair, much thinner than, I don't think many people have angel hair thickness hair. So you say, wow, angel must have a very strong core and, bone structure to hold up hair that is the diameter of angel hair pasta. Also, what the heck, who came up with that? I mean, I'm sure it was a marketing term, but it's like, no. First of all, the angels would be like, we don't need you eating our hair. It's just hair. It's for, no one, even in heaven, we don't know that it's to keep our heads warm, I guess, technically. And keep the sun off our heads, maybe. I don't know. We don't think about it. Angels, we're in such great shape. We take our hair for granted. We don't even think about our hair. So don't eat. You shouldn't be eating it, even symbolically. That is, humans, you're so interesting. Really, you're eating a pasta named after our hair. Do you think about it when you're eating? Not really. You just think, oh, this is thinner than spaghetti. Great. That's all I think about. What was I talking about? My hair. So my hair, I would assume is thinner in that sense. And I think it's probably more spread out, which is probably when people say you have thin, because when you say you have thinning hair, I think that means the space between the follicles is less, it's like, less dense, your density per square micrometer or whatever. So I think my hair follicles are probably more spread out than someone that has a more robust head of hair. And so I don't know, because you can even see it when your hair gets buzzed. When my hair gets buzzed, you can see a lot of scalp. But other people, I think, and I don't know if that's the density, both the distribution of follicles or the diameter of the hair the follicle produces. But for me, both of those are on the thin side, always have been. So that's one part of my hair that's important, is it's thin or fine. I guess, you say your hair's fine. So I guess that's another way of saying, when they say fine, though, that means your strands are of a lower diameter. Now, the good thing about that is my hair is very soft. I don't mind saying it's soft. It's also, my hair is incredibly straight. Now, people will look at my hair today and say, it looks like it has some bends to it, but it's mostly either product that's moving my hair, holding my hair, or natural greases, if my hair looks like it's falling in place. Now, I do wonder about my part, but let's stick with my hair, my actual physical properties of my hair. And if you say, give me a way to describe it, say, some people you hear hair described like corn silk. And I would say, idealized corn silk, because when you get down to corn silk, you're like, what the heck, this stuff, just like angel hair pasta. Like when you're actually dealing with corn silk, you're like, this is not something, but you know what I mean? So my hair was always, it just fell. It also grows, I've been told, it grows in the wrong direction. And I think somebody tried to describe it to me. Most people's hair follicles are pointed maybe backwards. My hair follicles are maybe pointed a little bit more forwards. This could be speculation as well. But, let's speculate, why not? So those are a couple pieces of information about my hair. And then I don't believe I have a natural part, because even now, I've been getting my hair cut or glamour, whatever, since I grew it out as a part of the past couple years. The woman that does my hair, Beyond the Ponytail, if you want to check Angela, check her out on Twitter. she does part my hair in a certain way and then cut my hair. So I don't know, and I don't even know, I don't know if I mean, I guess because of my own experience, I say, is there really a natural part in people's hair or not? And I mean, I'd like to get on someone like an anthropologist or, to say, oh, like really? Like, our hair, I mean, maybe there isn't they said, well, you can see, but if you didn't cut your hair or your bangs and you had a natural part, it'd be easier to see stuff. And I say, okay, I could buy that for right now. So those are a couple things about my hair. Like that's a little bit of hair background. So what that means is that as a child, you get the hair, like, I guess a part of me just said, you get the hair you deserve. And I say, oh boy, thanks a lot. And that's what you get the angel hair you deserve, or not the angel hair. And I said, well, maybe that's true. Maybe it led me, I mean, I guess that's what these are all about. You get the hair you need to become who you're going to be or whatever. And that road is not all, it has its bumps and, so it's not always easy. Okay. So my hair cuts before, as a child, we'll just run through them for your own entertainment. So I mostly had a bowl cut or like some sort of bangs. I wouldn't say a bowl cut because, the bowl cut is not, it's more of like a two bowl cut because your bangs were one layer trimmed one way and then the back, your hair was trimmed another. Though there were times I had a bowl cut. But most of the time it was like a two-layer, like a two-way thing. And so, most of your childhood, you don't really care, right? Like, your hair is just your hair. I mean, maybe some people do, or maybe it's part of your family value system, and that's fine. And if you have good hair, or you come from a family with high hair value, and you have good hair, or you're taught how to groom it, maybe that's like becomes part of your, I mean, maybe in a positive way, it becomes part of your identity. For me, initially, it wasn't really part of my identity. I just didn't think about it very much. And I guess this goes back to the thinness is, again, when my hair is just lying flat against my scalp, there's not much of a protective layer there. Like literally, it's like having just wearing a piece of paper where, so you see some people have a lot thicker hair. Like the idea that my hair is providing warmth. I mean, I guess it does provide some reflectivity. So that was my haircut for most of my childhood until, and even into, up until at least sixth grade, I had no hair awareness. My hair awareness was zero. And I don't know the first time, I don't think that, like, I think in like fourth, fifth, and sixth grade, and this might be a little strong for some people though, the things that kids point out, like they don't start pointing out your hair until, like till your adolescence, right? That, they have other things like your clothes. There's I had more obvious things, other than my hair that weren't necessarily going for me. But then, like around fifth or sixth grade, like I was behind the times, right? Because I was just aloof and like but some of my friends, they started to get into pairings or, imaginary pairings or, we've talked about this before, hand holding and that kind of stuff. But then you go into seventh and eighth grade and everybody's, growing up at a different speed, right? And that causes some ruckus, and it causes a realignment of values. And even in there, I'd have to look at pictures of myself. I don't think I really cared about my hair, even at least in seventh grade. Now, at that point, it did become a hurdle. And I'll have to try to figure out what I looked like back then. But my hair was still thin and fine. And, but again, I had other things not going for me. But that was like the high point of my life. I mean, I'll be honest with you, seventh grade, and this is going to sound like I'm being ironic or self-deprecating, but it's the truth. It was probably the best thing that ever happened to me. was that we had tracking in our school, right? And so the school I went to had 5 seventh grades, 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, 7-4, and 7-5. And 7-1 was for the kids, however they decided it. And they didn't have, this wasn't to assist us, because they didn't have, like, I think they had some basic assistance for people with learning differences. But this wasn't like how it is today, like where it's like, okay, these are the kids we're going to focus on some their learning differences and help them. This was more like, give us everyone. And they had one other group that was like also like challenging, but that's going to be challenging for the for classroom management. And they said, whatever is going to cause, there's different ways you're going to disrupt the classroom. Let's gather all those kids in one place. And honestly, I mean, I don't think the higher you got in the sevens, their expectation for your success was much higher. I mean, that's just the truth. And that 7-5 was like the advanced kids. And 7-1 was the exact contrast to that. But that was like, if I look back and you say, what was the happiest you were in your life, where there was like a balance of, like where you were being yourself and you weren't overthinking it. You had the freedom to be yourself and you hadn't had the, and I mean, I think it was because I was pre-adolescent. I was behind I was lower on the curve. So my evolution hadn't kicked in. So I was so happy because I was among people I could relate to, really, like people that had trouble with authority figures. And maybe they had their troubles manifested in different ways, and people that were at my level. And for the most part, the teachers really did well. It wasn't like, I have a lot of memories of, so it was like, I don't know, like I was just so happy. I was socially, like, I felt like so comfortable. So it was like this amazing time in 7th grade and 8th grade. And I don't know, but at some point between 8th grade and 10th grade, my hair became what I would describe as a problem. Now, that was because at 7th grade, I still had, what is that called? Like, not innocence, but I still wasn't overly consumed with my attraction to or my image and how it related to me being attractive to girls I was attracted to. And kind of obsessing about that, right? And, but at some point between 8th grade, between 8th and 10th grade, that like slowly dawned on me that one of the and again, I was actually incorrect, in some sense, but I assumed that one of the things under my control that was affecting this was my hair. And a lot of my friends had good hair. That's one of the things I always talk about on this My Life with the Perm thing, is that my friends had good hair. And so I took it and we all got our hair cut at the same place. And I would try different haircuts, parting it in the middle, greasing it. At one point, I guess it looked like Marty McFly because it was like a close cut and then long and then whatever. And then some classmates tried to help me, and they said, "Hey, just let your hair flow." And now that's where I'm at. I'm like, yeah, whatever, man. And that never worked out. And then I guess I grew really long bangs, like to my chin, and I would wear a hat or whatever. Like I just had that super long bang look, but very unstyled and like, but not in a way of like total confidence. Like I was hiding behind my bangs, and it was like a way of saying, I don't care about my hair instead of loving it. And then, at some point in adulthood, again, I still had the same problem. And it's supposed to be, I never had like a business job, but I had jobs I had to go to. And at some point, like maybe in my 20s or 30s, I was like, oh, let me just buzz my hair. Then I don't have to think about it at all. And I guess that became like, I was like, okay, that's just how it's going to be now. It's like, I'm going to be a buzz cut guy. And then what happened during 2020, like I said, oh, I'll just grow my hair out anyway. And then I had the idea, oh, maybe we could raise money for a nonprofit if I grow my hair out and get a perm. But people it's hard to get people that listen, they're falling asleep to a podcast to do stuff. So we couldn't really get anybody involved with that. And so that didn't work, but I kept growing my hair out. And then I realized, if it went through a very strange phase, but then I said, oh, wait, I like kind of having hair. And then I found someone that's very capable, and she actually took the time to kind of get to know what she was working with and the best way to approach it. And so then it's like, okay, now at this point, I'm like, I'm fine with my hair. Like, and it's like and I'm saying, okay, sometimes it looks a little bit like 70s or whatever, but I'm like, whatever. So all that said, that's kind of sets up this idea of my life with a perm, which we'll jump to. So my hair was dissatisfactory, but so I always wonder if there's, and now, again, these the Hollywood purveyors of, different universes. Now we've had this particular year, or I guess over a year, not a calendar year, we've had a really good TV show about multiverses. We had a great independent movie, or I guess I'm saying it's independent, but Everything Everywhere All at Once, about different universes, and probably different. Well, yeah, then different movies with multiverses, whatever it is. So we've had a lot of this pervade to us in different ways, yeah. But for me, like, this was pretty. I said, is there a universe where I have good hair, and am I living? And I mean, obviously I say, of course, but I say, okay, could I access that world, please? And say, don't judge that version of yourselves outside by your insides. That's what they always say. They don't show that in the Marvel movies or the, I don't know if anyone could have that conversation, it would be Michelle Yeoh, to say, okay, don't judge, because that's kind of what she was going through, right? Right? Is that in that? I mean, part of it. So yeah. And the reason I ask that is just like we're splitting hairs now. They say, who's they? Oh boy, the great creators of multiverse fiction. That's who they is. But in this, they say, okay, when a decision is made, that's when the universe is split. I think that's explained multiple times in multiple different ways. And so in my life, that did happen, really. This isn't fiction. When Frank Z, who cut my friend's hair, and again, this was some of my friends had already hit puberty. I had not. Some of them had a self-confidence or like, the attractiveness that I did not have. And I was always judging my insides by their outsides too. But they all one of my friends got their hair with this guy, Frank Z. Then we all started getting our hair cut there, and we'd only go to Frank Z. So every once in a while I would be afraid, and I would just go with another barber. And my friends said, afterwards they say the reason your hair looks like that is because you didn't get it from Frank. You got to wait and be patient and say no. So it was that was an opportunity for me to learn a boundary. And be like, there's a reason that guy is 4 chairs down from Frank. And they'd say, because, but whatever. So eventually I would wait for Frank. Now, Frank had, I believe at the time, a perm. And that just sticks out to me in my memory. And I don't know. I mean, I'm not on perms on dudes, like they've gone in and out of fashion. And I don't know, like I'd be hard pressed to say who wore it well. I'm sure there are people, and that'd be cool to point out to me, like, who wore a perm well, like, and not just natural curly hair. I'm talking about fake natural curly hair. Because I could tell you, I have some cousins that had naturally very curly hair, and they wore it well, like Matt and Miles, and still, what was my point? Okay, so one time I was getting my hair cut from Frank, and after Frank started cutting my hair, one of his things was that I had so many cowlicks, and he loathed my cowlicks, and I guess a cowlick is that the cow's saliva is so non-viscous that if a cow was to lick your head, your hair would stand up. And as if a cow licked me at all my hair would stand up. First off, like, why is a cow licking me? Why is a cow so close? Why is a cow licking my head? My hair's going to stand up. Maybe even stands up because I would presume it would tickle. Like, even if it was a surprise, my hair would stand up. If it was some sort of strange, like, unexpected thing, it would. Or if it was like, hey, come over, meet Birdie. She's going to lick you. She's the cow that licks people. She loves it. It's good for her too. That's how she keeps her salt up. So don't worry about it. She's going to, oh boy, there she goes. Like, my hair would still stand up because I say, oh boy, I would giggle like the Pillsbury Dough person. So, okay. So Frank, he loathed my, cowlicks. And then one day he proposed to me, and I was there with all my friends. And I don't know how we decided the order. I did not go first. I can tell you that. Unless it seemed like Frank was having a bad day or something. So, what happened? So one time Frank was cutting my hair, complaining about my cowlicks. He said, listen, the next time you come in, I want you to grow your hair out, even longer. And then we'll give you a nice perm like mine. And we'll put a little curl in your hair. And I even looked at him like, and he goes, so trust me. And he was trying to be, I think, in the end, I think he may have been misguided, but that's why I have to explore this universe stuff. But he said, hey, if I could cut your hair, if I perm your hair, it'll give a little bit of curl. We won't have these cowlicks. It'll be really nice. Trust me, like me. But his hair was different. His hair, he didn't have the same hair I had or the same face, you know. I mean, I would say well, I can't say he wore it well. He wore the perm the best he could, and it fit his character. But he was very encouraging. And I don't know if my friends heard it or if they said anything or I said anything to them, but I probably kept it to myself. But I can remember later being in the bathroom in the basement of our house, looking in the mirror and looking at my hair. And again, it was impacting my self-image. And again, in a different world, someone would have said, hey, don't worry, you know. But again, you got to go, this is like adolescence, you know, it's part of adolescence. If it's not your hair, it's going to be something else. It's part of your journey. Maybe because someone could have said that, I wouldn't have believed him at the time. Or maybe somebody did say, hey, yeah, you don't like your hair. You feel like it impacts your attractiveness and your self-confidence, and maybe it does, and that's tough. It's part of being an adolescent. Don't worry. After you've lived like many, many decades, you'll be comfortable with your hair. But it'll take a lot. So maybe you became comfortable with something else before you were comfortable with your hair. So I was looking in the mirror and I was thinking about what Frank said. And also I was afraid of this boundaries thing of just saying no. So I was like, hopefully he'll forget about it. But I said, maybe he's right. What would it be like? And some part of me, some wiser part of me in that universe, I thought said, don't do it, man. Like, you are not Frank. Like, picture his hair on you in the mirror. And I pictured it and I said, okay, like, I have a pretty high forehead. My hair is thin. I think, some of my facial features are large, And so I said, oh, you're right. Like, his hair on you, you're not, like, just picture his hair on you. It doesn't work. Don't do it. But I do wonder if there's a world where I did it and it went well. Like, what would that be like, It did it. So that's my life with a perm. And I think about ballpoint pens, right? And this idea, this was at the same time So at some point they came up with these pens called erasable ink pens, or I think that's what they were called. And they kind of came out of nowhere, at least in my mind. And it was like, I was still in grammar or elementary school or primary school, depending what do you call it, when these pens came out. And at some point, like the nuns in our school let us go from using pencils to pens, and we'd use pencils for math and pens for other stuff. And anybody that listens to this podcast knows, or maybe you don't know, like, when I have learning, like I have dyslexia, I have not taken tests for other things, but maybe, who knows? I learn differently than a lot of other people. And that's okay. Also am left-handed, and then also some also impact my ability to write with good penmanship. Physically. So so physically, not only am I left-handed, but physically my penmanship is affected by something. And so I had all that going for me in an age of Catholicism where penmanship was, honestly, we talk about confusion or stuff. And I think it was more not just in Catholicism or Catholic school, but that somehow penmanship was considered, was equated with intelligence and, conscientiousness and goodness in some sense. Even though you'd say, well, that was that should have stopped in the 20 years before you're taught. And I say, yeah, I know, but there's holdouts. But also, because I wasn't a good student, I made a lot of errors, right? And I had a lot of challenges with school. So these invisible, erasable ink pens were presented as a panacea for people like me to be able okay, you're supposed to be writing in pen. Yeah, now you can fix your mistakes, even when you write in pen. And this was one of those ones that, and maybe it was just because of right-handers, but I can't imagine that right-handers, and again, I know Rusty Biscuit's going to look up some great articles about this, but I can't imagine that it was just left-handers that were impacted by what I could say was a scam. This erasable ink was just ink that didn't dry, that you could erase it and whatever. The eraser just absorbed the ink. And maybe that's what an eraser does with a pencil on it. I think so. But a pencil's like dust. So it picks up the dust and rolls it up in the eraser, whatever, and flakes off. First of all, whoever invented erasers, holy mackerel, you're brilliant. But so the idea of the pen was that it was just like a pencil, but it was pen, so it's permanent. And I don't think this thing ever dried, properly, that you could erase it at any point. But because, for most left-handers, our palm, for whatever reason, or at least for me, when I'm writing, my entire side of the heel of my hand, or the palm, the side of my hand is on the table or on the paper. And then I write from left to right across a page. So it would constantly, my hand would be covered in ink. There'd be fingerprints or palm prints of ink everywhere, and the ink would be smudged. But it was like a trade-off. I think they flooded the market with these pens too. Or maybe it was just a pen preference at my family, because you had to bring your own pens to school. I'll have to ask my dad about it, but, because I'm pretty sure I can see him having a lot of, that's interesting. So maybe it was just me. Again, I'm making it about the world, but maybe it was just me. But so my stuff went from looking poor, I had poor penmanship and poor neatness, to looking way, 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 way worse. But the option of erasing it, or maybe it was just the pens that I had access to. And again, this wasn't because of deprivation. If I was supposed to ask for pens, there's the last thing in the world I would do. I'd just find pens. So that's the situation we find ourselves in with straight-haired Andy. But if we go and we close our eyes and we look at we look at the world again. Things get fuzzy. There I am writing at my desk, shoulders slumped, hand, the scent of wet ink, my paper smeared with ink and frustrations. But then there's a twinkle in the air as we transverse planes into another world where my hair has a round curl, like a gold Lockian locks streaming off my skull. And maybe this is, in this world, it's just my first or second attempt with these pens. And old Sister Sternchin comes by and she says, says, well, there's going to be another thing on your penmanship. And what's going on? I say, oh, sister, I was trying out these new pens. Have you heard about them? Erasable ink, or erasable. Newfangled pens, she says. You wouldn't have to erase it if you did it right the first time. And I'd say, yeah, sister, well, you're right about that, but I didn't even realize that's a pun, huh, sister? And she says, well, let's look at this. And I say, okay, you're right. She says, sister, could you smell the ink? Smells different than the other inks, we're used to. And then sister goes on a soliloquy about feathers and ink jugs. And I'd say, well, I definitely wouldn't have made it back. That would have been a lot worse, huh, sister? If I got a fountain pen for Christmas once, I think I ruined a year's worth of clothes. Didn't even use it. I just wanted one. Like, I'm no calligraphist. I'll never be one. But don't you get some sort of powder or something to sprinkle on that? This one, you don't have any of that, and we don't need it. And I say, I'm sorry, sister. It's clear that this ink in this pen is making my schoolwork more messy than it needs to be, while having the option to erase the ink is appealing to most people and is very marketable. And also, sister, oh, by the way, I'm tempted to put this in, I put a lot of things in my mouth, especially erasers, and this and test out their mouthfeel. And these erasers do have an interesting mouthfeel. So I don't know what that has to do with anything, sister, but that's also on my mind. And I'm more impressed with the eraser than the ink. But I found a couple things, sister, in my brief observations. The eraser does not really erase regular ink. And unlike a pencil, there is like a grittiness to this eraser that's different than a pencil eraser. Let me just show you here, sister. If I try to erase the erasable ink with a pencil eraser, it smears and it smudges even worse. And there's something in the pencil eraser that can't quite get the friction it needs to take care of the ink. So this has some sort of grit in it, especially because I'll be honest, sister, I've chewed up a couple of these erasers on these erasable ink pens. I know, sister. But it's clear to me that they have a grit in there, and the grit is something that helps erase the ink. No, sister, great question. I have not tried to erase any pencil with these erasers. But I have one more point, sister, that I'm going to learn in the future. But believe it or not, sister, I'm traveling. I'm a time traveler. And I've traveled to this time to put a stop to this erasable ink thing, or to make some changes. And I know you're aghast because you think I'm just trying to get out of this math assignment. But it's not a math assignment, sister. This is some sort of other assignment. The math assignment later, while I'll be using a pencil. I forgot my point, though, sister. Something about erasable ink, chewing on the erasers. Sister, I totally forgot what I was talking about. I was about to make a big point about something, a ballpoint, but now I forgot where I was going. But it was that this can't stand. Oh, what I was going to say is in the future, I will actually attempt to test out my erasable ink eraser on my report card. And I know this wouldn't let you slip by, you sister, but one of the teachers that's not a nun ends up using erasable ink on the report cards. In a normal student, sister, they just look at their grades and they accept their grades and they don't look at the ink and analyze the ink because they're a regular kid. But to me at the time, had already, this is 2 years from today, sister. They're still using erasable ink in 2 years in the future. And I was able to analyze the fact, just with mere sight and smell, that was erasable ink. And I said to myself, that is, I don't know if this is what irony is, but it is delicious, the fact that my report card is made in erasable ink. It's so delicious. Even though this is a decent grade, I believe it was a B, sister, I decided to erase my grade to see if it was truly erasable ink. And it came to my attention, lo and behold, sister, that it was erasable ink. And it came to another classmate's attention who brought it to the teacher's attention, which would, not go well for me. But it was just an experiment. And I want to put a stop to that future too. I mean, maybe I won't be able to make a sleep pod. In the future, sister, I have in another world where I don't have a perm to comfort me and to give me this confidence to talk to you using words and being comfortable and saying, hey, I don't like this. In another world, I'm not I don't have all these tools. And so, yeah, I could, luckily we're in our universe, sister, and not in that universe. We're just visiting this one. But I'm actually visiting, so maybe sister, do you know if I'm disrupting this universe by telling you? But wouldn't you like to work with me together sister, there's a knock. Oh, sister, it's a business person. Hello, you have a briefcase and a suit on. What are you, from Big Pen? Yeah, okay. Sister, we have to go with them. Okay, they're taking us somewhere. Okay, we're getting in a van. This is Sister Sternface, I call her, and old Furrowbrow. 2 of those furrows are mine. I'm just kidding, sister. You don't really have more than 10 furrows. 2 of which are mine. Thank you, everybody. So where are we headed? Okay. This is, we're seeing all of the pen. Oh, wow. So you really do have a big industry here making. So you want to tell me about this is a tour of the pen production? It's a booming business. There was some lean years before this. Okay. So you're telling me that the invention of erasable ink, in quotey quotes, by the way, is necessary to the economy of this area, and that I should be thankful, and I shouldn't stir up trouble. Let me just touch this curl here. Do you see? Did my curl just make a springing sound? Yeah, it does. Let me tell you a little thing about this erasable ink. Let's sit down. Is this your board? Oh yeah, and you're a supervisor. Yeah, okay, great. Everybody have a seat here. I'm gonna stand here on your conference table, and I'm here on behalf of myself, left-handers everywhere, and general consumers. Listen, we all know that this ink doesn't really like that. They had good intentions. Maybe this was an accidental discovery. I have no idea. And I'd love to know, but not right now, because I'm trying to make a speech here, which came first, the eraser or the ink? And I would love to know the branding meetings to make it a gray eraser, because I really appreciate there's a lot of things about your pen I appreciate. Do I prefer chewing on here's one of the things I appreciate. I got to tell you, whoever decided to make the eraser easy to get out of the pen cap, it really saved my dentist a lot of tears, because those pencils, they got metal around them. So if you want to chew on a pencil eraser, you're really putting a lot at risk, where this one I can just get it out and chew it like gum. Not that I should, or that this is total fiction. So if you're listening, and, it gives me something to play with. Believe it or not, I've used your eraser as a toy during class. Sorry, sister, but I have. And as an entertainment object, an object of speculation, a space capsule, many different things. So I appreciate those are things I love about your pen. And one day in the future, I'll speculate and fantasize that the back of my head is a ballpoint from a ballpoint pen. But here's the thing. This can't go on. Like in our world, like this is not going to end well. People are going to, I don't know what took the marketplace so long to reject your pens. And maybe it became a niche product. But think about the money you've invested in this, because I know you're about to do all those expansions you told me about on the tour. Let's agree not to do that. What we'll do instead is I'll help you. Here's the thing. You probably have two companies, right? This erasable ink company and brand. And then maybe you have another brand. If not, there's a free idea to separate the two products, right? Then what you're going to do is you're going to say, have a ball with a ballpoint. And you'll start sponsoring balls not ball gowns, but yeah, let's do a ball gown scholarship. Every city, you give away a couple ball gowns. You'll sponsor senior balls at high schools, maybe some other kind of social balls, and you'll say, have a ball with a ballpoint. And your commercials will show the joy of using a ballpoint pen. The ballpoint pen ball. Maybe even have that once you're here where we are, which feels somewhere like Scranton or Syracuse, maybe Binghamton, I don't know, but have a ball with ballpoints here. Come on down, have a ball with the ballpoint. Maybe it's every day. Instead of your tour, make it a ball. There you even say, and maybe you get some celebrities, left-handed celebrities. Not one day there'll be a left-handed celebrity named Ned Flanders, but not yet. But coming very soon, actually. And that's how you'll fix things. You'll actually use your ballpoint pens with real permanent ink that works against these. And what you'll do is you'll halt you won't stop production. This will be a niche product. And you could charge more for it. Instead of going and trying to replace the pens that we're already using, we'll do that. Okay? And that's how, and you could see if you feel uncomfortable, all of you can touch my curls. I'll crawl around on this table. It's very strange. Yes, I know, but this is how I'm going to save your business, and save myself from 2 to 5 more years of having to use an ink that doesn't actually dry, but not eliminate it, at all. So why don't you all lie down and then just rest, put your heads down on your desk, on this desk conference table. Go ahead and smell the conference table. Feel your breath against it, nice and warm. And feel it coming in, getting comfortable. Closing your eyes, that desk smell. And get some rest and go to sleep. Good night. Friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's time for the podcaster who's here to keep you company and help you fall asleep. I'm so glad you're here. I'm clasping my hands. I'm leaning forward and hoping to keep you company and take your mind off so you can fall asleep. If you're new to the show, this podcast is here because you deserve a good night's sleep. You deserve a safe place where you can get the rest you need. This is a silly distraction and a friend to keep you company, just like if you're going to call someone and say, hey, talk to me about some strange, silly stuff. Tell me a story. But I need your help for about an hour or 8 hours, whatever it is. You'll hear more about it. But yeah, I'm so glad you're here. And the structure of the show is first we'll have some support, then we'll have an intro where I'll talk about the podcast and kind of set things up and kind of go off on more tangents. And then we'll have a visit, kind of a lulling visit to a theme park in the autumn season full of autumnal joy. So it's time for Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. And thanks for making it possible, my patron peeps. Hey, are you up all night tossing, turning, mind racing, trouble getting to sleep, trouble staying asleep? Well, welcome. This is Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. We do it with a bedtime story. All you need to do is get in bed, turn out the lights, and press play. I'm going to do the rest. What I'm going to attempt to do is create a safe place where you could set aside whatever's keeping you awake, whether that's thoughts on your mind, things you're thinking about. So thoughts, any feelings, anything you're feeling physically coming up for you or emotionally coming up for you, like about the past, the present, the future, related to the thoughts, physical feelings, or the emotions. Things that could just be there. It could be changes in time or temperature or routine. It could be something else. Whatever it is that's keeping you awake. The most important things for you to know is like, while I might not know exactly what you're going through, I could relate to some of the feelings. And if I can't relate to them, someone out there that's listening right now probably can relate to what you're going through. They know how it feels. And for most of us, it doesn't feel great. That's one of the reasons I make the show. The other reason I make the show is because you deserve a good night's sleep. You deserve a place you could get some rest, or whatever is keeping you awake. You could have a little distance from that. You have a bedtime you don't dread, so your life is more manageable tomorrow. That's what's important to me. That's the most important thing about the show. That if you get the rest you need, your life's going to be better. That means the entire world we live in will be a better place, and that is true. If you're rested and your day's a little bit better. So that's why I make the show. Now, this podcast does not work for everybody. And some people, you may already realize, I'm not sure I like you or the show. So I'll tell you, for most people that are fans of the show that pay to support the podcast, they agree with you. They say it takes two or three tries to get used to this podcast. So that's the majority of people's experience. But for some people, this podcast just won't work or you just won't like it. And that's totally fine, too. I have a list of other stuff, sleepwithmepodcast.com/no thank you. And you could check out, there's other sleep podcasts on there and other sleepy audio and stuff like that. So check that out if you already are like, you know what, this show is not for me. That's cool. I still want you to get the sleep you need and deserve. It's still important, so keep trying. But if you're skeptical or doubtful, but you're like, well, I'll check it out. I'm willing to check it out. I'm willing to try anything. That's why I started the show. I said, I need something a little bit different. And isn't anybody looking for something a little bit different? Someone to keep them company with no pressure to listen or to fall asleep. And so that's what this show kind of is. And what I'll do is I'll send my voice across the deep, dark night. I'll use lulling, soothing, creaky, dulcet tones, pointless meanders, and superfluous tangents. So that means my voice is not traditionally soothing. I'm going to go off topic. I'm going to get mixed up. I'm going to backtrack. I'm going to forget what I was talking about, all that stuff. But all of it is to keep you company and take your mind off stuff so you fall asleep. So like I kind of said earlier, this is a podcast you don't really listen to. You kind of just barely pay attention, just like it's a little bit out of focus. Like a podcast, you say, okay, I kind of know what you're talking, like I'm kind of paying attention, but just barely. We've all been in that situation during the day, and we have feelings about it because you say, well, you're supposed to be listening to that person, or you're supposed to be paying attention in class. Or even like, do you remember what that movie was about? I don't know, like that person with the cape, I don't know. I was checking, I missed part of it because I was checking my phone. And, so no, I wasn't like, but people say you weren't really paying attention. My goodness, that's never happened on planet Earth before. You say, really? That's part of my brain talks to me like that. That was pretty extreme. And that's like not the extreme version of what it sounds like during the day. But that's sometimes how my reaction to myself is. You say, I don't think anybody, what kind of person doesn't pay 100%? You can't put your phone down for a 2.5 hour movie? And I said, well, if I'm in the movie theater, I can. And if I'm at home, I aspire to. But you got me, gotcha brain, the old gotcha brain. There was a movie called Gotcha, and it came out, it was about, like, you know how there's Nerf is popular with, I think what they are, like little water balls now, and you play a water ball tag. And there was actually an episode of Ted Lasso about this. Back then, they were, instead of just water, they were paint. And it's different than paintball, because paintball is like a little bit more, like this was a lighter version of it. Cause those ones, you say, owie. These ones were back when, but anyway, there was a whole movie about that. And it starred Goose from the original Top Gun, who was also in a procedural TV show on NBC in the 90s or the aughts. Anthony Edwards, not the NBA Anthony Edwards, different Anthony Edwards. But so, anyway, what was my point? Go way off field. Oh, this is a podcast you don't really listen to. You just kind of barely pay attention, and that's okay. That was my main point. You say, oh, okay. And no, like I stopped paying attention when you try to explain. What were you trying to explain again? Gotcha. I think there was a song for that movie that was, that is in my head. That was like one of the movies that was, I would just watch, because this is the way it was, kids, back when we had, linear television. If something that was on that was just okay, you'd like, at least me, I can't speak for my entire generation, but I think I am. I would just watch it. I'd say, oh, this Gotcha movie's pretty good. Pretty not bad. I'm going to have to rewatch it. And so I like Anthony Edwards, and I kind of remember the rest of the cast. It was it was nothing like, what was that movie called? Space Quest? What was that one? It was one of those mistaken identity movies. So, you may be, don't mistake the identity of this podcast with something that makes sense. So yeah, this is a podcast you don't really listen to. It also doesn't put you to sleep. There's no pressure to fall asleep here. I'm going to be here to the very end if you can't sleep or you just need company. I'm here to be your boar bae, your boar sib, your boar bud, your boar bestie, your boar burr, your neighbor, your boar friend. To keep you company in the deep dark night while you fall asleep, just to take your mind off of stuff. And to be here, that's it. And then you fall asleep. You say, okay, I did stop listening and fall. That's ideal breakfast conversation after sleep with me. You say, what was Scoots talking about last night? I don't know, something about mistaken Nerf and mistaken identities and water balls. I don't know. I don't even know what a water ball is. It's more like, it's like a miniature water balloon. I think, but I don't know. I don't know what he was talking about, but fell asleep. So it's a podcast you don't really listen to. Doesn't really put you to sleep. It's here to keep you company. Or if you need a break during the day or you can't sleep at all, I'm here. There's also people that listen to episode after episode after episode all night long. So if you're new, those are a couple things to know. The other thing to know is the structure of the show is very different, and it's designed in a very deliberate way. But there are ways to adjust the show as you become a regular listener. So let me explain to you the layout. Show starts out with the greeting. Friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And then I say something else, so you feel seen and welcomed in. Then there's support for the show, so the podcast can be free and come out twice a week regularly we've been doing this almost 10 years now. So, actually, when this episode comes out, it'll be the 9th year making the podcast and coming up on the 10th calendar year. So, yeah, that's pretty cool for free. So that's the sponsors and the listener support enable us to do that. Then there's an intro, which is separate from the support. And we're like 12 minutes in or 10 minutes into the intro where I go on and on and on explaining what the podcast is. I'm not successful, but it is a show within a show that serves a few purposes. One, it inefficiently tells a new person what to expect. And it gives you kind of sampling of what the podcast is like and what I'm like. Two, it's different every time. So regular listeners know, okay, the intro is going to follow a similar structure. It's going to be somewhere, it could be 10 minutes, could be 18 minutes, could be 11 minutes, could be 17 minutes, maybe 13, could be 12, it might be 21 minutes. But I know Scoots is going to be there trying to explain what his podcast is and getting distracted. But I know it's going to be different every time, so my brain never quite adjusts. And I also know it's going to be part of my wind-down routine. For most listeners, there are listeners that fall asleep during the intro. There are listeners, 2% or so, that skip the intro. But for most listeners, the intro and the start of the podcast is designed to ease you into bedtime, to be a twilight between whatever, your evening and falling asleep. So whether you're getting comfortable or you're doing some other chill activity, that's what the intro is really here for, is to ease you into bedtime and for me not to successfully explain what the podcast is. So that's the intro. Then there's, again, support for the show between the intro and the bedtime story, so the show can be free. And then there's a bedtime story tonight. We'll have a guest on, my neighbor Ray Perkins, talking about autumnal joy at a avant-garde display of autumnal joy, I think. I don't know how accurate any of that is, but he'll be rambling and put you to sleep. It'll be really nice. And then there's some thank yous at the end. So that's the structure of the show. It's why I make the show. And I'm really glad you're here. I really appreciate your time and checking this podcast out. And you're a nice driver. I work really hard. I really hope I can help you fall asleep. Thanks again for stopping by. And here's a couple ways I'm able to do this for you for free twice a week. All right, everybody, this is Scoots here, and this is a seasonal episode, but I guess it'll be kind of timeless, where my neighbor Ray comes in, and so this is a new style Ray episode, and anybody that is part of our Midnight Mission newsletter helping us build hygiene kits, you may have seen this already in the live show, or those of you that came in person, or online for free, or patrons, you probably heard this. We kind of did a live show about how can we help Ray make this episode? Because this is a new territory for Ray, not a Disney theme park, not a Universal theme park. And if you're new to this podcast, Ray Perkins is my neighbor. He's the most well-adjusted person I've ever met, super kind, loves theme parks, loves adventuring. And he just will he's going to run through our experience. He's got my notebook, and it'll be cool. So without further ado, my neighbor Ray Perkins. Hello, everybody. This is your friend Ray, your neighbor Ray. Hello. So good to be here in your ears. Scooter, thank you for that introduction. My name is Ray Perkins. I'm a member of the Deep Dark Night United. So glad to be a member here in the Deep Dark Night with all of yous. And to be a friend and keep you company. Really my honor. And it's also my honor to be a friend with Scooter, little Andy as I call him, or the pod boy. And you have known him for quite some time. I knew him before I knew him, but I knew him. I was his neighbor back in, I don't know what year it started, but we'll say 2010, just for brevity's sake. And I didn't really, well, I talked to him, but he didn't acknowledge my existence till about 2013. He lived in a apartment, which was 4 units, a home that at some point a long time ago had been divided into 4 apartments or 4-unit, but not, you can't say it's an apartment building because it looks like a house. And he would go into his apartment from the back. Most people did that lived there. Even though there was a front door, nobody seemed to use it. Now, Scooter had his dresser against his front door. It was just easier. There was a driveway, and that's where I'd see him, little Andy, trying to get by me. I lived next door in an apartment building next door, and I would see him, and I would try to make small talk with him or large talk, and he would just keep on walking. A lot of times he pretended he had earbuds in, even before there was earbuds. In 2010, and he'd put his phone, he'd smile at me and wave, but then he'd say, "Sorry, got a call here." But he was, it was worth the wait, being friends with him. Even when I'm friends with him, and it's worth the wait sometimes. But I come on the show and I get the honor of talking about little theme park trips I went on with Scooter, sometimes with his little one who's not so little anymore. And we got, last year, a year ago, a little bit more than a year ago, when you're hearing this probably, we went to an event at a theme park at Knott's Berry Farm. And Scooter thought it'd be funny because it was a theme park after dark event for the autumn season. And it was a very long, they have a shorter description of it, not fun farm after dark. But the official title in Scooter's imagination is Knott's Berry Farm presents an interpretation, an avant-garde interpretation of autumnal joy. But when they say autumnal interpretation, that's meaning Scooter's interpretation of that word. But so we went there, now Knott's Berry Farm. This was at night, and it's a separate ticketed event. And Scooter handled all of the details. Now, we did not stay we stayed in Anaheim, but not right by Knott's Berry Farm. And so I'm getting out his notebook, actually, which is not open to the page. Is this it here? Barking group, walk to ride. No, that's not it there. 1245, 150. Here we go. So we took an Uber there, the 3 of us, and according to this, I'll explain it. We took an Uber there. We arrived at about 4:45, and we were in line to check in. And what does that mean? Done. Okay, so 4:45, and we ate for about an hour. So we went and we did a dining buffet package where you get to dine with, okay, so this is an interactive theater, more than theater in the round. It's theater in the surround, this autumnal joy event. So you're going to Knott's Berry Farm, not just so much to ride the rides. Now, you can ride the rides, and we did ride a few rides. But mostly you're going there to be immersed in performers, not that, well, pretty different than the Dickens Fair, but on the same level, where you're going into themed areas, and there's performers there. We call them AJPs, Autumnal Joy Performers, or AJPs, Autumnal Joy Providers. But so the thing started with, this was something Scooter purchased separately. And if he did it again, he said, I'm not so sure, but he'd have to look at the price. But he said, where you go and you eat, now you do get a buffet meal. And I'm pretty sure they had Knott's chicken. So and it was in the Knott's Berry Farm restaurant, but in the back at a buffet area. And you got yourself unlimited refills, though they refilled them for you. And I think it came in a souvenir cup that you could use in the park later that day. And what else? So there was buffet food. And now we didn't write down anything that we ate, but there was dessert. And while you're eating, the AJPs, the performers are going around. Now they're themed to their installations, their artistic installations. And there was a few different ones that like there was a large number of the performers were from installation called, what was it called? Scooter had told me and then I forgot. Like it's like the Old West. The people from the Old West who have joined the big farm in the sky, they're in the big farm in the sky version of the Old West, and so a lot of them there, and they're saying, hey, and so they're very themed. They have Old West clothes. But their clothes, they no longer really need them because they're living in the big farm. So their clothes, they're not aware that they're deteriorating. And they've accumulated some dirt and stuff. And I asked them about it. I said, why is your clothes so covered in dirt? And they said, well, at the big farm in the sky version of the Big West, we crawl around a lot. But they were going around. There was also people from a carnival themed area of autumnal joy, and they were there. And Scooter was not, like Scooter said, okay, but they were very friendly, and they were mostly there to interact with you and to let you know, to give you a little preview of what's to come, and take your pictures. You take your pictures with them. Then after we ate dinner, we checked in. Now, we were early. Now, Scooter did not know this. He thought maybe we would get a head start on the crowds. But really what we had was from 5:40 to about 6:15 just sitting around because we had finished eating, but the park wasn't open. Like they were still having people leave the park from the day. And so that did not work out well, especially for the young one, because her and I, we had never been to this before. Scooter had been to this event in when he lived in Los Angeles, and he had a very fond memory of it. He said, this was like a top-notch event, Ray, and I want to one day go back to it when my daughter's old enough to go and enjoy it. Avant-garde things, they take, something similar to suspension of disbelief, your suspension of need, your suspension of, and I said, I understand, Scooter. So he said, this is the time, and then he asked us, would you be interested in going to a strange seasonal event based on autumnal joy, but interpretations of it that, may be, not the same as your expectations. And she said, I will. But while we were waiting, we were getting nervous, the two of us, because we said, what does this even mean? And especially seeing performers walking around in character the whole time, it led us to believe, are we going to be able to are we going to be able to do something similar to suspension of our disbelief? And will that be all right? But I think it was good because it provided some buildup. It wasn't great, though, because there wasn't really anywhere to sit down. There was, so in the future, we would get there a little bit closer to 6:30. But at 6:15, the rides did open. And we went on the wooden roller coaster twice. And I can't read Scooter's notes, but I know we rode it at 6:15 and then 6:24. We went back on. It does say, wow, fun, and view. That I can see. It has a very good first drop. And for a wooden roller coaster, it's very smooth. And it's an old-fashioned wooden roller coaster, not the revamped versions. And then after that, we decided to start at 6:53 was our next note here. and it's not interpretation, it's, so we had to walk, and as soon as it's getting dark now, not yet, but, everything's immersive. There's a lot of fog machines so that you feel like you're in a dream, and there's like sound effects, and then there's performers, and so at least at some point around 6:53, we got in our first line. This says the sand house or sand horse, then druthers. But there is no sand house, then druthers. And let me just read through his notes, because I don't know if any of this 703, third mirror, the dark or something. 705 is blank. 711 was the holiday show. 720. The depths, 728 again to the show again, 745, Madam T's, and then we left that part of the park. So in this part of the park, which was backstage normally, there was 4 different installations of different interpretations of what autumnal joy might mean. And these are very, I don't even know if this is avant-garde, but I would say it's avant-garde to say, okay, just make your own interpretation of autumnal joy and pitch it to us, initially probably. And this one was very themed. The first one was called Madam T's. Now, I can tell you what it's based on is like, if you go to any tourist area here in the U.S., maybe even, I don't even know where else. I know in Niagara Falls, Fisherman's Wharf in Hollywood, there's a Madame Tussauds, or even Orlando has it. But there's a Madame Tussauds wax museum with like celebrities and historical figures. Right, and you could go stand with different historical figures, and I don't know if they're actually made from wax, but that's what they're called. Originally, they're called wax museums. So this was a different take on it. It was celebrities making, making stuff to celebrate the Halloween autumnal season. A lot of it, because they were working, you'd see the back sides. Like the first one I said, is that Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, like putting out like a little, like a cat and pumpkins? It's so cute. And different things like that. So you go through and you see celebrities and you say, okay, that celebrity's putting up lights, like Michael B. Jordan was painting in what do you call that, neon paints, and then the lights would change, and they'd be glowing, and I think one had like Emma Thompson, and she was working with dry ice and making a bubbling cauldron. Then you move on and you see like children coming to the doors trick-or-treating, but none of this, it was mostly static. So that was like, it was a good preparer, but you're also immersing yourself, like you're becoming, it does best when you're like fully involved. So you say, okay, I'm not me. I'm a version of me who's in a tourist area somewhere else, who is paid to go to a museum where they're showing the celebrities celebrating autumnal joy. And then they also showed how hard the celebrities work to make it perfect and spread their autumnal joy and showcase the seasonal fun. This is the second year we've presented this. This is from Knott's material here. And it's really going to be a fun time. Let's see what other notes we had here. Yeah, you go through, you see celebrities crafting and having fun, working with craft paper even. And a little interaction with you, like every once in a while. So there'd be a person pretending to be a celebrity, waxed celebrity, but mostly it was people that pretended they were working there. because it did take a lot of explanation. They say, oh, no, that's Matt Damon and Ben Affleck decorating. And actually, I think they had where they were able to, because then they would come up with a story. I don't know if it was improv, but they'd say, oh, no, every year they go to 5 houses and they decorate the houses for fans. And so it's refreshing and fun to just see and not to know where to know, okay, this is all fictional. So even what are those called? Pledges? The people that work at the museums. But yeah, it was cool. Then the next one was called The Depths. And Scooter was under the impression that this was about mining. And he said, I don't know. I guess it's about, because we said, Scooter, what is this? What should we expect? And at first there was a couple people in mining gears and there was mining equipment, so I don't think he was totally misinformed. And Scooter said, I think it's going to be how do miners celebrate autumnal joy. But really the plot ended up being miners searching for autumnal joy and what they discovered. So yeah, like a heavy fog shows a successful mine where deep inside the miners will find autumnal joy. The mining crew has looked and heard tale of autumnal joy deep within the earth. When they look, maybe they'll find it. Or will they enjoy their journey to discover autumnal joy? And so this was a second one to go on. The line was very short for this one because it was in the back left corner of these 4 installations. And it had one of the coolest things we ever saw. So the story kind of goes, they go in the mining and then they're kind of guessing, oh, let's go this way. And then they discover a world within our world where there's still autumnal joy. So part of it is below the earth, and part of it is like below water. And that was my favorite part, was the illusion. This was one of the coolest illusions Ray will tell you about. So you go into this one room, and there's green lasers or blue lasers, in this fog, but the lasers are going around about your belly button level in a horizontal way. So it looks like the surface of the water, just a straight line. And the fog is like, so you see the fog and you say, okay. And then below the fog, below the lasers are, inner earth friends. And they say, then out of the fog, they come and they say, oh, this is what we've learned from your autumnal joy. And they say, see, I'm jumping in a pile of leaves here. Even though they're like a water-based creature, they're fully sentient. And they say, oh boy, I really love this. And then there's other ones with ships, and I don't know if there's any pirates. And then there's other ones, that aren't water-based, but that was one that just stuck with me. I said, holy cow, this is interesting here. And what a ton of fun they were having. I mean, really seemed like a ton of fun. It was a ton of fun for us. And, you should go. I don't want to spoil it and tell you in case you're going this year, next year, and they still have this to say, what kind of autumnal joy but I will tell you, in the end, they say, it's the autumnal joy that lives in your hearts. And the people inside the earth, our friends there, they say, and it's the autumnal joy that lives in our hearts, or whatever is the version of the hearts are for us. Like one said, it's the autumnal joy that lives in my exoskeleton. So that was fun. Now, the next one after that, apparently it was based on a game that kids play on the phones or on the computer, like where they walk around a space station. So this was very powerful set design because you're going there to go on a space station and see in the future on a space station, how do they celebrate? Now, this is the initial concept, but of course, there's a story. There's always more to it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be. Now, these ones, unlike the first one, all performers, some on screen, some in person, some animatronics or special effects. But again, if you suspend your disbelief, it's all real. Oh, I found myself on a space station where I get to see how they celebrate the autumnal joy and express it. But what you quickly discover is that this spaceship it's a bit comedic. Like they've set out to celebrate autumnal joy, but nothing is going to plan. And so one of the things is based on, and it had what are those called again? Cookies, cupcakes or whatever. So one of them is like on Star Trek. It's a double Star Trek reference. One, it has a character who has asked the food moderator or whatever, the food amplifier, what is that called? The replicator or whatever. So it's not a replicator though, but it makes the thing on Star Trek that makes the food. They've asked it to make candy for the trick-or-treaters. And, but the replicator has gone into like some sort of tribble mode. Now, if you look at the labels of the candy, and they did give you one piece of candy on the way out, the candy said tribble bars, which I thought was funny. But the machine just keeps making candy, and it was a special effect. So this person's up to the elbows in candy bars, and they're saying, stop replicating the candy bars. And then you walk around and you see them in like, some of them have like altered the monitors. So they're watching different, Halloween specials on the monitors instead of doing the job. And, Houston's calling. I said, no, there's Halloween specials on the monitors. You're supposed to be looking at Pluto or whatever. You're giving James Webb a bad name. But so that was another thing. Then another one was a little gag with not with an airlock, but like the airlock has two phases. But like where the trick-or-treaters are on the inside of the airlock and they're trying to get the candy, and the people with the candy, they had switched positions or something. I don't know if I totally understood. I said, I'm not sure that's how airlocks work. Then there was a cute one, which took very good special effects. Now, they used a combination of lighting and strobe and fishing lines, I would assume, or magic. And so then what do they call that? Like aerial artists, like you would see at the circus, performing. And they were pretending to eat candy in zero gravity, which was, oh boy, was that exciting. So they're floating about in zero gravity and doing flips and trying to catch the candy. And then they had like like a stand type android figure saying, all the candy's short-circuiting me. The candy's short-circuiting me. Yeah, let's see. What do we got? In the backstage area with other neighbors, takes you to outer space on board an aircraft where nothing goes right. And fantastic, it's a really fun one. And it's in a back corner. I think we did it twice. But, this one, it was not as, it was good, but it was a little too out there, I guess, in outer space. This, like, I guess it was like the next one was so in depth, the levels they went to, that's probably another reason. So the next one was called, I forgot the name. I don't have it written down. The Great Halloween Investigators Investigation. The Great Halloween Decoration Investigation Investigators. That is a mouthful. But again, you're suspended. Now everything's themed. So you are an audience member in how you've gone, you're in line initially. Even when you're in line, it's themed. And there's people outside saying, okay, everybody, it's time, for another taping of your favorite show, The Great Halloween Decoration Investigation Investigators, with your favorite investigators. And we're going to try to get you inside. Hopefully we can fit everybody, but you stay patient. Don't worry. We're doing 3 tapings today. To where you almost, even though it's not really, say, okay, I hope I get in for this taping. Are they really only doing 3 tapings? Are they really taping anything? Then as you get closer, you get led into another area, and they are keeping count, and they say, okay, that's all we could fit for this next taping. And you say to the people, I'm sorry, I guess you can't get into this taping. And it's people pretending to be production assistants. And they're saying, okay, we're going to go inside to the warm-up room before we go into the tape. And now the Great Halloween Decoration Investigation Investigators, you also learn, in case you didn't know, because it's imaginary, is this is the top show on, Knott's TV, where these, the Great Halloween Investigation Investigators, they go around to the best decorated houses in the world and learn all the things of how they did it, all the tricks of the trade. And, they're going, so that you can do them at home. And you say, okay, this sounds great. So then you get let into the next room. And this is where they were I think there was only one other house like this, where where it's just really, in-depth theater. So then you go into another room, and it's more people that are a little bit higher level production staff. And they say, here's the show we're taping, in the next taping that you're going to get to be a part of. Now just make sure you follow all our directions. We don't want you to end up with pumpkin pie in your face. And they kind of go through and they kind of show a couple segments. Then they have a stand-up comedian to tell some jokes to warm up the crowd. And once they get you laughing, they say, okay, everybody go in and take your seats. Make sure to follow our directions, follow the path. And what you realize, now there's 3 doors that open, and you could go through, you're supposed to go through the closest door. Now, spoiler alert, one thing, it doesn't matter, because we went out more than once, it doesn't matter which door you go through. And another spoiler alert, because it's kind of the part of the thing, is that you never reach the taping. That's the point of the experience, and it's supposed to be funny. So you're basically going through, and then you go through all these different scenes where you can hear them taping, you can hear the audience cheering. And then sometimes you could see through a hole, and they say, how do you make, something look like, how does the strobe light effect work? We're here with the top strobe scientist, Dr. Bennington. And Dr. Bennington kind of shows how strobe effects work. And then you kind of see, I don't know, but basically you're just kind of going through backstage areas and seeing things, but all of it is, and a lot of it is other shows being taped, and they say, what are you doing here? We're doing the Baby Dinosaur show. You're interrupting the trick-or-treating episode. So it's very fun, and I don't want to spoil, I know I spoiled the overall thing, but I don't want you to be stressed like we were. Being do we really have to find our way to the taping? No, you don't find your way to the taping. You do hear them. You do hear somebody wins the contest. You hear everybody cheering. but you just never reach the taping. And so we did do that a couple times, and that one seemed very, very popular, I guess because of the layers. And we did all of those attractions twice, which I was glad for. Now, they also have outdoors, the areas are themed. So we went through the Old West part of the park, which was covered in fog. So again, you had the characters walking around that would again be at the presentation we were. Now this one was more dreamy, where there was people from the Wild West, or the American West, or whatever you want to say, and they're saying, "Oh, what do I want to dream?" Like their ideas, their dreams of like what they want to do at the big. I want to be an angel. I want to be someone's kitty cat, all those kind of things. This was very out there. But then you go to like this like a Wild West set installation. Again, it's like how the Wild West became the Wild West, big farm in the sky, Wild West or something. I don't know. Ray didn't write it down. But we went out. We got in line at that 7:52. And what is strange is that initially, again, you're an observer, but sometimes they observe you observing them. So it's kind of like this one, you were in line. I mean, not directly, with other people from the Wild West in line. And they were in line because photographs were new or something. But they had a photo booth where you could dress up as something. But like with slightly autumnal themes for like a Wild West, just like at a theme park, you go, oh, you could dress up like you're in the Wild West. This was people in the Wild West dressing up like they were people in the Wild West, but with autumnal joy and getting the pictures taken. But what was it? That was the first room. Then the second room was that like, and this was a bit of a leap, but it was a person like Lady Witchbeard, and she had been told she couldn't go, that there was no pirates in the Wild West. So she, in this next big room, like a big chamber, she was making a cauldron and saying, it's not okay to treat me that way. So now I'm going to make your town's dreams, go bye-bye to the big farm. And then it was like each person became the character. So let's see, like one person, I don't know, they dressed in all leaves. So then they kind of became a tree later on. And you would come upon them and like the sheriff. I think that's who it was. So you knew it was the sheriff, and they still had a sheriff's badge. But they were saying like they were just like a slow-moving tree, like kind of like an ant, because they were still moving. But someone's saying, Sheriff, we need more water in the water troughs for all the horses. You got to get over there. And the sheriff wouldn't explain, wouldn't answer. They say, Sheriff, you're covered in leaves, so what's going on? Or another one was the saloon keeper. Had decided they were going to become like a tin man, but they were a rusted, frozen tin man, but they were still behind the bar at the saloon. So the people would come, give me 2 bits or whatever, a couple of shots of old gut juice or whatever, and then they wouldn't respond, the barkeep or whatever. Yeah, or like the piano player. They were yodeling. I don't know if that has to do with autumnal things, but they'd say, play me a song, Jenny. And she would just be yodeling. And they'd say, what kind of piano is that? And they'd say, yodelay-hoo. So very avant-garde, I guess. After that, there's a new page. Oh, after that, we went on the Pony Express, which is a ride And it's a bit like a earlier version. There's a ride in Universal now called Hagrid's, right? But this one is you ride on a pony. It's a roller coaster. It doesn't go upside down. But you sit on a pony. You're up in that position, leaning forward, riding like essentially a carousel horse. You are more secure, like there's something holding your back and your legs in. I think, so you are secure, and it goes pretty fast, but because you're in a different position, it feels like very interesting. So we went on that, we went on Fairy Tales, which is a 3D ride. There was a live band. There was also a 1920s prohibition newspaper Newsies zone of how the people in Prohibition, where they'd say, pure pumpkin juice, no booze. That's all they did. And they said, breaking news, it's October, chill in the air. So, but that was fun. They'd say, like each newsie had a different, or they were singing the different news line headlines, or there was competing prohibitions, and there was even a fake speakeasy. They said, you want to come in here? We got pumpkin juice, the real stuff here, or the real cider, hard. But it was a joke, I think. But there was also a band playing, unthemed band, but playing music about autumnal joy. Fairy Tales was not, it was just a Knott's Berry Farm ride. It had been a re-theme of an existing ride we really liked. That was steampunky and very cool and very out there. And Fairy Tales wasn't working, so it kept breaking down. So it was not a satisfying thing. Then we went on the Calico Mine ride. I thought there would be performers in there, but there was not. And I talked about that in another show. It's a very out there ride, very long. You just go on a train. It's not a roller coaster. There's a giant room in the middle, multiple levels of stories. Just a very early dark ride that is still very impressive, even though it's simple. It's about people working and living in a mine. And I think most of the story that you project on it, or you would project on it, then there was another very themed ride called Pretzel Ride. And they weren't talking, that was what was funny. It was a pretzel ride, but it wasn't a ride. You were going through watching people riding a pretzel ride, which is an early dark ride that you still see today, like at carnivals and stuff. So this was in the carnival zone. And this pretzel ride was based on a pretzel maker. So it was very meta because you were watching people going on a ride, watching a story about a pretzel maker. So I think it helped with the narration because you were able to watch the people riding the ride, commenting on the ride while they were watching. So 2 layers of performers. But the ride story was about the people's reaction to the story on the ride, which was about a pretzel maker and the greatest, who wanted to be the greatest pretzel maker in the world. But then they would, maybe they were, and they were dissatisfied. And they decided they would make a pumpkin pie spice or pumpkin spiced pretzel. And then everybody, and it had a bit of music to it too, because at first they said, this is what I'm going to do. And people said, no, you make the best pretzels in the world. Don't do anything. Don't change it. And they said, I want to do more. I want to make seasonal goods. And people said, no, you can't do it. And then they cried, and they went off on a loan. Then they said they wouldn't make anything. Then people said, please be reasonable. I love your pretzels. And then they said, well, I'm going to try to delegate. And then the delegation didn't go good. Then they tried staying up and test. And then they couldn't even get the flavor right. And so they had smell-o-vision. Like one part, it's too pumpkin-y. Then another one, it's too sweet. And then finally, they do what a lot of people do. They create a secondary personality. So then you get a third layer of autumnal joy where they're putting on a costume. They open a rival pretzel shop. Exciting stuff here. And they only sell seasonally flavored, and it's a mystery because they say it's a mysterious, and the person is playing it up. And then there's even the greatest pretzel competition in the world at the town, it's in Pretzelville, Pennsylvania, something. Every year they have the Great Pretzel Festival in the autumn, and the greatest pretzel maker in the world, and then the pumpkin spice pretzel that everybody loves, it comes in second, but the pretzel maker comes in third, and some young person they've mentored comes in first, which was nice. It doesn't even live in Pretzelville. So that was a satisfying story. Let's see. Then we went on, I guess this was our last attraction here. 9:45, we went on something else, but I can't read that. But 9:30, we went on mesmerizing. And that one, again, was multi-layered, very long, at the far, far back of the park. And we did have to take a break. I think we got a snack, we got some drinks, we sat down with some distance because the carnival zone was not Scooter's cup of tea, There's performers that hang out in the carnival zone that Scooter, he said, I'd rather be in the fake prohibition zone than seeing certain beings that would be at a carnival celebrating autumnal joy with the giant shoes and a lot of them in a small car and the squeaky noses and puffy balls and hats. But we got through it and we went to mesmerizing. And this one was I said, what is this? And it was you go in, and at first you're going in and someone's making a speech. And at this point, it was a bit like the Sleep With Me podcast where they're making a speech about autumn and all the things that could be autumnal and just a long list. But really what they're doing is you're being mesmerized by how dull they are. And you fall asleep, a bit like Sleep With Me, I guess, where you fall into this deep sleep. They use fog effects. They use, ultraviolet or black lights and neon paints. And you sink into this world where you go in there and it's all dreams of autumnal joy. Now, this one was very avant-garde. And it also must have had high ceilings because there was like 10-foot things. So you see like different candies talking to you. And that was probably my favorite room. I mean, they were imaginary candies talking about how much they loved Halloween because it gave them purpose in the dancing around and everything. But like huge. And I don't even know how they did it. If it was puppets or people, or I don't even know. Then there was another room, again, with black lights. So so it's cats and dogs and fish, but not real ones, like puppets and people performing. And they were talking about, what is this Halloween? Like they were kind of sitting around. There was even dogs playing poker, which cracked me up. And they're playing poker and they're saying, what is this Halloween? This doesn't even make any sense to me. It's so strange. What are they doing, these humans? They dress up, they give then there was you go into a room and this giant jack-o'-lanterns singing. And I think that one had like a couple different a cappella groups doing it live, or they were actual live a cappella people in those costumes. And then, Leaves, that was another great one. They had like where you could just be in a room where there was leaves falling off a tree. But each time now it was like you had to be patient. I mean, none of it was real, but it was super real, because it was in all neon and the leaves were made out of paper or something. And I don't know how they controlled them, but every once in a while a leaf would fall off a tree And we're talking, you have to wait 8 or 9 minutes. And the leaf would fall off the tree and it would say, "We," or, "circle of life," or, "I'm going to be," whatever. And so, yeah. And then there was a last part was where you could lie down and you would lie on this thing. You could lie on your back, which was best for your view, or your stomach or your side. And it was a bit like, the things mechanics use that go under cars. It was kind of like that. So each person gets to lie on it, but it's pulled by something. And for a long time, oh boy, it was so relaxing. You just lie there and everyone falls asleep, they say. And you're looking at a fake sky. So you're in a very dark room with black velvet, makes it even seem darker. But then there's like neon clouds and stars and shooting stars and moons and things waving. It's like being in a Sesame Street skit or something. And we wrote it 50 times in a row just to do that part over and over again and rest as we were slowly drifting with a black velvet sky and friendly stars and moons above us waving with autumnal joy. Now, and that's what they told you after you were done, was this is the autumnal sky. Each room was a different autumnal sky for a different part of the world. And that was what we loved the best at Knott's farm of autumnal joy. Good night, everybody, from your friend Ray and Scooter. Friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gentlemen, where did that, I don't even know where that came from. Gentlemen. I think maybe somebody in my life, my personal life, was singing like for the role of, one of the roles in, what's that? So they were singing Suddenly Seymour. My brain has totally gone blank. And if you say, my brain's gone blank because I don't know what in the Rick Moranis you're talking, are you? And I say, you're right. I don't know what in the Rick Moranis I'm talking about. Because, this feels, you say, I thought I was tuning into a sleep podcast and not a little shop of meanders. And I say, oh, no, this is a little shop of meanders and pointless, superfluous tangents. And this shop is here to keep you company and ease you into bedtime, take your mind off of stuff so you could fall asleep. It's very different. So give it a few tries, see how it goes. I'm so glad you're here. We're going to do some support for the show. Then we'll have an intro and a nice little story after that, because you deserve a good night's sleep. It's time for sleep with me. What in the Seymour? Whatever, what I said, journal, like, it's time for Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. Thanks for making it possible, my patron peeps. Hey, are you up all night tossing, turning, mind racing, trouble getting to sleep, trouble staying asleep? Well, welcome. This is Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. We do it with a bedtime story. All you need to do is get in bed, turn out the lights and press play. I'm going to do the rest. What I'm going to attempt to do is create a safe place where you could set aside whatever's keeping you awake, whether it's thoughts on your mind, like the stuff you're thinking about. So thoughts, think past, present, future, baffling thoughts, figuring stuff out, whatever it is. If it's thoughts, it could be emotions or feelings coming up for you. That happens. Sometimes for my thoughts, sometimes my feelings. It is which comes first, the feelings or the thoughts. Sometimes both. You know what I love is when I'm trying to get in bed and hand in hand, my feelings and thoughts come to me. And they're holding hands, but it doesn't seem like they're interested in holding my hand. They're kind of swinging their hand. Holy cow, I just realized I'm a third wheel to my thoughts and feelings. I'm an expert on being a third wheel. I don't know. Well, so, okay, we'll come back to that. But it could be thoughts or feelings, physical sensations, changes in time or temperature or routine. And also, I don't know what third wheel really means, because most vehicles that I'm familiar with have, like, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'm sure it did in its original context. But I say, well, I'm just a wheelbarrow. I'm doing fine on my own. I carry my stuff around. I'm not a third wheel. I'm a wheelbarrow. You know, but I don't know if that makes sense. But I'm here. Just let me start the podcast. Third wheels and wheelbarrows on my brain. But whatever's keeping awake, I'd like to take your mind off of it and keep you company, just in case you're having any strong feelings about being a third wheel. Don't worry. I'm going to give you some relatable stuff to put you at ease before, ideally, because, I've had those feelings. But whatever's keeping you awake, I'm going to try to take your mind off of it eventually, and so you can fall asleep. And the way I do that is I try to create a safe place where even terms like that are kind of safe to have our feelings about it. But eventually what you'll do is I'll take your mind off of that I'm going to send my voice across the deep, dark night. I'm going to use lulling, soothing, creaky, dulcet tones, pointless meanders, and superfluous tangents. You've kind of seen a pointless meander and a superfluous tangent already, and you're hearing my voice, which is not traditionally soothing. It's more a voice that takes your mind off of stuff that's good for background noise or barely listening to. And a couple of things about the show if you're new. This show is not for everybody, but for most people it is for. It does take 2 or 3 tries to listen to. That is the consensus among listeners. Like over 1 million times I've probably heard. It took 2 or 3 tries. First I disliked the show, then I felt neutral, then I loved it because I stopped paying attention to you. And I say, what a great compliment. Also, thanks for giving a few tries. So if you're new, see how it goes. If you're already at the point where you don't like the show, check out sleepwithmepodcast.com/no thank you, because there's a lot of other shows on there, like other podcasts and sleep audio you could check out. Because the reason I make the show, and the reason sleepwithmepodcast.com/no thank you exists, is because I want to help you fall asleep, but if I can't, maybe one of those other things will, because I make the show because, one, I know how it feels in the deep, dark night. I know how it feels to dread going to bed, to, work, the strong feelings you might have before bed, after, in the morning, and while you're trying, while it's the rigmarole of the deep, dark night is going on. And all the listeners, or not all the listeners, but the majority of people listening, they can relate to that pain too. And we all experience it in a little bit different ways, but we can relate to how it feels. That's why I call it the deep, dark night. But as you become a regular listener, I hope you can also relate to this fact, is the fact that you do deserve a good night's sleep, and you deserve a place of respite where you can unwind and drift off to sleep, where you get the rest you need and your life is more manageable. That's really the most important thing about the show, or leading you to another sleep podcast or something else, is the fact that you deserve a more manageable life via rest so that you can flourish. And in some sense, you say, well, you don't know me. I say, well, I know what it feels like, one, and I know if your life is better, then the world you are in is going to be better. And that has a positive impact on everybody in the universe, really. And that's the truth to me. So it is important. So that's why I make the show. Another couple things about the show. This is a podcast you don't really listen to. You may have already figured that out. You just kind of barely pay attention and just kind of see how it goes. Some people use it as background noise. Some people listen and then fall asleep. Some people turn me down to a muffle. So just kind of see how it goes. But if you can't sleep, I'm here to keep you company. So whether you're awake or asleep, you can kind of listen to me, but you don't have to. And this podcast keeps you company instead of putting you to sleep. You kind of just drift off. I take your mind off of stuff and you drift off. I'm here to be your companion in the deep, dark night, your audio assistant, I guess would be one way. And just to be your bore bae, your bore sib, your bore cuz, your bore bestie, your bore bra, your bore friend. So that's what I'm here to do, is keep you company and take your mind off stuff so you could fall asleep. Now, the structure of the show also throws people off at first. So I just want to run through why the show is structured the way it is, and then you could kind of adjust. But most people find this structure works well for them. So the show starts off with a greeting. Friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Then I say something witty, maybe, or funny, or partially funny. And that way, the goal of that is that you feel welcome and seen, that you get the tone of the show is not so serious. Then there's support. There's support for the podcast via listener support and sponsor support. So the show can come out twice a week for free on any free podcast app. So paying for the show is optional and supporting the show is optional so that anyone who wants to listen has access to it. And that comes through the listener support and the sponsors. Then there's support for listeners if you're having a tough time right now. And then there's support for communities around the show and communities where you are, so we can take positive action to be a part of positive change. Then there's the intro, which is separate from that stuff. But when people don't like that part of the show, they tend to carry it on to the intro. But the intro is, it is important. It's not important to everybody, and I'll explain that too. But it is an important part of the podcast. It's a show within a show, and it's about 10 to 15 minutes long, where already we're like 5 minutes in. I try to explain what the podcast is to a new listener. But my regular listeners, what up, regular listeners? A lot of them really enjoy the intro, and it's different how each regular listener uses it, but there's a couple different use cases that are popular. And the most popular one is just to listen to the intro as you're getting ready for bed or as you're doing your wind down activity, because the intro, it's not like a book, like one of those, what are those things called to hold up books? I don't know. I guess the intro isn't a third wheel, but it's the wheel on the wheelbarrow, right? It's rolling. No, I guess that's not. I'll have to find another metaphor for it, but it eases you into bedtime. It's the transition period between your evening and going to sleep. So the intro serves as like a 15 to 20 minute interlude where I'm rambling and trying to explain stuff unsuccessfully, but hopefully in a way that makes you feel like you're a part of something. Like you say, okay, there's other people listening, but this is here for me to keep me company. And this man is somewhat interesting, and hopefully we'll get to the third wheel stuff that he promised. So it eases you into bedtime. Some people are in bed listening. Some people are doing, knitting or hooking or drawing or stretching. And then there's about 2% of people that start the show at 20 or 30 minutes. There's a few thousand people that listen to story-only episodes and pay extra for that. But yeah, for the most part, it's like a landing strip. So that's the intro. Then there's more support for the show between the intro and the story. Again, so it could come out twice a week for free. And then there's thank yous at the end of the podcast. So that's the structure of the show. That's why I make the show. And yeah, I'm not comfortable. I guess, like, thinking about it, I'm not comfortable with the term third wheel. One, because I don't know what it means, why it's a metaphor. Like, a third wheel means, and I've been in this situation my whole life, majority of the time with someone, I'm just like a third wheel means when one or two of your friends are dating, but you hang around with them a lot. But it's talked about like it's a negative, which it could be. Now, normally for me, it's a negative because I'm actually would have a crush on one of the friends, and it was unrequited, and usually it was unrequited. Most of the time, I was like, at least it was we remained friends, but it said, "Hey, this is not a." And I say, "Okay, I understand. I'm a niche person, so I have a niche level of attraction that you're not, but so you're interested in my friend who's a little more mainstream." And but you say, but we're still friends, which part of you, maybe now as an adult, I might say, well, let me think about it. But at the time I say, well, okay, let's so you hang around with your friends that are dating. And I guess the third wheel part could be one, am I looking at my boundaries properly or not? Do I just want to be friends with them And I think most of the time the answer is, yeah, probably. And maybe the other side of it is, well, we want to do some light kissing, like the people do in Europe where they kiss each other on the cheeks. We do like to do that. And you say, oh, okay, well, I'll just sit over here on the couch. Like that happens to me in the movies. I say, oh, boy. Yeah, it's my middle name. There's probably a better term for it, but I'd say, no, I'm the wheelbarrow. You two hop in. And I'll roll around. I never had a car, so also I wasn't like a third wheel driver, luckily. But they say, well, you bring us I say, well, great. So my purpose, so I have a crush on you, and you found a purpose for me, both of you together in your new relationship. It's more of like I think here's an empowering term, and then you could decide if the role fits. It's like I was their relationship mascot. They say, yeah, we like having you around, or sidekick's a little too diminutive. Mascot feels empowering because you have to put on a suit, at least imaginarily. And you could say, you know what, I'm not interested in being your relationship mascot. Because they say, well, it's fun having a person dressed as a giant eagle, except when we're trying to kiss each other on the cheeks. We'd prefer to do that in private. And you say, okay, I can just put my bird head on backwards and I can't hear anything anyway. And I'll go lie down. I fall asleep pretty fast in this bird suit. But that makes it an easy role to set. Am I going to be cheering along your relationship and I'm there as an extra fun, which is kind of good. Like sometimes, I've been in relationships and then had a third person actually a few different times and it was fun. It was like a mutual friend whose presence we both enjoyed. And so I guess you could also use that, mutual friend, whose presence we both enjoy. So you could decide. I don't know if that mascot, mutual other ass cot. We'll see how it goes, I guess. My advice, think about what you're comfortable with. Because you say, well, for the time being, I'll cheer along your relationship. I'll be your mascot. And you say, well, no, I'd prefer to just I'm not sure how I feel. I need some time. But for me as an introvert and a person who practices a lot of avoidance, the nice thing about either being the extra wheel, which you say it's great if you get I guess that would be, I never fell into that one thinking, well, if he gets a flat tire, I could, you could change it out and put me in there. Most of my delusions had been already corrected with reality already in my third wheel situations. So I never thought I was like a spare tire. I've been in that position in a different way. But oh boy, this is getting deep. But this is supposed to be a sleep podcast. But I promised you I'd talk about it and try to empower you to say, yeah, no, I prefer to be friends with, I'll just think about what my preferences are. Sure, I could do that. But in your head, you say, I'm going to be your relationship mascot for the time being. I'm going to cheer for, maybe I'll get some pom-poms, imaginary ones, and do a roll, and I'll cheer for you as a couple. Doesn't sound so great as the more I talk about it, but it could be. Trying to think of anything. Can't think of any example. It could be fun for a time. That's the thing. Things evolve and change. And then your friend might, one of them might say, you could take that suit off. The relationship's over. We don't need a mascot. And you did good though, as our mascot. It wasn't your fault. It was, we were incompatible. Or you say, yeah, I prefer, if we all enjoy one another's company, I'm comfortable with that boundary. So I don't know. From experience, I'm going to go with I'll live in my, say, well, okay, so I tried to live in my imagination with the crush, didn't work out. Now I'll live in my imagination in the mascot. So I don't know. I'm digging so deep in the past because I don't have any current context for it, and I hope I don't. So anyway, I'm glad you're here. If that's the kind of stuff you could relate to, I'm here to help tonight. Oh, so the structure of the show, the story tonight will be some unboxing of some magic. And that's part of our ongoing partnership to start making hygiene kits for the Midnight Mission. So if you haven't checked out sleepwithmepodcast.com/midnight mission yet, please do. But I'm glad you're here. I really work hard, really yearn and I strive, and I really hope I can help you fall asleep. Thanks again for coming by. And here's a couple of ways I'm able to do it for you for free twice a week. Everybody, Scoots here. This is another episode of our series Unboxing Magic, I guess it's called. And I've been trying to pick up magic sets. Now, I won't be doing any magic. I don't know, like, that's what's interesting. If there's ever a time, like, where, I'm not going to do any magic. I'm trying to figure that part out. But, I don't know, maybe I could figure something out for it. So, but this is about unboxing magic. So I got another magic set. This one is an open box, but the box is sealed. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what's actually in there. And it's a really big box. So I'm going to grab it and we'll start going and see what's in there. Oh boy, is it heavy. And the reason I'm excited, this isn't the same one I got as a kid that started out my interest in trying to find used magic sets. But it is one of these kits, and I know maybe magicians, and we won't know what quality the stuff is till we unbox it. But this one's called Fantasy. I'm changing the names around, but Fantasy Magic. It has 300 plus tricks plus a instructional video download. Okay, so at least it was made in the last 10 years, I'm guessing. Amazing magic, easy to do. You can impress. It comes with a performance table, and you can make stuff appear in it. It's officially endorsed by the International Brotherhood of Magicians, so that might be good. It's age 7+, and it is big, like the size of like a large Lego kit, like a large one. So you're talking maybe. I don't even know. My forearm, it's longer than from my elbow to the tip of my finger, and then it's about my forearm wide and my entire hand thick, if you want, to get to specific. And it just has what kind of comes in there. It comes with a poster, Legends of Magic. But yeah, let me open it and then we'll go from there. Of course, I don't have any, I didn't plan this out. I mean, so give me a second. Okay, so it took a lot of work to get it in here just because, like, I work in a climb-in closet, and this is a pretty big set. And it does have some of the trappings of a slightly used magic kit. There's even fingerprints I'm just seeing on a couple things that are shiny. And I'm not sure everything is here, but, that's kind of thing. The magic of a magic set is that of a used magic set. There is magic in that old used magic set Scoots found. For when he placed it in his lap, he began to meander around. So let's go over what could be missing first. There's a couple things that do look like they're missing. Oh, wait, so this is where the rings go. And maybe that goes there. So maybe nothing is missing. So I'm looking at it from a top view. It's arranged, for packaging and shipping. On the top right is a deck of cards. Then there's some sort of clear plastic tube with fake money in there. Then there's a purple cup. Looks like an upside down. There's things. There's another cup nested inside it. Looks like an upside down. It looks like a little bit like what do you call that? A pot you'd put a plant in. There's some red rope. And it actually looks like high quality rope for magic. I mean, because I've seen a lot of magic sets. Then there's a magic wand that's loose in there, that's long and thin, about the thickness of a pencil, but twice or three times as long. Then there's also two other magic wands with red tassels attached to them. There's 1, 2, 3.5 red balls. So hopefully, and I remember this from the other magic set I had, was that that also happened when I bought the other one as a kid, that I didn't have all my red balls, my red hollow balls that I just didn't. I don't have all my marbles either, but so I don't know if that'll impact my ability to impress the audience. Because that was like one of the things I was like, oh, one day, I'll be able to make balls disappear. And I said, yeah, well, anyway, there's a crushed plastic cup that looks like a standard Solo cup, but it's got a bunch of, maybe these are fake, what are those things called? Handkerchiefs. They're not very good quality compared to the rope, red, green, and blue. They look like they're flag material, but low quality. But maybe they're not handkerchiefs. Then there's interesting. This is something for some kind of magic. There's a red circle, and on one side it's flat. On the other side, there's like pie pieces, and at least one of them opens up. Maybe like where I could hide money in there. A quarter. It looks like there's a cutout for something about the size of a quarter, like a trap door. Then we have 3 silver cups. They again look like you could put little plants in them. Imagine that. You say, what kind of shop did Scoots end up opening? Oh, he sells flowering magic sets. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, it's a bespoke, one of his bespoke things. It won't last, but yeah, he plants things in magic sets, like red ball, half balls, half spheres, with air plants or whatever, or silver cups. He makes them into mini pots. I wouldn't do that because that would take too much research, but yeah, there's 3 silver cups. Then there's a thumb, a thumb add-on. If you want your thumb to be long, if you've ever fantasized about having a longer thumb, your days of dreaming are over. It's here. Then there's something that says it's the money machine, and there's $100 let's look at the money. I think I definitely had some of these. Might be standard stuff. And then we have a $100 bill with Houdini on it. Fantastic Magic or whatever. Their website, not legal tender. Then we have another bill that's looks like something happened to it, and then the fake bills. So I don't know how that works. Then we have 3 metal rings that are in they're kind of interlaced. You can barely hear them. I apologize, but that's magic audio. You'll hear a tiny bit of clinking. Oh no, you know what? I'm sorry. There's 4 rings. There's one in the bottom. Then we have let's see. I'm going to skip to the bottom right. Bottom right is interesting. Oh boy, there's a mirror. There's a flat piece of mirror and a cup. I don't know. I just felt something when I picked this up. Emotionally. So I don't know. I may be having some sort of magic flashback, man. There was a clear cup inside a cup that has some sort of ridges on it and a red thing. And then there's a mirror inside, which probably is part of the illusion. Oh, yeah, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Then there's a small paddle. Looks a bit like a religious artifact. It's red. It has a cross at the top, but also circles. And then 3 small poofy balls that I would put at the top. If I was dealing with a CL, if I had a baby and I was making it a Halloween outfit where it was going to be a CLOWN, these balls are the kind of poofy balls I would make for fake buttons. Or if I was making hats for like elven buddies, that's what I would use. Then there's a couple of black boxes. The first black box is 100% empty. Oh, no, there's a penny in there. A real penny, I think. I don't know if it's a magic penny. When a hay penny will do. I don't know if this is for the cards or for something else, but it's just a box that closes and opens. Then there's another box. Oh, that's a little bit deeper and probably for some, it has some magic properties. It's like a drawer. It has a drawer in it that opens and closes. And that's it in here. Oh, here's another fake quarter. There's a fake quarter. I bet you that goes with that other thing. a lot of instructions here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the box out of the studio. If I have to go get it again, I will, just because otherwise it's going to make a big mess. And I'll tell you what, as soon as I hit pause, a lot of the stuff. Oh, wait, you're right. Let's look at the cards first. Okay, so no offense to Magic Kit, but the cards they do have a plastic coating, but you can tell that they're not exactly the highest quality. But let's take a look and see. There's one blank card, and it's one of these decks, I think, that's like 50-50. Oh, it has different things it has a Joker, it has a 2.5 of hearts. It has one, so it is like half, like some cards, and then half of a repetitive card, which is kind of standard. I've seen in a lot of these decks. And maybe they're kind of cutting away. My daughter figured out how to do it. I've not been able to do it, where you can they're different. Like if you mix them all together, you can kind of shuffle them one way or the other. But that's a bit beyond my pay grade. Well, because I have no pay grade. But I'm going to put those back in here. And I'm going to look at the instructions. And don't worry, I have plenty of other magic, and we'll talk about it. But let's see I like to not reveal how the tricks are done, but what the tricks you could expect, what the illusion, not like where you know what I mean. Okay, so we have the fantastic magic instruction manual. There's also downloads. Now, I guess I'll talk about this now. I mean, this isn't like, I feel like this is somewhere between big magic and indie magic. And I don't know, like, again, I have no idea what I'm talking about. So I haven't done any research. But from getting these magic sets over the past couple months, and when you're hearing this, it'll be over a span of years, between probably 2021 and 2023. I did notice, like, at some point with the internet, and some of the stuff is like pre-Google even, like the eras when Yahoo and other search engines kind of dominated, or even those kind of stores, online stores, that it was a big, and probably still is a big, indie magic community where you could just buy one specific magic thing. But this one is kind of professionally made, but it doesn't seem like it's made by some giant corporation. So somewhere in between. Now so it looks like, and another thing I like about this, now I haven't found any handwritten notes really in any of this magic stuff, but like, it just reminds me of things that are never completely followed through on, and that's probably good. That's why a large number of people that perform magic tend to be very good at it, or perform illusions, because just like anything else, like making a boring podcast, believe it or not, takes a lot of work and dedication and repetition to get it down. And you have to find the thing that you're going to get through. Because so this one, the instruction manual, it seems like somebody might have been carrying around in their back pocket, but it's not super well worn. But it was either carried around for a little while or improperly stored. But it does look like somebody looked through it a little bit. And, there's 180. This is where I want to start. But let's see how many. This is like, they're all pretty short instructions. So I'm just trying to see how many. Oh, it didn't say 300 magic tricks. Yeah, so it does have 301, though. But this first one I just noticed, this is this is billiard balls, but it's not. It's the red ones. Oh, so it was on a videotape or DVD. Oh, so a lot of these you got to look up and watch on the thing. Amazing multiplying billiard balls. You must have been astonished by Buckingham producing all those billiard balls on your videotape. And they'll explain how to do it on so you can do it. But it's basically how you can start with one. It's amazing, this kind of stuff. So you start with one ball, and the amount of work. So you would start with, the person would be, you'd see one ball between their index finger and their thumb, and then another ball by magic would appear between their index finger and their middle finger, and then they could make another one appear between their middle finger and their ring finger, and then they can make yet another one appear between their, pinky and their ring finger. So that's pretty impressive. What else we got on this page? Flying coin. You make a neat little routine, vanishing a coin, and then you say, it's now invisible. To get it back, I need a coin trap, and you make one using a coaster and a glass, and then you can produce your coin right under the glass and finish by saying, I don't like to have too much invisible money because the shops won't take it. That's what I like. This one is your setup. Is this for 180? Start with one solid ball in your left-hand pocket. Maybe this is in my... let's see. Incredible coin coaster. Have a look at your coin coaster and turn it upside down. You'll see a flap that we saw. Okay. That one's the cost of travel. Oh, here's the penny. Put a 1-cent coin in an envelope and seal it. On the envelope, write arrival station. Borrow $1. Put it into your tube. Put it in my tube, man. Wrap the tube up and have the ball travel to the arrival station. The bill will have vanished from the tube. And then you open the envelope and show the penny. Did I mention the cost of the ticket was 99 cents? Okay. So I guess I didn't give away how it's done, but, so you turn $1 into a penny. That's cool. Silkworm. So I guess these are progressive tricks. So let me start a little further along. Oh, and this is, Roger is the CWO, the chief wizard officer of this company. So that's cool. Okay, so it starts with the illusion box. That's what you can make out of the lid. I don't know. I guess by the time you hear this, maybe I'll do this. This could be good for live shows if I did magic, but it was in the production, like it was in the style of the podcast, where there was never I just went to a magic show. Oh, how many tricks did they perform? 0. Like he started to perform one and then talked about delivering newspapers as a child and getting a perm, and it was over. Oh, interesting. Okay, so the amazing illusion box, that's kind of how to put it together. There's secret things in there, and you can make a bunny appear, or usually a stuffed animal, they say. Okay, this one is called That's All, folks. As you finish each of your tricks during a show, put your props into a box. A tidy magician is a good magician. If you say this every time, it'll become like a catchphrase, and you may even find your audience joining in. At the end of the show, you close the door of your box, snap your fingers, and all the props will have vanished. And you can even use a paper plate, and the paper, they'll be on the paper plate, but they'll have vanished, which is even more baffling. Switcheroo. Your illusion box can also be used to magically change one object to another. You can apparently make knots magically appear in a handkerchief, for example, and do other things. You can also reverse it. You could take knots out of something, and you could even tell a story while you do it. Change a toy frog into a prince, if you like. Time to switch. Here's another switching idea. Two pieces of string, and they're different lengths. You make one appear in the box, or cut it. You could do different. Oh, so this is a lot of different tricks you could do with this. Long piece of string to 4 pieces of short string. You could, later on in this amazing box of magic, you'll learn how to make a friend pick the 5 of hearts from an ordinary deck. You can also use your box for this. You could write, a prediction. You're going to pick the 5 of hearts and put it in a box, make it appear. So then, I've seen that that's like a kind of thing with the truck driving by or whatever with David Blaine. Then you could, Also, what else? Stinky socks. 2 pairs of socks, dirty and clean. And you could switch them around for your friend for amusement. Make them appear. Super soda. And take 1 can of soda, pour it in a glass. I don't understand that one. Bananas, refill a banana. Oh, so it's like somehow you're refilling it with magic. I don't understand how the illusion works, so. And then, okay, so this is a magic wand, and now we're getting into. So, you can use the wand to point at objects, wave the wand, and you could, watch a video where you learn how to pluck money from midair. But you could also, make a wand wobble like it's made of rubber. My wobbly magic wand. You could make the wand appear. Produce a wand. You just take a small box, like a card case, and you can make it come out of the box. Somehow you could also make the wand cling to your hand. And you could make it professionally cling to your hand. So that's cool. So you could really up the trick. Rolling wand. You can make it magically roll across the table like you have magnetic powers or power of mind force. Wow, that's cool. Numbered wand, you could discover a number that is being thought of, and you need a clock, you tap on the number. I don't understand that one, but that's me. You can lift it out of a bottle. You can somehow hold the wand and put a ring on it and make the ring move up and down the wand. You can use it for different things. You can produce your wand from anywhere. Okay, then they have a purple mystery box. I think mine is black, but you can put an object inside and make it disappear. That's always cool, man. I don't know how they do that, even though I have the magic kit. Backwards mystery box. Great finish for your show. Get the audience at the end of the show. Fill your box with candy and show them your empty box. Then make a magical gesture to open the box and show the appearance of the candy and share it with the audience. So maybe this is a different box than the one we're seeing. And you can always use more than one of your props together to create even more magic. And it could reappear by using duplicates of your cards. You can make 2 cards appear in special boxes. To make your card reappear or appear even more spectacular, you'll need 2 identical cards. You can make a magical message appear, boxy production and prediction. You could take a stage effect further by making a real object be produced from the box, like a watch or a hanky. Show the empty box and then make something appear for real there. You could also use it for covert information, to have a message for something you couldn't even know and show them that you're like a half mind reader, half spy. So, somehow you put that. And then there's the amazing money paddle. This is a simple piece of sleight of hand. So you have a paddle and you move it around. You can show both sides that there's nothing in there. And you can really you can make a coin appear. You can multiply coins. You can make real money. You can make money vanish. You could also have a coin produced and a rebounding coin. You could make unlimited money appear. You could change money. You could do a full changing routine. Okay, then we have the magic coin base. I was looking at that earlier. It's another apparatus that is more than it first appears to be. So it's like a 3-piece thing. You place a coin. I'm going to try to take the coin without you seeing me, and you could just make the coin disappear. You could also duplicate the coin. You can make it go from your mystery box there to the thing. You could also switch coins. You could use the mystery box in this thing for candy. Change heads or tails. You could use your paddle with this. Then there's something called cups and balls. And I said, I thought that was like a sporting analogy, but before your show, you have these cups. Oh, and the sponge balls. Those are the ones I was like, I put them on a baby clown outfit. And you can make, I don't know, you make like the sponge balls appear and disappear and move from cup to cup. That's always cool. Or they could appear like on the top. You can make them multiply. You can even have the audience, help with that. Okay, then there's something called the French drop, which I guess is a big magic thing. You can make the wand go through the cup, which is interesting, or go deeper than you thought possible. Super depth illusion, crazy depth illusion, vanishing milk. So this comes with maybe I had this one, where you can make an entire glass of milk vanish. So that was like one of the things. So then you can do vanishing milk and cookie, chocolate milk, suspending milk, a hanky from milk. Then you have a special card box. That was the one I was looking at. You can even use magic. I didn't see a way to use that for magic, but apparently there is a way to use that for vanishing cards, confusing cards, restoring cards, writing from the other world, cards leaping or getting away, make money appear. Wow, photos, silly photos. I guess this is older because it says you could search for jobs from the newspaper and forcing a card. So then we get into the card tricks. So yeah, a lot in here, but we'll stop here, and then I got more indie tricks we'll go through here in a second. Everybody scoots back here with some more magic. Now we're going to get into some indie magic right now. So fun stuff. I'm going to reach down. I'm going to tell you what I found, and we'll go from there. Okay, so these are all things you could probably get on the internet, and some of them are still wrapped. This one is called the Phantom, pronounced with an F, rising card. And an image of a deck of cards magically appears on a picture of an empty glass tumbler. Then a freely selected card rises out of the picture of the card deck, and you could use any deck of cards. It comes with the apparatus and instructions. This is a novel rising card effect. You display an ordinary deck of cards, which can be examined and shuffled. A card can freely be selected from the deck and may be signed if you wish. The performer now explains that the normal rising card routine involves placing the deck in a glass tumbler and commanding the card to rise. But with all the broken tumblers in your bag of props, modified the trick. Performer now displays a large card with a piece of glass, with a picture of a glass tumbler, stating he now uses a tumbler, which is easier to pack, and guaranteed not to break. A deck of cards is placed on a large card depicting the tumbler, and the performer attempts to capture the image of the deck in the tumbler. The deck is tipped off the card, and there is now an image of the cards inside the tumbler. Now you name your card and command it to rise from the deck. And also, as a spectator does, the card rises from the picture of the deck and the tumbler. And as it rises, it can clearly be seen to be the selected card, complete with the signature. The card can be pulled out of the deck and can be given for examination. So cool. Sounds fun. That one sounds like magic. This one sounds up my alley. Probably because you can use a regular deck, I guess. Okay, this one is a trademark or copyright from 1974. 123 Change it comes from Virginia. Magic by mail, way back then. Oh, and it looks like it has more than one trick in here. There's also another one called Interference. And here, interference. A performer shows two cards, one which folds lengthways and the other folds sideways. After the cards are folded, it is seen that each of the cards has a small round hole going through them. The long folded card is placed inside the sideways folded card, and the holes are aligned. A cigarette or pencil is inserted into the hole, thus securing the cards together. Suddenly, the long card is pulled back and forth, penetrating the cigarettes. The cigarette is removed, and the cards are shown to be intact. Cool. I mean, that's two tricks I probably could do. And then this one is the 123 change. Oh, there's two tricks actually here. So let's do 123 change first. Okay, 123 change. Three cards are shown face up, and the audience is asked to remember the middle one. The cards are turned face down, and the middle one is removed. The remaining cards are turned over to show the middle one has been removed. The middle card is named and turned over to reveal it is now completely changed. Cool. So that one, 123 change. That's a pretty simple trick. And this last one is called two-card Monty. Two-card Monty. Each, two different cards are shown to someone. One is face up, the other face down. Both cards are shown front and back. One card is placed behind the performer's back. Quicker than the blink of an eye, the two cards change places. And you don't even have to do this. Can be repeated over and over again. Cool. So one card face up, one card face down. You show them front and back. Then you place one behind your back, and then the cards somehow change places. Very exciting. This next one has effects on it. It's called Andrus Floating Card. And it shows someone that looks like a higher power from another universe against a spiraling background, holding two cards, and one seems to be floating. And it has the two cards. Also has other things you can buy. Zone Zero, a Jerry's Classic effect. Vanish items behind, like into a hole in the center of the board. The Gemini Ring. Ring and String Magic and the Ellis Ring Principle. Precision Machined Ring. Easy handling. Can flip to, they don't have any prices. Card Control. 2 volume set contains different card things. You won't find false cuts, shuffles, etc. Only slights. That'll give you new horizons. The Miracle, Jerry's routine where he produces 4 silver dollars from 2 cards, and then smaller and smaller torn pieces. The Gordon Diary. Card is selected from a borrowed shuffled deck, names any date, looks up, and the card is in the performer's pocket diary. The selected card is printed on their date. Okay, Andrus Floating Card. A king and queen are removed from a deck of cards and freely shown. The queen is laid on top of the king and begins to levitate. The king is lifted and waved beneath the floating queen. Finally, the queen floats down to the king and both cards are freely shown. So you can make a card float. One thing I'm learning with, I'll have to label these, is like red deck or blue decks, because some are red decked cards and some are blue decked cards. Okay, this one originally cost $7.99 at a magic store. Repeat Me, it's called. 10 cards are displayed mixed face down. 5 are given to the performer and the spectator. Okay, so 10 cards are displayed face down. 5 are given to the performer, 5 to the spectator. The packets are placed behind their backs, and 1 card is selected and placed on the table face down. Okay, so each put them behind their backs, and one card, the selected face-down cards are exchanged and placed in opposite packets face-up from behind the back. The remaining face-downs are revealing... I don't understand this one. So, yeah, I don't know. This one's like a dyslexia one. Packets are both tabled and spread to reveal the same identical card face up. The remaining face down cards are turned face up, revealing identical value and suit of every card of a totally different card. Let me see. So it comes with cards, red deck. So a lot of these are red deck cards. So I guess it's like something about the cards as a trick. I don't know. If you have this much magic, you gotta be pretty organized. Okay, we got another bag full of tricks. I'm going to hold on, though. So I also have envelopes that people bought, like ordered them in. I wonder if it's the same person. This one is like I was talking about. Okay, so this is good. We're investigating. I'm not going to reveal anybody's names, but some of these were bought and sent from different places. This one was 2001, August 20th is when it was shipped from one magic place. This one is from another magic place from 2001, November 2nd. And this last one, 2002, July. And the person was in the same place, but 3 different companies and then one unlabeled. So this first one just has a bunch of rubber bands, and then the rubber bands are 20 years old, so they say, "Dear buyer, I'm no longer including the linked gimmick bands. People were getting upset and asked to have their money back because they would break." Okay. What they failed to realize was the link bands were homemade, and eventually, throughout time and constant use, they will break. I've taken out the responsibility and blame for him in this matter by not including the link bands, and ask that you make the gimmicks yourself. Break the band in half, super glue it back together. Unfortunately, on this one, it doesn't include the instructions. It's just an envelope with a bunch of old rubber bands. Okay, this next one is called The Amazing Floating Glass. And the effect is the magician picks up a frosted glass and a bottle of wine or champagne, but pours the liquid from the bottle into the glass. And as the magician lets go, the glass remains there floating as it's being filled. Then the magician takes the glass, finishes pouring, puts the bottle down, and drinks from the glass. And this, I think, is a design your own, because there's nothing in here. I don't know, the bag that the stuff came in is pretty full, though. Okay, this is one called Over and Over. And you show cards appearing from nowhere over and over again. Some of these are just I just don't know anything about magic, Okay, this one looks funny. Controlled thoughts. You have your spectator pick your thoughts. You prove to your spectator that you did, in fact, control their thoughts. And you have a small envelope containing 4 collector cards. Show it with the flap side up and the top 3 cards sticking out. And don't let the spectator see the 4th card. Oh, this is the performance. Oh, this one's pretty funny because it has, I like this one. It says you're thinking of the troll card. And it has a troll card with like one of those trolls from the movies before they were movies, when they were just toys. Connie Francis American Bandstand card. And a Mighty Morphin Power Rangers card. I don't know how it works, though. Okay, we got one more pretty packed envelope here. So I think this has a lot of just tricks, instructions on paper. Okay, this one's 3-card Monte, which we did before. Then another one, 2-card Monte, but none of the cards are in this envelope, but that's fine because we have so many tricks. And then some invisible thread. That could be handy one day. Okay, we got another bag here. There's one for conjuring, but the Busker Conjurer. And then there's a bunch of other stuff in here, little tricks. $2 Monte or dollar Monte. And again, this comes with the cards, the equipment. I want to know I don't want to know the gimmick, though. I want to know the performance. Here we go. I'm going to show you how I lost money playing 3-card Monte in New York. You've heard of the game, haven't you? Many versions, but they all involve money and cards. Take out some cards, hold the money with your right hand while your left hand pivots the cards down. I don't know. You might show something. Then there's one 4-card Monte, 4-4-4. 4 cards alike, 5 different. You're going to turn over the cards face down. Okay, I don't want to reveal those ones. And then I got another one here. A lot of Monte, you know. This one's just called Card Trick. It's from Austria. From Vienna Magic. 4 kings are transformed into 4 point cards, which may be examined by the audience. And that one does look pretty cool. Like it's a sleight of hand one. Okay, this one's called Wild Thing. Double climax wild card effect with blank cards from 1989. It actually has 8-bit, like a Zilla of Gods, when 8-bit, like this was printed like with Print Shop or something. Okay, this has also bicycle style cards, red deck. Okay, setup, performance, you got to do some stuff that I can't do, force decks and stuff, so that's beyond my means right now. Magic, I don't perform it, I just use it I just open magic tricks. Okay, this one's called The Touch, typewritten. Secret, I don't see the effect. 9 face down cards are shown and cut. The spectator removes one card, places it face down to the side. You divide the remaining cards into 2 piles of 4. By touching the backs of the card, you find the pair that matches. Not only does the pair match, it matches a card removed by the spectator. Okay, I don't understand that one. And then this is the Busker. This is a lecture. So, this is more of a storytelling. So I'll have to, it might have, I'll check this out, but I can't read anything, that I can open stuff and kind of read instructions, but I want to read a story somebody wrote. I'm not sure where we're at with time, so I'll open up a couple more. Okay, this one is Boomerang Card Change. Card is shown front and back, flipped into the air, and changes into another card that can be shown front and back. But the card isn't in the thing, so maybe I'll find it in the bag. But probably you could do this anyway. Okay, this one's a quarter in an envelope. Pencil through the quarter trick. Show the quarter or $50 on both sides. Hold the coin on both edges between the thumb and finger. And face the audience. Push the pencil through the coin. And then show them that it's still solid. And there's even a way to fix it, I guess. Okay, fantastic presto. 6 colors to 1 color. It's a stick with 6 colors on one side and 1 color on the other. effect. The magician shows a rod with 6 different colors on both sides. The spectator is asked to choose a number from 1 to 6. The performer then shows a color which responds to the chosen number, flips over, and the entire thing is the selected color. Oh, but I don't know how you do that to make them pick a color. So that one's beyond me. Anything forced dealing, I just not... Well, this one's interesting. It has a giant mirror and a couple other things in here. Domino. Congratulations, you've purchased one of the best and most clever pieces of close-up mentalism either. Domino divination. It's devastating on an audience and simple. A large flat domino is shown. Unlike an ordinary domino, this one it has dots. You explain that you made a prediction with hopeful it'll come true. Oh, so the spectator can move the dots. They're movable to form any one of the standard domino patterns. Then you hold a mirror next to the domino. See, there's my prediction in the mirror. This will get a laugh. This is a prelude to what's to follow. Now your actual prediction is revealed, and it's 100% correct every time. So, I don't know. And then this last one is some sort of ring on a string tricks, or maybe more than one trick is in there. The ring thing is a very clever coin on card effect that is certain to amaze your audience. English penny with a hole in it resting in his fingers, a silicon cord threaded through the hole. 2 spectators make an overhand knot in the cord and tighten it, securing the coin in place. Once the coin is secured and the spectators hold the end of the cards, the hand holding the coin is covered with a hanky. The magician makes a magical gesture over the hanky. It's removed and the coin has vanished and there's a wedding band inside the knots. And that is the trick. This bag was $60 actually that I just went through the final one. 6 tricks for $60. So pretty cool. So yeah, that's a little more sleepy magic for you all. Good night. Friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for the podcaster. It's time for the podcaster that finally broke out his winter pajamas, which just means sweatpants or other pants, lounge pants. Yeah, there's a big news, breaking news when I'm recording this. When you're hearing this, it'll be Scoots, that's old news to us. And I'd say, you know what news is good news? Comforting news, because these pants are comfortable. They've been worn in quite a few years. They were pre-2020 daytime sweatpants for a bit because they were called athletic pants. Or travel pant. It was actually singular. They singulared it to make it more appealing to wear during the day. Travel pant, the travel pant. But now they're pajama pants, which is still baffled, I guess, because there's 2 legs. But they don't call it a travel shirts, because that would be confused. If you're confused, you're in the right place. It's time for Sleep With Me. The podcast that's here to take your mind off stuff and put you to sleep, to keep you company in the deep, dark night. Because you deserve a place you can get some rest, some place that's going to take your mind off stuff, keep you company, or put you to sleep. Give this show a few tries. Doesn't even work for everybody, I'll tell you that right up front, but see how it goes. Most people it works for, they say, it took 2 or 3 tries to get used to because it never made any sense at all. Just like you've seen so far. But I really want to help. There's a lot of people listening that know how it feels in the deep, dark night. And I've been there, tossing, turning, mind racing. So that's why I want to help too. So kick back, see how it goes. Give it a few tries. It is a bit different. We'll start off with some support. Then there'll be a long, meandering intro. And then a bedtime story. Because it's time for Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. Hey, are you up all night tossing, turning, mind racing, trouble getting to sleep, trouble staying asleep? Well, welcome. This is Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. We do it with a bedtime story. All you need to do is get in bed, turn out the lights, and press play. I'm going to do the rest. What I'm going to attempt to do is create a safe place where you could set aside whatever's keeping you awake, whether it's thoughts, things on your mind you're thinking about, thoughts. I have thoughts about the past, I have thoughts about the present, I have thoughts about the future, I have thoughts and feelings about my thoughts, about myself, about, so many thoughts, so little time, too many thoughts, so little, whatever the thoughts about phrases, thoughts about famous quotations about thoughts, thinking about those quotations about thoughts, but it could be thoughts, it could be feelings. I was just thinking about Bartlett's familiar quotations. You used to have to buy a book. There used to be a book. I don't know if there was only one edition. That's a good question. Was there more than one Bartlett's book? Maybe that's what tonight's episode will be about. It will be. That way I don't have to explain it all. But there used to be a book, or I don't know, is that an anthology? Bartlett's familiar quotations or famous quotations? I don't know if no quotations are familiar to me. You see, that sounds familiar, Scoots, but I think you're off. What about, here's a book I'll never want to, Bartlett's familial quotations. You're doing it wrong. So many quotes from my Nana about me. Don't quote me again in the past. Don't quote me that way. Don't misquote me. Also, don't quote me. That's a quote from my Nana, a real one. Don't call me the Nana that lives in your mind, even though I'm the Nana that just lives in your mind. Because you can't prove, I say, okay, maybe you're not I've tried meditating, Nana. And they say, don't put yourself outside of your head, or whatever they say in those meditations. And I say, my Nana, well, she's everywhere within me. My Nana, she's everywhere within me. Especially when I'm especially when I'm misquoting her. Don't quote, oh boy, there you go. Oh, there's another one. There you go again. There's that one. Or usually she says, there he goes again. Too much Kool-Aid. There's another one. Quotes, made-up quotes about my made-up Nana. Bartlett's book of made-up quotes about a made-up Nana. Pending in whatever, because they said, you can't call our book that. I said, really? Oh, just you wait. There's another one. Just wait. Just you wait, usually Nana says. Don't call you. Don't. Oh, this one's me. Don't call me on your Nana phone. And she says that. Oh, then this is another quote from my Nana. Don't worry. Eventually there may be a sleep podcast here. I already forgot. Don't. What did I say? Don't call me on my Nana phone. I forgot. She had to come back to that. Don't worry, I won't. But that wasn't. It was something else. I said I forgot. There's another quote from Nana. See, he forgot. He'll get over it. There's another one. Disappointment is part of life. There's yet another Nana quote in there. Get used to it. Toughen up. Here's one. Not a Nana quote. It's actually a quote from The Weeknd. Save your tears for a rainy day or another day. I save mine for rainy days and another. Save your tears for another day. You're right, Nana. Don't misquote The Weeknd. That's another Nana. Oh, sorry. I'm in a sleep pod. So thoughts keeping me awake. My feelings related to those thoughts, related to my imaginary Nana that lives within me. It could be physical sensations. Luckily, I don't experience my Nana in a direct somatic way. I mean, I do, but when I have the feelings about my Nana, it brings up a physical response. But I don't have a direct physical response to my Nana. I want to bolt, but I can't, there's nowhere for me to go because she lives within me. Oh, did I mention, if you're new, I have a Nana. I've never had a real Nana, but I have one that lives within me. Also, if you may see, are you using Nana in a pejorative way? I'd say probably I ain't. I mean, more of a, good question. I don't think so. I'm referring to my own archetypal Nana. Was that a Wim Wenders film? My own archetypal Nana. I don't know. Like, it could have been. But my own archetypal Nana. I mean, that's really what I have is she's a figure, not a motherly figure, but you'd say she could have been, she wasn't a mother to either one of my parents, and she's not an aunt or an aunt, but she is like a figure within me. I think she was formed, honestly, from like different experiences I had clearly. I mean, come on, the Northern Europeans already put out a couple papers on this. Don't worry. I'm sorry, Nana. I have to apologize because I live with her 24/7. Okay, so thoughts, feelings, physical sensations, any changes in time or temperature or routine. So anything going on, you could be traveling, you could have guests, you could have something coming up. Whatever it is, I'm here to keep you company and take your mind off stuff so you could fall asleep because you deserve a good night's sleep. That is true. Not only do I believe it, there's hundreds of thousands of people listening right now that not just believe it, that want it for you. And they don't want it for you in some way like running across the finish line. They say, that would be nice for you. You do deserve that. And you might see there's a bunch of strangers that I don't know pulling for me. And I say there are. In this case, really, truthfully, there are. Just like truthfully, I have an internal archetypal Nana that's only my own archetype of Nana. That says there he goes again, talking about me, and that makes her frown. So wow, she's as real as day. I mean, you can hear it. You'd say, what's the guy? I heard the guy from that Sleep Podcast was actually able to manifest something in his life. Yep, a Nana. She moved in with him. I take care of him. He doesn't take care of me. That's another quote. She put that on a pillow and over the front door and as a bumper sticker and a T-shirt, but like an arrow towards her. She takes care of me. I don't take care of her. Without her, I'd be lost. My Nana. Well, I'd just be wandering. Even with her, I'm wandering around. Okay, oh, you deserve a good night's sleep. And a lot of us have been there. That's why I make the show. We might not know, or I might not know exactly what you're going through, exactly what you're dealing with. But if I don't know how it feels, someone out there does. And for a lot of us, a lot of the feelings of not looking forward to bedtime strongly, not being able to sleep, the frustration, we've been through that. So I'm here to help because you deserve a bedtime you could feel neutral about or look forward to. Now, this show does not work for everybody. The way it works is I send my voice across the deep, dark night. I'm going to use lulling, soothing, creaky, dulcet tones, pointless meanders, which you've kind of already heard and seen, where I go off topic, I get mixed up, then I forget, then I talk about something. He just goes on and on and on, just like she said, my Nana. He won't let it go. He doesn't know how to do that. All those things. Those are pointless meanders and superfluous tangents. And a couple other things that are hard to, when you first get here, when you first start listening, that are hard to get used to. One, the show is just not for everybody. While there is a lot of people listening alongside you here across the world, and we all share that feeling of the deep, dark night, this show just doesn't work for everybody. But for most of those people that are regularly listening, it took them 2 or 3 tries to get used to the show. Because at first you're like, what is this dude talking about? That's a normal reaction. I just want to validate that. And you say, I thought this was a sleep podcast where you're going to take me on a journey. Sounds like you've got a lot of issues. I said, wow, you are observant. And what are you even talking about? I say, well, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, I know what I know it. I know when, my Nana, I know it when I hear it. I know her when I hear her. I feel her when I hear her. When I hear her, I feel things. She's my Nana. That could be, it sounds like a song, though, like with the thing. She's my Nana. She's my Nana, the musical. Playing 24/7 without music in my brain. Usually only like the part of the second act where, that one part of the second act where there's frowning. Or the longest second act in history. Just like a bit like a sleep podcast. He'll never let it go. No, Nana wouldn't say that. She'd have a subtler way to say that. But so this podcast does take some getting used to. One, because it's a show you don't really listen to. I'm here to kind of just be barely paid attention to. Now, if you need to listen to me, I'm here. Because I'm not here for you to pay attention to me so much as for me to be background noise or something alternative to you for you to listen to. Just like I'm talking about in this other example. When I find something outside of myself to pay attention to, then I'm less likely to get caught up in, these parts of me, these wonderful archetypal parts of me, so wise, in her wisdom that she wants to share with me, but I'm so resistant to it. But if I get outside of myself, you say, okay, this is a little bit distracting. And there are lovable things about my Nana, her ability to shawl herself, butterscotch candy, the fact that sometimes she smiles, the fact that she smiles so rarely makes her smile that much more wonderful. That would be that's another song in the musical. Could we call it Nana, the musical? I mean, I think that is there anyone on Broadway that listens to this podcast? I mean, you say, okay, wait a second. That's a title for a musical, Nana, the musical. We would have some, there'd be a lot of hurdles beyond that, like a plot, and because you plot about your internal archetypal Nana, probably won't. And I say, you're right about that. So, yeah, but Nana, the musical, what did I already say? It's playing in my brain. So I'm just kind of inane chatter. Yes, Nana, I heard you change the spelling of inane. So I'm a podcast you don't really listen to. It's also not a podcast that puts you to sleep. I'm here to keep you company in the deep, dark night, to be your bore friend, your bore bae, your bore sib, your bore bestie, your bore burr, your neighbor, your bore bud, your bore bana, your bana, like Eric, is it Eric Bana? Bana? Eric Bana and my Nana had a banana, a faux fana, faux bana, So, yeah, that's something that never happened. He's Australian, Nana. Oh, she knew that. Thanks. So, yeah, I'm more here to keep you company than to take your mind off stuff. If you can't sleep, I'm here to the very end. If you wake up, I'm here. If you want to turn me on later, I'm here. If you need a break during the day, I'm here. I'm here to keep you company. That's it. And just barely entertain you. So that's the two things that take some getting used to, other than my personality, which, it's not for everybody. Sleepwithmepodcast.com/no thank you. Has tons of other sleep podcasts and sleepy audio on there. What else? Oh, the structure of the show throws people off. It's designed in a very specific way, but that can throw people off. So let me tell you why. So the show starts off with a greeting. Friends beyond the binary, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, nanas everywhere. So you feel seen and welcome. And you say, okay, I could check the show out. Maybe I will. Then there's support for listeners, support for the show, and support for communities around the show. And the support for the show comes in two forms. People who directly support the podcast, they actually never hear this stuff because they get ad-free shows. And then people who support the sponsors, who support the show, in return for the support they get. And what that enables us to do is put the show out twice a week for free wherever you want to listen to it. So that's cool. And then there's the intro, which goes on and on and on. Sometimes people lump it in with the support stuff, but it's like 12, whatever we are. Like we're at 15 minutes, I think, of me rambling and going on and on and on, trying to explain what the podcast is and getting distracted by whatever's bubbling up in my brain. And because of that, I don't know, people say, oh, is that just, the show's like 20 or 25 minutes of ads. It's like, no, the intro is actually the most important, popular part of the podcast for most fans, but not all fans. Some people like only the stories. But the intro, it really serves two purposes. Introduce the podcast to new people. And then it kind of eases you into bedtime. It gives you part of your bedtime routine. Part of your wind down could be the intro. It eases you into bedtime. So some listeners are getting ready for bed. Some are doing some other relaxing activity. Some people are in bed getting comfortable. Some people are asleep. We're happy for them, somewhat happy for them. I mean, if you're a regular listener to the show, we're happy for you. If you're a partner of someone listening to the show, we're kind of happy for you. So 2% of people skip the intro, but just as many people listen to intro-only episodes or story-only episodes. But if you're new, just kind of see how it goes and then decide. But it really is nice to have a bedtime routine and to have a couple pieces of that routine. The podcast, maybe some other chill activity, whatever it is. So that's the intro. Then there's more support again. So the show can be free or paying for it can be optional. And then there's a story. Apparently we came up with, it'd be something about something about quotations. And maybe I'll look up what that Bartlett's familiar quotations is. And because it's what is that? Who is Bartlett? Was it someone that just loved quotes? I wonder, you'd say, what is, whoa, now I can't even think of Michael Scott's favorite book. It could be Bartlett's Quotations. If you had to give Michael Scott a gift, pro tip, give him a book, or you said, if you said, write me a fan fiction office episode right now, I'd say, well, Michael, someone Michael idolizes, gives him the book, that would be one of the A plot, but he would need to use the book for something, part of the A plot. But it would be funny to see him walking around reading from. Maybe that was already an episode. It sounds like it. So there's that. So what was I even talking? Oh, the intro. Oh, no, the story. So that'll be our story, not an office episode, because it's, but it's something about Bartlett's quotations. Oh, because I was wondering, is that a person or a mega corporation? Is it Bartlett? You say, with the purchase of a case of pears, you get a book of quotes, Bartlett's. Or vote for Jed Bartlett, fictional presidential candidate, and get this book that came out 20 years before the show. So that's that. Then there's some thank yous at the end. And so that's everything. That's why I make the show. Give it a few tries, see how it goes. I'm glad you're here. Appreciate your time. Thanks for checking this podcast out. And I work really hard at your next drive, and I really hope I can help you fall asleep. And here's a couple of ways I get to do it for free twice a week. All right, hey, everybody, it's Scoots here. I guess we're talking about Bartlett's familiar quotations, at least to start. I looked this up on Wikipedia. It's often simply called Bartlett's. It's Bartlett''S. And it was written by a Bartlett, John Bartlett. It's an American reference work, longest lived and most widely distributed collection of quotations. First issued in 1855. This is all from Wikipedia, and currently in its 18th edition in 2012. It arranges entries by author rather than subject, as many other quotation collections. Enters authors chronologically by date of birth rather than alphabetically. Within years, authors are arranged alphabetically, and quotations are arranged chronologically within each author's entry, followed by attributed remarks whose source in the author's writings have not been confirmed. And it contains a thorough keyword index and details the source of each quotation. History. Oh, wow, it gets more interesting. John Bartlett ran the University Bookstore in Cambridge, Mass., and was frequently asked for information on quotations, so he began a commonplace book of them for reference. We'll look up what commonplace book is in a minute. Bartlett is generally supposed to have drawn the quotations in his book from his own extensive reading and prodigious memory in that commonplace book. But he acknowledged in the 1855 preface that has been enlarged by additions from an English work on a similar plane. And that work was named in some reviews of the time as a handbook of familiar quotations by English authors. Isabella Rushton Preston. And that was in 1853. It was privately printed in 1855 as a collection of familiar quotations. The first edition was 258 pages, 169 authors, but mostly it's from the Bible, Shakespeare, and great English poets, quoting Wikipedia there. The fourth edition said that it's not easy to determine in all cases the degree of familiarity that belong to the phrases and sentences which present themselves for admission from what is familiar to one class of readers might be new to another. And again, I guess this is limited in scope, to this person's purview, Let's see. The book had great success. There's 3 more editions. And then it joined the Boston publishing firm of Little Brown and Company. Bartlett rose to become senior partner of the firm. Let's look up Little Brown and Company. Still the publisher. Supervised 9 editions of work before moving on to the big publishing house in the sky. Even by 1905, it had sold over 300,000 copies. 7th edition in 1875, 8th in 1882, 9th in 1891. Then it'd be 20 years before the 10th edition, which was edited by Nathan Haskell Doyle. 10th edition, also known as the Author's Edition, was much like its predecessors. It began with quotations originally in English and then arranged them chronologically. Chaucer was the first entry, Mary Frances Butts the last. The quotes were chiefly from literary sources, and then a miscellaneous section of quotations in English from politicians and scientists. Then a selection of translations, which is in quotes, mostly of lines from ancient Greeks and Romans. So again, pretty limited to this Western viewpoint. Last section was devoted to the Bible and the Book of Common Prayer. The 11th edition was edited by Christopher Morley and Luella D. Everett. Expanded the page size, created a 2-column format, making the first edition that is recognizable to users of the modern work. And they also did a 12th edition in 1948, then 13th edition, 1955, the Centennial Edition. This work was credited to the editors of Little Brown. Preference gives special thanks to Morley and Everett, as well as Emily Morrison Beck. This had more recent material, 2 youngest authors, Bill Maudlin and Queen Elizabeth II. Beck also edited the 14th edition and the 15th. Let's see. Then Justin Kaplan, whose Life of Mark Twain, Mr. Mr. Clemens and Mark Twain had won the 1967 Pulitzer. Kaplan brought out the 16th edition in 93. Let's see. Then in the 17th edition, 2003, they included pop culture people, including Larry David. Some classics were cut. Alexander Pope was dropped. In the 18th edition, came out in 2012. It was edited by poet, critic, and editor Geoffrey O'Brien, the editor-in-chief of the Library of America. There's also the Yale Book of Quotations and the Oxford Dictionary of Quotations. Just looking, there's not a ton of, let's see, we got an online a copy of the 10th edition, or a copy of the 12th edition, or the 14th edition. Let's take a look at the 10th edition real quick. It's like searchable. So I don't know if I can do that. Chronological index of authors. Let me just click on this here. Just randomly pick somebody. Ralph Venning. All the beauty in the world's but skin deep. Wow, that was from Ralph Venning. I guess, let's try one more here. Yeah, sound like people I haven't heard of here. A lot of dudes here, huh? Oh, yeah. William Pitt, Earl of Chatham. Confidence is a plant of slow growth in an aged bosom. It doesn't sound. Where law ends, tyranny begins. I don't see any of these that I'm really... Okay, let's look up the... Like I used to think, I remember when I discovered this book, I thought it was a pathway to greater knowledge. Not understanding that kind of quotations are mostly based as a part of a larger context and process, not results. Okay, a commonplace book, though, or a way to compile knowledge by writing information into books. They've been kept from antiquity, particularly during the Renaissance. Similar to scrapbooks filled with items of many kind, proverbs, adages, maxims, quotes, letters. Entries are most often organized under subject headings and differ functionally from journals or diaries, which are chronological and introspective. Commonplaces are used by readers, writers, this again from Wikipedia, students, as an aid for remembering useful concepts or facts. So I guess that's a little bit about commonplace. Let's look at a couple more things that Little Brown and Company. American publishing company founded in 1837 by Charles Coffin Little and James Brown in Boston for close to 2 centuries. It's published fiction and nonfiction, including Emily Dickinson's poetry, Bartlett's familiar quotations, and is now a division of the Hatchet Book Group. Let's see what we got. I don't know, I think that's pretty good. I mean, they've been around for a while. Mary Frances Butts was in 1890 to 1937, English modernist writer. Found in recognition in literary magazines such as The Bookman and The Little Review, as well as from fellow modernists, T.S. Eliot, H.D., and Breyer. Fell into obscurity, but then began to be republished in the 1980s. Let's see. I'm going to read a little bit about her work here. Let's see. These are some of the writings. Magic Book 4. By Aleister Crowley. Ash of Rings, Armed with Imaginary Letters, Felicity Taverner, Several Occasions, Warning to Hikers, The Macedonian, Scenes from the Life of Cleopatra, My Crystal Cabinet. Most of her books were reprinted in the 80s and the 90s. Anyway, so that's a little bit. Oregon boundary dispute. 50-40 or fight redirects here. So that was one of the quotes that came up. The Oregon boundary dispute or Oregon question was in 19 century territorial dispute over the Pacific Northwest. So people arguing over somebody else's land. Russian Empire, Great Britain, Spain, and the U.S. After the War of 1812, the Oregon dispute took on increased importance between the British Empire, the American Republic, and the Russians had signed in the 1820s the Russo-American Treaty and the Russo-British Treaty. And the Spanish had signed on the Adams-Onis Treaty. And they're trying to figure out who could control the Pacific coast. It was still contested by the UK and the US. The disputed area was the region west of the Continental Divide, north of the 42nd parallel north, and the Russian parallel at 5440. British called it the Columbia District, and the Americans called it Oregon, the Oregon Country. 1844, it was a part of the U.S. It came up during the presidential election. Oh, man, good old Manifest Destiny. Oh, boy. They want to make an offer on the 49th parallel. However, that faltered. Tensions grew. And everyone was urging James K. Polk to annex the entire Pacific Northwest all the way to the 5440. And these tensions gave rise to that slogan, 5440 or fight. And also the U.S. was annexing Texas. So yeah, a lot there, a lot going on with that Bartlett's quotations. But anytime I think about that, I think about, my Nana always came up, and so I was thinking my Nana and records that I have. Maybe, Nana, could we work out something where we go through these records and you give me Nana's book of familiar quotations? Oh, Nana doesn't want to be on mic. Oh, that's okay. So I'll do this. These are Nana's quotations you're not familiar with. And I'll try to get, this is a quote from Fabian, "This friendly world." And, contextually, Nana normally says this friendly world. I would guess she would say it in irony, but let's imagine a world from Nana's perspective instead of only imagining it from my perspective, right, Nana, finally? As you're saying, so what if there was a world where I was more open-minded about Nana's perspective, right? And where Nana was coming from, trying to help me, right, help myself. So this friendly world, you would say, that's what you're trying to help provide me with your guidance, is this friendly world. Another quote by Fabian, that was the B side, I assume, because the A side is Hound Dog Man. And when you say that, you see, like a Hound Dog Man makes me think, you say, why are you acting like a hound dog, man? You're saying it in a friendly, helpful way, though, Nana, because I'm chasing my own tail around, I'm sniffing around and trying to find my own way instead of just getting help, right? And saying, okay, well, yeah, isn't there anything else I could do that would be good for everybody instead of just sniffing, like, why do all the work, right? Just ask for help. Don't be a hound dog, man. Ask for some help in this friendly world. Thanks, Nana. Another couple people Nana likes to quote is Gene Pitney. And one of them is Tower Tall. I've heard her say that before, quoting Gene Pitney, Tower Tall. And I'd say, okay, that means the task at hand is not going to be easy, right? We could be walking up the tower. It's going to be tall. We could be looking up at the tower. And it's a simple statement. It's a flexible one. Wow, tower's tall. Kind of like somebody told me recently, hey, there's only 4 prayers really. HELP, thank you, wow. And another one, fudge. Those are the only four prayers. And I say, okay, I like that. This one sounds similar though. Tower tall. Could be, it could be wow. It could be towers tall. Help. What are the other ones? Tower tall. Thanks. That's beautiful. Or tower tall. Fudge. I got to go all the way up that tower. It's going to be, or over it. How am I going to do that? Another thing I hear Nana say from Gene Pitney all the time is half heaven, half heartache. And that's, again, another one flexible. She says it a lot about me when I'm at my best. She says, and then she usually refines it. Well, with you, it's more like, 99.999999999 heartache, 0.0000000 heaven. And I'd say there's a little bit of heaven in all of us, Nana, but mostly in your smile. And then I said, did that give me the half heaven, half heartache? But that's something we can all relate to, right? Half heaven, it's a relatable quote, Gene Pitney. Another one I love to hear from Nana, but and I'd love to hear it in the way Nana means it. When she quotes the chiffons, one fine day. She loves to quote the chiffons, one fine day. And again, that can mean it could be speaking about the present, one fine day, or sometimes Nana would speak about it. She'd be just jesting, but about my bottom dollar. But I don't know. I wouldn't be betting my bottom dollar, but it'd say, and I actually don't know what that quote means. So sure, I probably shouldn't, but she'd say one fine day, and it's say, Nana, you don't practice, you're imaginary, so you can't practice corporal discipline with me. But one fine day, we might, and then another thing I can relate to, maybe a lot of you can relate to when Nana quotes the chiffons. Why am I so shy? Why am I so shy? And you could say it with a forlorn thing, but what, I've learned from Ted Lasso is, or maybe say, you could say it like that. Why am I so shy? Or you could say in a playful way, or you could say, hey, it's okay. Why am I so shy? Don't know, but I'm here by and by to give you everything you can need, But it is a quote that comes up for Nana. Another one that comes up, another person, this is Nana's generation. She likes to quote Bobby Darin, Bobbydarn, and she says, sorrow tomorrow. And when she says that, I say, Nana, I said, how about, okay, but, what can't we look for, I thought it's one fine day, sorrow tomorrow. Is that like you're predicting the weather now? But maybe it's more of a wise thing. Again, if I can embrace Nana the way I embrace Ray. I'm sorry, Nana. It is a case of you spot it, you got it for me. Because you're so relatable. But maybe you're saying, hey, save the sorrow for tomorrow. But I would say, for me, I'd say it's okay to be sad today, too. But maybe if you're, here's where I think you're coming from, Nana. If I'm focused on tomorrow, it'll always be sorrow. Even when I'm fantasizing about taking a vacation or being a different person that's living tomorrow like it's one fine day. It's, it's all about living in the moment, right, Nana? Thank you for that lesson. It took me a while from you and Bobby Darin. Another thing I probably take the wrong way is when you say, you must have been a beautiful baby, when you quote Bobby Darin. And I say, are you saying I'm beautiful now? Or I was a beautiful baby and I'm not beautiful anymore? But I think what you're really saying, Nana, which other people say is, hey, pay some compliments. And that's the easy way to pay a compliment. But I think it's probably confusing in the modern day parlance. So, and plus most people don't remember when they're a baby. So I'd say, just find a way to compliment somebody is what you're really saying, Nana. Oh, then there's your quote of them. Here comes the night. And again, I guess it's like, that's sometimes it's ready, like, hey, here comes the night. Let's do our bedtime routine, right, Nana? And to get ready for bed. And here comes the night. It'll be okay, right, Nana? That's what you're saying. Here comes the night. And all for myself. That's also another quote from them you like to quote, huh, Nana? All for myself. And that's when I think you're like really, I don't know, like, I don't know what that one means. I'm trying to find the deeper meaning. I mean, I can imagine you, like, I guess this is my chance to grow because I say, well, if you were hugging me, you'd say, I'm going to keep you all for myself, but that would make me take off, Nana, and, want to have my own distance. But maybe it's that. It's like, oh, I can't have it all for myself. I want it all for myself, but I can't have it all for myself, huh? So not easy, but true is you can't have it all for yourself even when you want to, right, Nana? So that's another good lesson from you. Thank you, Nana. Nana, I wanted to take a second to compliment you on how, do you realize that your quotes are so brief, usually only a few words. I mean, brevity is the act of sincerity, or sincerity is the act of brevity, or something, because that's not my skill set. That it could be set on a 45 or a 33 record. But I remember when you quoted Johnny Horton to me, the mansion you stole. And I guess I took it a little bit in my interpretation of it, because I think you were describing it about my habits and cleaning up after myself and staying organized. But I took a much different meaning from it, Nana, that of heartbreak and but of depth to a person that like I guess because I said, well, if that was a song that you were quoting the title of instead of a pithy saying. First of all, I'd say I don't think there's anything pithy about the mansion you stole, because you say, but they say, oh, like a person is a mansion, so many rooms, whatever Nana, what's a there's a word like balustrade or something, but I say, okay. That is a way to describe it, or the depth of someone's heart. And of course, that Johnny Horton song you like to quote from a movie I don't know, but where you tell me to go sometime north to Alaska, when you send me to my room, when you send me out the door, when you send me on my way north to Alaska. I know what that means. Also, because your body language usually helps me. North to Alaska, that's where I'll go. Now, this one, this is a famous, this is the most famous person. I mean, some might say, I don't know, did you quote Donovan earlier, or was it, you quoted a couple for people that could be considered one-name people. Unaname? This person, they have two names, but they probably, like Elvis Presley, you say. And I like how you don't do quotey quotes. You do, whatever those things are. Brackets? They're not brackets. Parentheses. You say, you're the figure with red spandex in disguise. And I say, there's no disguise in me, Nana. Those are red spandex that I'm wearing figuratively. My figure is figuratively wearing red spandex. Oh boy, is it! And I'm shaking my hips because those mean that I am the red wearing spandex person from beneath the earth or somewhere, down there in disguise. And the other one, I guess I never took it as, I didn't realize it was figurative, but you quote Elvis, you say, please don't drag that string around. And I always thought that was like you were just telling me. And I said, well, then I would look behind me to see if it was a string hanging off my clothes, or a lot of times I assumed it was my way you were saying my shoelace. But I guess it's in some sense to gather up the string of the things I drag around, and maybe I should gather those up and not drag them around. Especially because normally I say, wow, Nana's really asking me in a way I'm unfamiliar with, saying please. But another quote of yours I love, Nana. Oh, thanks, Nana. Nana just asked a question. She said, oh, is this like Bartlett's familiar quotations? Are you doing, what system of order are you doing them in? Is it chronological? Is it by, I say, Nana, it's by the stack of records in my hand that I'm reading off of your famous quotes. And this is one of my favorites, except that I always talk about misquoting Nana. And even when I misquote you, I do sing this. All that glitters isn't gold, you say, from Lou Christie. But I always say all, I guess I do. I think, isn't that song, All That Glitters is Gold? But then you say that doesn't make any sense. And I'd say, well, I think I learned it from a commercial for cereal, or maybe it was for golden sugar cubes or whatever they're called. Golden sugar puffs with the bear on there. Are they just sugar puffs? I think they're golden, and they glitter like gold. And I say, all that glitters is gold. And you say, no, all that glitters is not gold. And I'd say, isn't gold, right, Nana? And you'd say, correct. And I'd say, well, it still sounds like me, but that was old Lou, or not Luke. And then I say, is that from, then I say, do you know who said that? Now I'll say this, all that glitters is gold, Lon Chaney. And you say, are you doing this on purpose? Because it's Lou Christie. Two faces have I. Oh, boy. If I could say, I say, well, my face, Nana's face usually has, Nana, you have more than two faces. And I wouldn't call you two-faced because you're so straightforward and honest. But if you were trying to simplify it into a song that only had four, a quote, obviously, we're talking quotes here. I'd say you probably would say it, two faces have I. I think that'd be better. Was that a song in Phantom of the Opera? Because I think, does Phantom of the Opera have a song, Two Faces Have I? It sounds like somebody would be singing that in a musical anyway. And Nana, this one you will laugh before, we won't even have to get into this quote, but you'll have a laugh at what you would so will all the listeners listening along at this one. When you quote Connie Francis, but you're saying it like you're quote, if my pillow could talk about something for sleep with me. That's so easy because we have that quote, if my pillow could talk, there'd be nothing to say, other than, no, I mean, I don't wash my pillow as often as I should. And, but Nan, I knew you'd have a laugh at that. You're still laughing, too easy, she says, and, Connie Francis also, you quote Connie Francis saying, you're the only one who can disappoint me. And then I usually sing like another song that goes, do you really want to disappoint me? Do you really, want to make me cry? But then you say, and I say, really, I'm the only one that could disappoint. And I say, oh, because you're imaginary Nana living within me. That makes sense. And also that's a great lesson to tell me, like, just like we said earlier, I spotted, I got it, right, Nana? Because, I could do, only, that's my behavior, like, that's disappointing, and my expectations. So you're right, Nana. Another person, this was an obscure one, but I take it, sometimes you say this when you're frustrated. You quote Leslie Gore, and you say Danny, but you say it in a way, where you snap your fingers. So I always thought it was a way so you wouldn't, because sometimes you say it after you say, it's my party. Is that the most famous, is that the one, I cry if I want to? Or is that another one? Because I always wonder, is it Nana, is it my party? Another one, I've heard you quote before is old Gene Pitney, right? And you all, that's when you pretend, sometimes you say, because this was one of the funniest things. You say, I'm dehydrating you, teardrop. You usually say teardrop by teardrop, but then I had to imagine what you were saying. You just say teardrop by teardrop. But then I said, wouldn't it make more sense if you said, little Andy, you're dehydrating your Nana, teardrop by teardrop. Or, hey, Nana, how did you get dehydrated? Well, because teardrop by teardrop, dealing with little Andy, I turned to dust, teardrop by teardrop. But you could, oh boy, Nana. But yeah, I'm sure there's other ways you could do. And then you said Mecca, the Gene Pitney thing, which I didn't understand. You could, I didn't know if that was something I didn't know if you were working on a screenplay or something, Nana, where you're trying to write hip dialogue because then you say, well, when they wrote that dialogue, I was thinking of Heathers and Tina Fey. I think Tina Fey said, well, they made up some of the stuff. So I don't know. And I said, well, I don't know if you should be using Mecca as I said, Nana, can't you just use it in, but you say, well, I'm quoting whatever Gene Pitney. This was one I never knew, it just made me laugh. Bob B. Socks, you quote, and you'd say, flippin' nitty. And I'd say, how do you spell Bobby Socks? B-O, and you say Bob, B-O-B, B-S-O-X-X. And I'd say, oh, wow, Nana, that's some wild stuff. Bobby Socks, eh? Flippin' nitty. I'd say those sound like characters from a Sleep With Me podcast. And then you say zip-a-dee-doo-dah. And I'd say, is that the song from but usually that's when you answer my question with a song and you say, Trouble in Paradise, When Will I Be Loved? And I'd say, are those two different songs? So Trouble in Paradise is, and I guess that's what it's like being around me, huh? You say Trouble in Paradise. And, but Josephine, this is what makes me giggle. Itsy bitsy teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini. And I think Josephine is another quote, right? You're just quoting various popular artists' vocals and orchestra, right? But itsy bitsy teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini. And then Tommy Rowe is another one, and I've heard you, oh boy, do you love to quote Tommy Rowe, save your kisses. And if I could quote Tommy Rowe, I'd say, in that other thing, teardrop by teardrop, I would quote The Weeknd and say, save your tears. And then you'd say, what are you going to say? Save your tears for a rainy day? And I'd say, for another day, Nana. But I mean, here's something. Maybe The Weeknd meant this. Maybe The Weeknd read Cat in the Hat as a boy, as a lad. Maybe Weeknd changed. Maybe it was Save Your Tears for a Rainy Day. And that was for the Cat in the Hat, some Cat in the Hat related project. And really, if anyone knew what was going on with the Cat in the Hat, there'd be a lot of tears, even though everything was fine. I mean, other than the fish, I guess the fish would sing it. The fish, is that what the fish would say, save your tears for a rainy day. And then be a rainy day, good day to cry, you could say. But you save your kisses for Tommy Rowe. And I always say, well, what does that mean? You don't want, I mean, obviously, we won't be doing any kissing, even, I mean, I could kiss your forehead if you were under the weather, Nana. I mean, I'll be honest, our relationship preferred not to be a kissing-based relationship, even a pecking. That's just where I'm at. One day, Nana, the podcast listeners may hear 3 years from now, I'd say, Nana, go ahead and give me a kiss on the cheek. But right now, it's just where I am in my honest growth, as I say, Nana, I'm practicing trying to be somewhat kind to you occasionally. And I'd prefer you save your kisses. So thanks for helping me assert myself. And then you quote Tommy Rowe when you say Sheila, who, that's someone in my family. And I say, wow, Sheila. But then there was also the song, Oh, Sheila. But that's a different song than what we're talking about. Another quote I like, Nana, is when you quote Doris Troy. It's so rare, but you say just one look. And I said, what does she mean by that? Just one look. Are you just going to give me just one more look? Or are you, you see, just one look. And I say, okay, Nana, I'm just giving you one look of, I don't understand. But maybe you're saying it to yourself. And I'll never forget the day you said, you quoted Doris Troy, and you said, I got the Bossa Nova blues. And I said, Nana, I think that was my favorite piece of sci-fi fiction I read as a boy. And you said, no, I'm telling you how I'm feeling. And I say, are you sure? I said, I thought that was in a series of books that I read as a boy that I've been trying to get the bottom of, Bossa Nova blues. Don't you remember, Nana? There's 2 books that I'm searching for the titles of or copies of. And one of which is a book I read as a child. I checked it out of the library. Not a young child, though. Probably somewhere between first grade and 9th grade. Probably between first grade and 5th grade, though, Nana, really. And I could swear that if I was going to invent a title for the book 5 of that series, it'd be Bossa Nova Blues, because maybe they live on the Bossa Nova. I don't know what it would be. I mean, you could make it about Bossa Nova, which I think is a kind of music. I don't know, Nana. But I was thinking they live on Bossa Nova Station. Or maybe there's a Bossa Nova coming to the planet, so everybody's down. But that was a boy who was my age when I was reading it, who had an android duplicate of themselves, maybe, who was their best friend. But that's all I remember about the book. I mean, other than lying on my bedroom floor, reading it and listening to the radio. And so I say, Bossa Nova Blues. I guess I gave you a case of that. And then, of course, Nan, I'll talk about the other book. I mean, the other book comes up a lot, which is a book where, where the kid tries to, eventually tries to dig a hole through the center of the earth. And it kind of shows scientifically what kind of equipment would be needed as the boy escalates from just a shovel to actually trying to dig to the other side of the earth. But I guess that reminds me of those quotes where you roll your eyes and you quote Dodie Stevens, coming of age, or you shrug your shoulders to describe my behavior. And you say, I don't know, coming of age. And I guess I never know what that means. Another one, this is like an emotional thing you say, like some of the things, I don't know what the term is, but it was called Pink Shoelaces by Dodie Stevens. Another Dodie Stevens quote, pink shoelaces. Reminds me a bit of Ted Lasso saying barbecue sauce when you say pink shoelaces. But I don't know. And then you'd quote, I know you quoted the monkeys a few times. One of them you just said words, right? And I guess that was when I was talking too much or I didn't understand something. You'd say words. And normally I would respond to that with word up. And you'd say, no, words. You wouldn't say it's just words. You just say words. And they'd say, oh, that must be the wisdom of the monkeys. Like that other monkeys quote you like to say, Pleasant Valley Sunday. And then you'd use the day of the week that's not Sunday. Pleasant Valley Sunday on Thursday. And I'd say, is that what time with me feels like, Nana? Pleasant Valley Sunday? And that was when you'd again quote Connie Francis, as you love to do so much. And you'd say, everybody's somebody's fool. But then you would move it around. You say, you're everybody's somebody's fool. Somebody, you're the somebody. And you're for every, and I'd say, thanks, Nan. I'm glad. And I say, well, it's good because I have a purpose now. So, but somehow that quote, that Connie Francis quote, led to the podcast, Nana. Do you believe that? Good old Connie Francis saying everybody's somebody's fool. And, the other thing is sometimes I can, let my feelings come up of jealousy, and I'm jealous of you, just like you would say with Connie Francis. You would usually, I guess I'm imagining you would say it when I didn't do I'm jealous of you. Don't do the dishes when they're supposed to be done. But I think the one thing, I love the most, Nana, is, when you quote Eddie Hodges or Edie Hodges and you say, I'm going to knock on your door. Because I, again, mistook that as some sort of passive-aggressive statement, but it was more like, I'm going to say hi to you. I'm going to knock on your door with kindness. With love, I'm going to reach out to you and quote, I'm going to knock on your door. And then that other Eddie Hodges or Edie Hodges quote you love, the last quote we'll share in this book of Nana's Unfamiliar Quotations, ain't going to wash for a week. You would usually say that after, if an occasion I did kiss your forehead, I would hope you'd say that, Nana, or shook your hand or gave you a hug. More as not a statement of fact, but as a statement of disbelief, right? Like, I ain't going to wash for a week. I don't want your kiss. You actually hugged me. But every quote you have in Nana, when I take a second to actually listen, is like, I guess I shouldn't wash my ears out for a week. After hearing all this wisdom. So I'm glad to hear it, Nana. Thanks so much and good night.